Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Rise from Sorrow. East City, residential area. In this area is where people live and all models of houses are the same in the residential area, made of wood with same shapes. In every house there are numbers, maybe this is what makes people know the house where they live. In house number 2112, in one of the bedrooms there is a man on the bed hugging his knee. This man is Randy Christian, he is depressed, sad, full of regret, and all the negative emotions are mixed in his heart. Randy is 21 years old, 1.78 meters tall with well-built body, black hair, black-eyed, pointy nose, can be said Randy is a pretty handsome, but his appearance now quite scary, his eyes turned red because he did not sleep for 5 days, his body became haggard due to not eating, chapped lips, as if he would collapse at any time. In the living room, his parents could only stare at the door of his room. This was Randy's 5th day locked up in the room. His mother, Almira, is very anxious to see the state of his son like this. She only has one child during her marriage for 23 years. Hey Aizen, do something. It's already the 5th day he locked himself in a room without eating, what if something happens to Randy? Almira shouted to her husband. Due to his anxiety with Randy, Almira called her husband by his name, Usually, Almira calls his husband honey or dear. Randy. Randy. Stop blaming yourself, please come out and eat something, you've been locked yourself up for 5 days, what if something happens to you? Almira shouted at Randy's door with anxiety. Hearing no response from Randy, Almira keeps shouting, Randy, please come out, Mom cannot bear it if something happens to you, and then Almira crying while shouting in front of Randy's room. 1 week since the start of the Battle of Ascension, Almira has heard a lot of sad news from his neighbors. They lost their children who died while hunting out of town. Almira cannot imagine if anything happens to his son because Randy is the only child she has, so Almira crying. Hearing his mother's cries, Randy's body trembled. Seeing Almira crying while shouting, Aizen sighed and then he stood up and walked towards Almira, hugged her to calm her and pulled Almira to sit. After that Aizen walked to the door of Randy's room and tried to open it, which was locked. Aizen stepped back 2 steps and then kicked Randy's door. Boom. The door immediately collapsed after Aizen kicked. Aizen has reached level 4 since the start of Battle of Ascension, and he added all his stats point to his strength every level up, so you can say that Aizen's power is now the same with 4 normal people, even though there is no normal people has in this world since the Battle of Ascension started. Aizen enters Randy's room and walks toward Randy. He stopped for a moment after seeing Randy's condition before continuing to walk toward Randy sitting on his bed, hugging his knee. Aizen stopped right in front of Randy. Suddenly Aizen raised his hand and slapped Randy's cheek. "Piak, you idiot, useless, coward!" Aizen shouted. The slap from Aizen was strong enough to make Randy bounce. Randy's cheeks were red and bruised, there was a little blood on his lips, but Randy was just lying on his bed, not making any reaction, his eyes still lifeless staring forward, as if not him who gets slapped. When she heard the sound of slap and Aizen shouted, Almira, shocked, then she immediately stood up and ran to Randy's room to stop Aizen. Seeing the state of Randy, Almira, who had stopped crying, began to cry again and ran towards Randy, hugged him. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Almira shouted to Aizen and glared at him with a look of anger. Instead of comforting his depressed child, he instead hit him. What was on his mind? Randy was their only child. Aizen and Almira have always spoiled Randy since childhood. What he wants is always granted. This is the first time Randy has been slapped and scolded. Seeing this, Aizen mouth twitches. "You have to get out. This is a talk between men. Women should not get involved." Then Aizen pulls his wife out. Almira resisted, but it's a futile effort. She is just level 0 with normal stats, while Aizen has reached level 4 by raising his strength every level up, so Aizen easily pull Almira out. "You go out first, I will talk to him. I promise tomorrow he will return to normal, or maybe he will be more high-spirited than usual," Aizen whispered to Almira as he pulled out Almira. Then Almira looked at Aizen with a doubt look. "Are you sure? You are not lying to me, are you?" Just now he slapped and scolded her son. How could Randy get back to normal? Of course, Almira was suspicious of Aizen. Seeing Almira's face full of doubt to him, he was helpless. "Trust me, tomorrow Randy will be back to normal," Aizen replied confidently. Hearing Aizen's confident answer, Almira believed it. "But you cannot slap or hit him again. If you hit him you will sleep outside for a month," Almira warned to Aizen for fear he would hit Randy again. Of course this threat is very effective to Aizen. In their marriage for 23 years Aizen never cheated. Aizen loved to Almira very deep. Even before the start of the Battle of Ascension, when he was still a CEO, there is a famous model in his country offer his body to get endorsement of his company, but the model was rejected outright by Aizen because of his love for Almira, so the threat Almira gave to Aizen was very effective. Besides, he also did not plan to hit his son again. After pulling his wife out and reassuring her, Aizen came into Randy's room again. When he wanted to close the room so that his wife would not hear what he would say to Randy, he remembered that the door was broken when he wanted to enter the room. Aizen comes out again and pulls his wife into their room. Almira followed her husband obediently because she also did not want to hear Aizen scolding Randy. Then Aizen re-entered Randy's room awkwardly. As he entered the room he saw Randy already sitting on the side of the bed with a blank look. Aizen sits next to Randy. Aizen understood the events that Randy experienced. His 2 best friends died when they were hunting monsters. They died to protect him, and he blamed himself for the deaths of his 2 best friends. The momentum he made when slapping Randy was broken by Almira, so Aizen had no intention of scolding Randy again, so he just said softly, "Sigh, you should not be like this when your 2 best friends sacrifice themselves to save you, because if you act like this then their sacrifice will be in vain. Your life is not only yours but 3, you, Michael and Whitty, their responsibilities also fall upon you. What about the family of Michael and Whitty after they died? Leave aside the Whitty family because he still has his father who can feed his family. What about Michael? His father has long died. In his family, there are only her mother and her sister. How can the Michael family survive in this present world with only 2 helpless women?" Hearing his father's words, Randy's body trembled. Seeing Randy's body tremble, Aizen knew Randy was listening to his words, so he continued, "You must wake up from your grief, because Michael and Witty responsibilities fall on you right now, especially from Michael family. They will be hard to survive without Michael and you have to bear the responsibility he left behind. Wake up from your grief because your current life is not only yours but Michael and Witty as well. Their responsibility is now your responsibility. You have to survive and be strong. Replace Michael and Witty, protect their family. Do you understand? Do not make the sacrifice of Michael and Witty in vain because of your stupidity." Aizen said in a stern voice. Tears fell from Randy's eyes, then he nodded his head. "That's good if you understand." Then Aizen stood up and left the room, leaving Randy alone in his room. "Hope he would get back to normal after what I said," Aizen said in his heart after stepping out of the room, because if he did not wake up from his grief he did not know what else to do to get Randy out of his grief. Then he went into his room and saw his wife walking back and forth anxiously beside the bed. When Olmira heard someone open the door, he knows it is her husband, so she immediately walks to Aizen and asks, "How is it?" Seeing his very worried wife, Aizen could only reassure her, "Do not worry, he will be fine." When she heard the answer from her husband she was relieved, then Olmira wanted to go out to make sure Randy condition. Aizen blocked Olmira from going to Randy's room and said, "Do not go there, leave him alone in order to calm down." Randy's room. After hearing the words of his father, Randy awoke from his grief. "My father is right. My life is not just mine anymore but belongs to Michael and Witty as well. Their responsibility is also my responsibility. I must be strong and protect their families." Randy's lifeless eyes turned into sharp eyes, the lost confidence now back again. Upon waking from his grief, the fatigue he had not felt for 5 days because he did not sleep and eat finally came and Randy fell asleep. Chapter 2. The past. At 10 a.m. Randy wakes up from his sleep. He sleeps for 16 hours after not sleeping for 5 days. Yesterday his eyes are very red, now his eyes are back to normal with clear and black eyes. This is the 8th day since the start battle of Ascension, a new world different from the previous world. This incident began 8 days ago. Humans experience despair when facing Earth that will be destroyed by instability from the core of the Earth. Governments from around the world have no solution to face this disaster and they announce to everyone that the Earth will be destroyed within 4 hours. When people hear this announcement there is chaos all over the world, but many people also pray in their respective beliefs. Who are Christians they pray in the church, who are Hinduism and Buddhists pray in their respective temples, and who are in Islam they pray in the mosque. Many families also hugged each other in front of their houses to await the destruction of the Earth, because according to them this is the same as doomsday that cannot be avoided, so they just surrender, waiting for the destruction of the Earth. Randy family just gathered in their living room hugging each other. However, 1 hour before the destruction of the Earth that the government has prediction, people all over the Earth hear a strange voice in their heads. Ding. Phase 1 Battle of Ascension, preparation, begin. Ding. Battle system will be active after Phase 1 started. Ding. You will be transferred to a specified city to participate in the Battle of Ascension. After hearing a strange voice everyone on Earth fell asleep. When Randy woke up he was not in his old house but in his present room. On the first day there is confusion to everyone until the battle system is active they begin to understand what is happening. The Earth has been destroyed and they have been transported to the vast city. The people on the Asian continent were transferred to East City, the people on the Europe continent transferred to North City, the people of the America continent transferred to West City, and the people on the Africa continent transferred to South City. In this new world, they must hunt beasts or monsters to survive. Survival for the fittest is a perfect phrase to describe how to live in this new world. They were given weapons and armor to hunt, even though the weapons and armor system provided were of poor quality, but they did not have to pay. For food, on the first day they are given free, and the house they occupy they must pay the rent at the end of the month, that is 50 silvers. The currency they are using now is not a paper money anymore but a coin. There are 3 kinds of coins: copper, silver, gold, 1 gold or 100 silver, 1 silver or 100 copper, 1 gold or again 10000 copper. They also must have Ascension cards in order to stay in the city. Ascension cards also have other functions, such as, if you want to hunt out must have a card in order to use teleportation to go out of the city, because the city is in different dimensions with the world outside. Also, if someone wants to rent shop to do business they must have Ascension card too. Battle systems also provide 21 basic skills available on the system, and we can choose 5 for free. The skills: 1. Basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. 2. Basic spear mastery, increase proficiency in using a spear, level can be increased using skill points. 3. Basic archery mastery, increase proficiency in using a bow, level can be increased using the skill points. 4. Basic hammer mastery, increase proficiency in using a hammer, level can be increased using skill points. 5. Basic Axe Mastery. Increase proficiency in using an axe. Level can be raised using skill points. 6. Basic Saber Mastery. Increase proficiency in using a saber. Level can be increased using skill points. 7. Basic Dagger Mastery. Increase proficiency in using a dagger. Level can be increased using skill points. 8. Basic Blacksmith. Increase proficiency in the blacksmithing. Level can be raised using skill points. Requirement: learn skill, Basic Hammer Mastery. 9. Basic Pharmacist. Learn how to make a potion. Level can be increased using the skill points. Requirement: learn skill, Basic Gathering Herb. 10. Basic Gathering Herb. Learn how to pick herbs. Level can be increased using skill points. 11. Basic Cooking. Increase proficiency in cooking. Level can be increased using skill points. 12. Basic Tailoring. Increase proficiency in the tailoring. Level can be increased using the skill points. 13. Basic Detection. Detects the level of the beast and monster and stats. Level can be increased using the skill point. 14. Burst Strength. Increase 50% strength for 1 minute. Level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. 15. Burst Vitality. Increase 50% vitality for 1 minute. Level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, vitality will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. 16. Burst Stamina. Increase 50% stamina for 1 minute. Level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, you will not be able to move for 10 minutes. 17. Burst Agility. Increase 50% agility for 1 minute. Level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. 18. Burst Spirit. Increase 50% spirit for 1 minute. Level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished you will get dizzy for 15 minutes. 19. Basic Mining. Increase proficiency in mining. Level can be increased using skill points. 20. Basic Rune. Learn how to create rune for weapons and armor. Level can be increased using skill points. Requirement: learn skill, Basic Hammer Mastery, Basic Blacksmith, Basic Detection, and Basic Mining. 21. Eye Helper. Helps and guides during Battle of Ascension. Level can be raised using skill points. Randy is currently learning 2 skills, Basic Sword Mastery, and Basic Detection. Randy learned 2 skills because according to him this skill is needed in hunting. After he knew all this, Randy went out of the house. Here he met his 2 best friends, Michael House right in front of Randy's house while Witty House was on the right of Randy House with distance 3 houses. They were quite happy to meet again after the destruction of the earth. They formed a team to hunt and they went to Adventure Guild to register Ascension cards so they could hunt. The next day they go out to hunt. They go to the teleportation. They hold hands while entering the teleportation so they are transferred in the same city while hunting. People in East City will be randomly teleported to the capitals of countries located in the Asian continent. Randy, Michael, and Witty came from Singapore and when teleported, they were transferred to the capital of a country they did not know. They also do not pay attention to it, because they are very nervous on the first day of hunting. They went straight out of the city. Out of the city is all forest. Some people earlier than them who entered the forest. There were also some people who came out of the forest out with their hunting. Eventually, they gather their courage to enter the forest, until the moment in the forest is not as horrible as they imagine. The beast in front of them is a rabbit with a height of 30 centimeters and a length of about 50 centimeters, a black fur with a fang in its mouth. Then Randy uses Basic Detection skills to the rabbit. The rabbit is level 1 and the stats are unknown. Randy tells his plan to kill the rabbit, with him as a bait and lure the rabbit to where Michael and Witty are hiding. They manage to kill the rabbits and they continue to hunt the rabbits until they level up to level 1 in the afternoon. With their success, they feel that hunting is very easy and they feel that they like playing games. They end the hunt when their experience bar has reached level 255%. They returned home proudly, recounting their success while hunting to their families. The next day, they hunt back. Because it is very easy to hunt the rabbits, they go deeper into the forest to hunt for a higher level beast, so they can quickly level up. This is where Randy's nightmare begins. As they enter the forest deeper they find a new animal, a cat with a height of 50 centimeters and a length of 80 centimeters, black fur, and red eyes. This cat is a level 3 beast. They use the same strategy as hunting rabbits, Randy as bait cat lure to where Michael and Witty hide. Although the cat is faster than the rabbit, Randy is level 2 by raising all his stats to agility, and the cat can only chase behind Randy until the hideout of Michael and Witty, and this cat is successfully defeated by them. They are very happy with their success. When Witty wanted to take a body part from the cat that could be sold, Suddenly there was a wolf from above attacking Witty. This surprise attack made them panic. The reaction from Witty was fast enough, but Witty's foot was still struck by the attack from the wolf's paws. This wolf did not give Randy and Michael a chance to save Witty. It immediately jumped to Witty, intent to bite Witty's neck. Seeing this, Witty knew that he could not survive again, and he shouted towards his two best friends to run. Seeing Witty struggled with the wolves as he shouts run to them, Michael and Randy immediately ran to the city, but only 5 minutes running the wolf is already behind both of them, chasing them. This is where Michael made the decision to hold the wolf so Randy can survive the wolf pursuit. Michael shouts at Randy to look after his family if he cannot survive. Finally, after running for 20 minutes, Randy got to the city. Randy realized Michael was not with him and remembered that when he ran, Michael yelled something to him. Randy crying here, sadness, regret, all the negative emotions mixed into Randy's heart. Chapter 3, Learning New Skill. I came out of the room to see my father and mother already sitting in front of the table enjoying the breakfast. My mother looked at me with concern while my father just glanced at me before he continued to enjoy his breakfast. I sat opposite my father and my mother. The breakfast food was chicken porridge and milk. It's been 5 days since I do not eat, Randy thought. Then Randy gobbled his breakfast greedily because he did not eat for 5 days. Seeing Randy eat his breakfast like this, Almira finally relieved and smiled. Eat slowly, do not choke, Almira said with gentle and caring tone. Randy finished his breakfast with 3 bowls of porridge and 2 glasses of milk before he was satisfied. Dad, Mom, I will continue to hunt today, Randy said suddenly to his parents with a serious tone. Hearing the statement from her son, Almira shocked and panicked. 5 days ago her son had just survived the pursuit of wolf which almost killed her son, and today her son just woke up from his grief. Of course, Almira panicked after hearing a statement from her son. She did not want his son to go hunting again for fear of something dangerous happen to her child. When Almira wants to say something so that his son does not have to go hunting anymore, Aizen suddenly holds her hand. Almira looks at Aizen with a puzzled look and sees Aizen shaking his head. Of course, Aizen knew what Almira wanted to say. Then Aizen looked at Randy and nodded his head. Okay, but not today. Today you have to recover your body first and tomorrow you can continue your hunt. Hearing the words of Aizen, Almira became anxious and wanted to rebuke her husband, but Almira just saw Aizen shake his head indicating she did not have to say anything. Got approval from his father, Randy was delighted. He thought after incident 6 days ago his parents would have forbade him to go hunting, so Randy was quite happy to get approval from his father. Seeing his anxious mother's face, Randy knew that his mother was worried when he went hunting. It's okay, Mom, I will be careful when hunting. I will not be careless again, Randy reassured his mother. Almira helpless just nodded her head. Okay, I will go out first to stretch my body because it's a bit stiff after 6 days of not doing any activity, Randy said after seeing his mother nodding her head. Seeing her son want to go out, Almira said, Hey, bring this breakfast as well for Michael. Mother and sister. Randy nodded his head and then he brought the breakfast that his mother had prepared. Randy went out of his house and walked straight to Michael's house to deliver the breakfast his mother had prepared. When he got to Michael's house, Randy did not immediately knock the door. He paused, then the grief over Michael's death that he had buried in his heart out again. Michael's family only consists of 3 people before Michael died. His father died of cancer when Michael was 15 years old. Although his father died, but their family did not live hard because his father left enough money for their family can live comfortably. But after the Battle of Ascension begins, Michael became the backbone of his family. Between me, Michael, and Witty, it was Michael who worked the hardest. Unlike me and Witty, we still have a father who can still support our family. Then tears fell from Randy's eyes. He immediately wiped his tears and knocked on the door. Moments later the door was open. The one who opened the door was a woman, about 45 years old. This woman was Michael's mother, Helen. Good morning, Auntie Helen, this is food from my mother for Aunt. Randy greeted and gave the food he brought to Michael's mother. Seeing Randy, Helen surprised then smiled. Oh, thank you, Randy, and also give my thanks to your mother for the food. All right, Auntie Helen, I will convey your thanks to my mother. And then Randy turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly Helen called him. Randy. Randy turned toward Auntie Helen. Randy, you do not blame yourself for Michael's death. Me and Mika do not blame you. This is the choice chosen by Michael, Helen said to Randy. Helen knows that after the incident at that time Randy kept locked himself in the room because he felt guilty about Michael's death. So when Helen saw Randy deliver the food, Helen felt that she needed to say this. Even though she keeps blamed Randy for Michael's death, Michael will not be able to live again, and saving Randy is also the choice of Michael. Hearing this, Randy's eyes become red and tears began to gather in the eyes of Randy. Seeing this, Helen hastily said, Okay, you can go then. Helen immediately re-entered her house and closed the door, leaving Randy by himself. Then Randy wiped his tears and left. He plans to stop by Witty's house, but after arriving in front of Witty's house, Randy hesitates. Finally, he decided not to stop by Witty's house and went around the residential area. At Randy's house, when Randy came out of the house, Almira, who had been gentle and full of concerns, turned into a lion and looked at Aizen. "What do you mean by allowing Randy to go hunting? Don't you know how dangerous it is? 6 days ago he almost died. What if something happens to Randy?" Almira immediately angry at Aizen. Hearing questions after question from his wife, Aizen helpless just shook his head. Seeing her husband shake his head, Almira's anger grew bigger. "Why are you shaking your head? If you do not give a reasonable reason, HMP, you will sleep outside for a year," Almira said ruthlessly. "Sigh, do you think Randy is really not blaming himself anymore?" Aizen answers Almira with questions. Hearing questions from her husband, Almira became confused. "Randy still blames himself? Why? Do you think with what I said yesterday could make him not blame himself anymore?" "Of course not. For now, he feels responsible to Michael and Witty's family after the death of Michael and Witty. Especially for Michael's family, so he will hunt to replace Michael so that Michael's family can survive. What I told him yesterday was that he would not confine himself anymore," Aizen explained to Almira. "After all, if he does not go hunting, what he's going to do? Randy cannot keep relying on us forever. He should be able to hunt himself. What if something happens to me while hunting?" Aizen continue, "So let him hunt. We're old and Randy's has grown up. We cannot spoil him anymore." But. Almira cannot say anything to refute Aizen's explanation, but Almira does not want Randy to encounter danger anymore. "Well, this is decided. I'll go hunting now and then." Aizen stood up and kissed Almira's forehead before going out. Looking at the back of Aizen's body, Almira sighed and cleared the table. After traveling around the residential area for 3 hours, Randy returned home. When he entered Randy's house only see his mother, he knew his father had gone hunting. "You come back," Almira said when he saw his son come in. Randy nodded his head, then he went straight into his room. Randy thought of plans to hunt tomorrow. He intends to learn 3 skills. Battle system. I want to learn the skill. Then the display list of skills in the eyes of Randy. 1. Basic sword mastery. Increase proficiency in using a sword. Level can be increased using skill points. Learned. 2. Basic spear mastery. Increase proficiency in using a spear. Level can be increased using skill points. 3. Basic archery mastery. Increase proficiency in using a bow. Level can be increased using the skill points. 4. Basic hammer mastery. Increase proficiency in using a hammer. Level can be increased using skill points. 5. Basic axe mastery. Increase proficiency in using an axe. Level can be raised using skill points. 6. Basic saber mastery. Increase proficiency in using a saber. Level can be increased using skill points. 7. Basic dagger mastery. Increase proficiency in using a dagger. Level can be increased using skill points. 8. Basic blacksmith. Increase proficiency in the blacksmithing. Level can be raised using skill points. Requirement: learn skill. Basic hammer mastery. 9. Basic alchemist. Learn how to make potion or poison. Level can be increased using the skill points. Requirement: learn skill. Basic gathering herb. 10. Basic gathering herb. Learn how to pick herbs. Level can be increased using skill points. 11. Basic cooking. Increase proficiency in cooking. Level can be increased using skill points. 12. Basic tailoring. Increase proficiency in the tailoring. Level can be increased using the skill points. 13. Basic detection. Detects the level of the beast and monster and stats. Level can be increased using the skill point. Learned. 14. Burst strength. Increase 50% strength for 1 minute. Level can be increased using skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. 15. Burst vitality. Increase 50% vitality for 1 minute. Level can be increased using skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, vitality will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. 16. Burst stamina. Increase 50% stamina for 1 minute. Level can be increased using skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, you will not be able to move for 10 minutes. 17. Burst agility. Increase 50% agility for 1 minute. Level can be increased using skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. 18. Burst spirit. Increase 50% spirit for 1 minute. Level can be increased using skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, you will get dizzy for 15 minutes. 19. Basic mining. Increase proficiency in mining. Level can be increased using skill points. 20. Basic rune. Learn how to create rune for weapons and armor. Level can be increased using skill points. Requirement: learn skill. Basic hammer mastery. Basic blacksmith. basic detection, and basic mining. 21. Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Randy has learned 2 skills, Basic Sword Mastery, and Basic Detection. After viewing the skill list, Randy chooses Burst Strength, and Burst Agility. He chooses Burst Strength to increase his attack because when he leveled up to level 2 all the stats points he gets, he adds it all to agility so his attack's rather weak. Burst Agility, he chose this skill to run away if something bad happened. Randy still has one more to learn the free skill. After thinking 10 minutes he chose Eye Helper. Battle System, please choose a name for your eye. Randy contemplates 5 minutes before saying. Shanna. Battle System, please select your eye gender. Female. Randy answered without hesitation. Then a girl appeared in Randy's eyes with a height of about 15 to 20 centimeters and said to Randy. Hello master, this girl is cute but when she speaks she has no expression, neither cold nor warm. Chapter 4, Hidden Stats. Then Randy checked his stats, Window Stats. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, None. Level, 2, 105 out of 200 exp. City, East City Guild, Non-Territory, Non-Stats, Stats Point, 0, Strength, 12, Vitality, 12, Stamina, 12, Agility, 32, Spirit, 12, Luck, 1000 Skills, Skill Point, 20. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Each level up all stats will increase 1 and get 10 stat points and 10 skill points, you can allocate stats points you had freely. Randy has leveled up to level 2 since hunted with his best friend and he allocated all his stats points he gains to agility, because he thinks he will be the bait and his friend who will kill the beast, so he allocated all his stats points to agility to increase his speed. But what he did not understand was the function of luck stat. At first he felt he was very lucky because on the first day of hunting he managed to kill a lot of beasts and managed to level up twice. He thought this was due to luck stat he had, but the incident on the second day, they were attacked by a high-level beast wolf, that caused his 2 best friends to die, so he rejected his conjecture that he had killed many beasts on the first day he hunted because of the stat luck he had. So what is the function of this luck stat? Randy asked Michael and Witty whether they have other stats than strength, vitality, stamina, agility, and spirit. They said no, they only have the stats that he mentioned. Randy also asked his parents and the answer is the same with his 2 best friends. This made Randy confused but he did not take any further thought at the time, but now after he saw luck stat again, Randy contemplating again about the function of the luck stat, then he looks to the forum system, there may be others who have a stat like him. Forum system is one of the functions of battle system, there are 5 forums in forum system, East City Forum, North City Forum, West City Forum, South City Forum and World Forum. As the name East City Forum can only be accessed by people who are in East City and North City Forum can only be accessed by people who are in the North City, it is the same for other forums, whereas the World Forum is locked cannot be accessed. Randy enters East City Forum to find the topic about luck stat, but he does not find anything on the forum, it's frustrating him. Having a high stat but he does not know its function, of course, this makes Randy frustrated. What the heck is this function of stat luck? Randy screamed because he could not find any clues on the forum. Suddenly Eye Helper Shanna, who was always silent on the Randy's shoulder, said without expression. Master Luck is one of the hidden stats. Randy surprised, then he realized he has Eye Helper who can help him. Hidden stats? Randy asked. Yes, hidden stats, Shanna replied. What is hidden stats? Randy asked again. Stats that only certain people have, such as luck stats that Master has, Shanna replied. This is where the question and answer session begins between Randy and Shanna. Besides luck, is there any other hidden stats? Yes, what are other hidden stats? I cannot tell Master. Why? Due to the restriction of the level, Master should raise my level to level 2, so I can tell Master about other hidden stats. Fine, then Randy raises Shanna level by using 2 skill points. Now you can tell me other hidden stats. Okay, there's luck, evil, justice, dignity, composure, charm, and insight. Only 7? Yes, so what is luck function? Of course to make Master lucky, but I do not feel lucky at all. Both my friends died while hunting. That's because the Master did not activate it. Activate it? Yes, hidden stats are different from normal stats, especially luck, evil, and justice. So Master need to activate it first in order to give luck to Master. How do I activate it? Master just needs to say activate hidden stats, then luck will be active, and say deactivate hidden stats to turn off luck. Master can also just activate it in mind, do not need to say it. So the time when I was attacked by a wolf, if I activate luck, my two friends will not die? It's possible. Why does battle system not tell how to activate hidden stats? If the system tells me how to activate it, my best friend will not die. Here Randy's voice suddenly becomes loud. The one who answered is not Shanna, but battle system. Battle system, my job is not to help or guide you, your friends and people who died since the start of Battle of Ascension because of your ignorance, human. Of the 21 skills you can learn, you humans ignore I Helper, a skill that can help and guide you during the Battle of Ascension. Hearing the answer from battle system, Randy become dumbfounded. Yes, battle system correct. If I learn the skill I Helper from the beginning, then my best friend will not die. My best friend died because of my ignorance. If I learn the skill I Helper from the beginning, then Michael and Witty will survive. Remembering his two best friends, Randy's mood became depressed and he starts to blame himself again. Then his mother called him out for lunch. Randy, come out, lunch is ready. Almira shouted from outside his room. Randy adjusted his mood before he finally left the room. The food was served by his mother at the table: kung pao chicken and rabbit soup, all meat dishes. Rabbit meat is the result of his hunting, maybe chicken meat is the result of his father hunting, Randy thought. Then Randy sat down and immediately ate the food his mother had prepared. After eating, Randy went straight back to his room again. Seeing this, Almira became worried. Maybe her husband was right that Randy is still blaming himself. In his room, Randy practiced using his sword. Randy performs basic sword move: stab, hack, parry, cleave, intercept, sweep, and flick. This basic sword move he got when he learned skill basic sword mastery. Suddenly after he learned this skill, knowledge of basic sword move appeared in his mind. After repeating the basic sword move for 3 hours, Randy finally stopped because he was exhausted. Randy full of sweat. Then he cleaned himself and lie down on his bed, then checked his stats. Window stats. Name: Randy Christian. Title: None. Level 2, 105 out of 200 exp. City: East City Guild. Non-territory. Non-stats. Stats point: 0, Strength 12, Vitality 12, Stamina 12, Agility 32, Spirit 12, Luck 1000. Skills: Skill point 18. Level 1, 0 out of 2. Basic sword mastery: increase proficiency in using a sword. Level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 2. Basic detection: detects the level of the beast and monster and stats. Level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 2. Burst strength: increase 50% strength for 1 minute. Level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 2. Burst agility: increase 50% agility for 1 minute. Level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects: after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 4. I Helper: helps and guides during Battle of Ascension. Level can be raised using skill points. Skill points reduced to 18 because Randy uses to raise Shanna level. He contemplating which skill should he level up to prepare for hunting tomorrow, because tomorrow he plans to hunt alone. When he contemplating about 15 minutes, Randy's eyes became heavy, then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 5, Silver Sword. The next morning at 8:00 a.m. Randy wake up, eat breakfast. Today you'll go hunting, so have breakfast before you leave, Almira shouted as he knocked on Randy's bedroom door. Then Randy opens his eyes, got up and wash up. As he sits on his bed he's like forgot something. Then he walks out his room thinking about what he has forgotten until he sits at the table. He does not remember what he forgot. Forget it, later I might remember again, Randy said in his heart. This morning's breakfast is the same as yesterday, chicken porridge and milk. He immediately eats it. When Randy wants to take another bowl of porridge, Aizen asked. Oh yes, Randy, you teleported to which city? Randy picked up the second bowl porridge and sat down again. I do not know because I did not pay attention clearly, Randy continued with a sigh. We were too excited and nervous. We went straight out of city to hunting without any thought and didn't know where we got teleported. Why, Dad? Randy asked. It's okay, maybe we're teleported in a nearby, so when my level is high enough I will move to your city, Aizen replied. Then Randy paused for a moment and recalled the surrounding scene, him where he teleported. I am teleported near the monument. The monument is like a candle with a height of about 100 meters and at the top, There is a chunk of gold. Randy explains the scene of where he teleported. Aizen contemplating for a moment. He thought he has seen this monument but he does not remember it. His father did not seem to know where he was teleported to. It's okay, Dad, I will find out the city's name when I get there later. Even though in battle system there is a map, but the folder only shows the region we've been to, so Randy does not know him in which city. What about you, Dad? Where you teleported to? I teleported to Ankara, the capital city of Turkey. First time teleported. Someone will be teleported to a random place. People in East City will be teleported to one of the capital cities of the country on the Asia continent. For example, like Aizen, he is teleported to the capital city of Turkey, Ankara City. So Turkey is only Ankara that still exists, and other cities in Turkey transform into forests, deserts, and others become nests for animals or monsters. They chatted while eating till 8:30 a.m. They finished breakfast. Randy stood up from his seat to prepare to go hunting. As he wanted to walk toward his room, suddenly his father called him, "Randy." Then Randy glances at his father, waving his arms to him indicating to come closer. Though Randy is confused, he keeps walking toward his father. Then suddenly a sword appeared in his father's hand and he gave the sword to Randy. "This is for you. Yesterday I bought a good sword, cheap enough from a friend." Randy was surprised and confused at first when his father takes out a sword because his father's weapon is a hammer. His weapon is a hammer. Why did he pull out a sword? But when Aizen gives the sword to him, Randy finally knows that his father wants to give this sword to him and he accepted the sword. The length of the sword is about 1 meter and has a brown sheath. Then Randy pulls the sword. Silver sword, grade, uncommon, increasing attack 5% strength, +1. The color sword is silver, with a width of 3 to 4 centimeters and the shaped sword like sword used by Aragorn in The Lord of the Ring. But Randy knows this sword is not cheap. From the details of the sword on the screen of Randy's eyes, this sword is 10 times much better than the one given by the system. Randy knew his father was worried about him, but he did not show it like his mother. "Thank you, Dad." Aizen just nods his head and enters his room. Randy also enters his room. After 15 minutes Randy came out and saw his father was also ready to go too. "Mom, I'm leaving," Randy said to his mother. "Alright, be careful, do not be careless while hunting," Almira said with a smile. Though her mother smiles, Randy knew that her mother is very worried about him because of it apparent from her mother's eyes. Then Randy hugs his mother and he leaves. When Randy gets outside, he looks at Michael's house a moment before he goes to the teleportation site. Not long after Randy leaves, Aizen also came out and headed in the same direction as Randy. When I arrived at the teleportation site, there were 2 lines queuing, and in front of these 2 lines there were 4 people wearing full golden armor from head to toe. No one knew the identity of the person wearing this gold armor. Their face was also covered by a helmet, only eyes that can be seen. Their eyes are very sharp. Just by looking at their eyes, Randy know the people who wear this golden armor is very strong. Level 50? Level 100? Maybe level 200, Randy's estimate as he queues up. When it came to Randy's turn, he gave his Ascension card which he held since queuing to the man wearing the golden armor. Yes, the duty of the person wearing the golden armor is the guard at the teleportation site. They check the people who will use teleportation. If someone does not have an Ascension card, then he is not allowed to use teleportation. After checking Randy's Ascension card, he returned it again and nodded his head to indicate that Randy could use teleportation. Randy headed to portal teleportation. When he arrived at the portal teleportation, the scene darkened briefly before the scene changed. "Finally, I got here again, but the surrounding scene here is different from 7 days ago. Many people open stalls selling precious weapons, armor and animal parts such as wolf feathers, wolf fangs, wolf claws, bear skins and more." Then Randy approached one of the stalls. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man with brown hair and he was always smiling. "Hello, young man, do you want to buy something or selling?" the middle-aged man asked in a soft tone. "No, I want to ask you the name of this city?" Randy replied. "Ah, so this is the first time you hunt. The name of this city is Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia," the middle-aged man replied Randy. "By the way, I am a native of Indonesia. My name is Carrick. No wonder I feel like I've seen this monument. This is Jakarta and Randy has several times gone here. Before the Battle of Ascension, Randy lived in Singapore and had been to Jakarta several times." "Thanks, Mr. Carrick. My name is Randy." Randy thanked this middle-aged man and introduced himself. Mr. Carrick is quite friendly and kind. He answers Randy's questions patiently and always smiling. "No problem," Carrick replied generously. "Okay, I'll go hunting first then." Randy said goodbye to Carrick. "Be careful not just with beasts but in humans too. If there is anything you want to ask you can ask me," Carrick said. Randy understands the meant of Carrick being careful not only to beasts but to humans as well, because out there sometimes humans are more dangerous than beasts. When Randy arrived at the gate he started wearing armor and weapons in the system storage. System storage is one of the functions of battle system. With system storage we can store items, weapons, armor and many more in different dimensions. Of course, the system storage has a limit of 50 items. Then Randy wore his armor, leather armor, grade, inferior increased defense 0.5%, leather cap, grade, inferior increased defense 0.5%, leather glove, grade, inferior increase attack speed 0.5%, leather boot, grade, inferior increase the movement speed of 0.5%, iron sword, grade, inferior increases attack 0.5%. Randy wears all the armor he has except the sword, because the sword he has compared to the sword his father gave is very rotten. Of course, he will choose to use the sword gift from his father. Silver sword, grade, uncommon increasing attack 5% strength, +1. He put a sword at his waist, then walked out of the city. Randy saw the same scene as 7 days ago, a thick green forest. Randy took a breath and headed to the forest. When I got to the forest I saw the same rabbit 7 days ago. The rabbit was about 20 meters away from me and it was not aware of me. I'm nervous, though I planning to do a sneak attack on the rabbit. I'm not sure if the rabbit will die instantly in one attack and this is my first time hunting alone. He approached the rabbit slowly. When the distance from the rabbit about 8 to 10 meters, Randy stopped and hid behind a tree. I will use basic detection first before attacking, then Randy look at the rabbit and use basic detection. The result of basic detection skill appears in Randy's eyes. Demonic rabbit, grade, common beast level, 2 stats. Seeing this Randy was stunned because this rabbit a week ago was only a level 1 beast but now level 2. Chapter 6, Killing Demonic Rabbit. After a while, Randy went hiding again. He hesitates to continue with his plans for a sneak attack because the demonic rabbit has the same level as him. Moments later he decided to look for a level 1 demonic rabbit, better safe than sorry. Despite getting more XP by killing demonic rabbit level 2 but the risk is also greater, so Randy decided to look for a level 1 demonic rabbit. Randy walked away slowly from the level 2 demonic rabbit. 15 minutes later Randy managed to find another demonic rabbit 100 meters away. As the previous, he walked around behind the demonic rabbit and approached it slowly. When at a distance of 10 meters Randy used basic detection. Demonic rabbit, grade, common beast level, 2 stats. Same with the previous demonic rabbit, level 2. Randy did not give up, he searched again. After 2 hours Randy searched, the result was, all the same, all demonic rabbit level up to level 2. Then he looked for a safe place to rest because he was tired after a walk around looking for demonic rabbit level 1 for 2 hours. It seems that all demonic rabbit has become level 2 after a week. I will rest half an hour before I continued hunting. Half an hour later Randy was looking for the demonic rabbit again. Just as Randy had been walking for a few minutes he felt like someone was staring at him from behind. Randy stopped and looked back. Randy was shocked because behind him was demonic rabbit staring at him. Oh, shit! Randy exclaimed and he immediately pulled on his sword. Demonic rabbit immediately rushed toward Randy and jumped while attacking with its claws. Randy parried the attacks from demonic rabbit by using his sword. When the demonic rabbit attack was parried by his sword, the demonic rabbit used its left claw to attack into Randy's hands. See this, Randy immediately pulled his hand and rolled to the left. Although his reaction was quite fast his hands were still scratched by the demonic rabbit, his hands were bleeding. Randy immediately stood up again regardless of his injured hand. Randy tensed, this is the first time he fought against demonic rabbit. Luckily his reaction was fast enough otherwise he might have been a food for demonic rabbit. Demonic rabbit immediately attacked Randy again without giving him a chance to strike back. Randy continued to fend off attacks from demonic rabbit. From several attacks from demonic rabbit, it successfully injuring Randy's shoulders. There were 3 wound marks on his shoulders that indicated he was injured by an attack from the demonic rabbit's claws. After 20 minutes of fighting with demonic rabbit, Randy felt his stamina was depleted. In fact, he did not fight during this 20 minutes. He just did the defense and fend off attack after attack from demonic rabbit without being able to strike back. Randy was exhausted after 20 minutes of fighting and leaning against the tree. The demonic rabbit also seemed to be exhausted after constantly attacking Randy. I cannot go on like this. If it continues like this, just a matter of time before I die in the hands of demonic rabbit, Randy said in his heart. See Randy leaning against a tree. The demonic rabbit thinks that his enemy was exhausted and would not be able to fend off its attack again. Demonic decided directly to attack Randy with all the strength it left. Seeing the demonic rabbit running towards him to attack again, Randy felt desperate. Am I going to die now? Demonic rabbit getting closer to Randy. Suddenly Randy's eyes shine. Yes, I still have it. Activate hidden stats, Randy shouted. After shouting, suddenly Randy's body became weak and fell to the left and the demonic rabbit attack missed. Its attack hit the tree where Randy leaned and the claws of the demonic rabbit pierced the tree. Seeing this Randy shuddered. If this attack managed to hit me then. Thinking of this, Randy's body was sweating. Randy took a breath and stood up again to prepare to defend the attack from Demonic Rabbit. As Randy prepares himself to receive an attack from Demonic Rabbit, he sees something strange. The Demonic Rabbit hangs on the tree with its 2 claws inside the tree, which then the Demonic Rabbit tried to pull out its claws from the tree, but to no avail. His claws are stuck on the tree. Actually, Demonic Rabbit is not incapable of pulling his claws from a tree, but because it is so exhausted, its last attack used the remaining strength to kill its enemy, but the attack does not succeed in hitting the enemy. Instead, its claws are stuck in the trees. Seeing this, Randy rejoiced. Then he approached the Demonic Rabbit with caution because Randy was afraid this was a trap from Demonic Rabbit. When it is 5 meters from Demonic Rabbit, Randy stopped to see the reaction of Demonic Rabbit, whether this trap or claws from Demonic Rabbit really stuck in the tree. Demonic Rabbit did not react, and Randy continued to approach Demonic Rabbit. As 1 meter from Demonic Rabbit, Randy using a sword to poke the Demonic Rabbit. After being poked by Randy, the Demonic Rabbit immediately tried to pull its claws, which was stuck in the tree but still could not pull out its claws out of the tree. Randy was initially shocked to see the Demonic Rabbit movement after he poked and retreated 3 to 4 meters from Demonic Rabbit, but after saw the Demonic Rabbit unsuccessfully pulling its claws out of the tree, Randy was relieved. Randy took a breath and then approached the Demonic Rabbit again to kill it. After getting behind the Demonic Rabbit, Randy uses his sword to pierce the head of the Demonic Rabbit. After killing the Demonic Rabbit, Randy sat down to take a rest. He was exhausted after his fight with Demonic Rabbit. Just to kill a Demonic Rabbit, I ran out my stamina. Then how to kill a beast that killed Michael and Witty. Then he remembers that he has Shanna, skill, I help her. Shanna, is there any way to kill Demonic Rabbit easily? Randy asked. There is, answered Shanna, who suddenly appeared on Randy's shoulder. How? Upgrade the basic sword mastery skill level by increasing the basic sword mastery level. Master will be able to use the sword skillfully. From the battle just now, Master just fended off the attack from the Demonic Rabbit and did not strike back. Whereas after the Master parried the attack from Demonic Rabbit, Master can directly attack the Demonic Rabbit by using basic sword move stab, but the Master does not do it and just retreated to get ready to fend off the Demonic Rabbit attack again. After hearing the solution from Shanna, Randy remembered something. Yes, he forgot to raise the skill level because he fell asleep last night. No wonder this morning when I wake up I felt like forgot something. Randy immediately used all the skill points he had to raise the skill level. Basic sword mastery. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, none. Level 2, 115 out of 200 exp. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats. Stats point, 0, strength, 12, vitality, 12, stamina, 12, agility, 32, spirit, 12, luck, 980 skills, skill point, 6. Level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery. Increase proficiency in using a sword. Level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection. Detects the level of the beast and monster and stats. Level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength. Increase 50% strength for 1 minute. Level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects. After the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst agility. Increase 50% agility for 1 minute. Level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects. After the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension. Level can be raised using skill points. Requires 4 skill points to raise, basic sword mastery, to level 2, and 6 skill points to raise to level 3. So Randy can only raise, basic sword mastery, to level 3 because now he only has 16 skill points remaining and use 10 skill points to raise, basic sword mastery, to level 3 and left with 6 skill points. Why it seems there's no change after I level up, basic sword mastery, to level 3. Randy asked Shanna. Master, you can only feel the difference when fighting. Shanna replied. It's natural. Randy asked this to Shanna, because when Randy learned the basic sword mastery skills, he gained some knowledge of basic sword moves. Randy thinks after raising the basic sword mastery level, he will gain knowledge about bringing together the basic sword move into a combo. Then, I will try it later. I want to rest first. Then Randy stood up and pulled the demonic rabbit which stuck in the tree, then returned to where he had rested before because there was a lake. Randy planned to eat the demonic rabbit that had exhausted him. Randy separates the claws, fangs, and fur from demonic rabbit because it can be sold to make weapons and clothes. Randy roasted the demonic rabbit meat and adds the spices that he always brings to the storage system. Randy enjoys his meal after all the pain of killing demonic rabbit alone for the first time. After eating, Randy lying under a tree not far from the lake to rest, restoring his exhausted stamina. Chapter 7, Level Ranking. Lying for 20 minutes, Randy felt he was not tired anymore, then he sat leaning back against the tree. There's a new update on battle system after 7 days of Battle of Ascension started, level ranking. Randy never saw this after the update, and now he wants to see the highest level after 9 days since the start of Battle of Ascension. East City level ranking, 1. Long Danyu, level, 19, 2. Ryōto Kagawa, level, 19, 3. Tangren, level, 18, 4. Yishiang, level, 18, 5. Hidekiko, level, 18, 6. Ahmed Sala, level, 18, 7. Zenyi, level, 17, 8. Seliker Yavaz, level, 17, 9. Mitsugiaki, level, 17, 10. Wang Suyian, level, 17, 11. Kaite Young, level, 17, 12. Carlin Amilu, level, 17, 13. Alexander Baronian, level, 17, 14. Akil Altamer, level, 16, 15. Zhang Hao, level, 16, 16. Ranjan Gurnani, level, 16, 17. Subas Banstola, level, 16, 18. Saito Hideyoshi, level, 16, 19. Zhongr, level, 16, 20. Long Xinia, level, 16. After looking at level ranking, Randy was shocked. The highest level is level 19, compared with his level. Name, Randy. Christian title, none. Level, 2, 115 out of 200 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-stats, stats point, 0, strength, 12, vitality, 12, stamina, 12, agility, 32, spirit, 12, luck, 980 skills, skill point, 6 level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Level 2 and requires 85 exp to get to level 3, how pitiful. When Randy sees his Windows stats, something is changed in his stats. Yes, luck was reduced by 20. Shanna, why is my luck reduced by 20? Randy asked Shanna. Because the master used it against the demonic rabbit earlier. Luck will decrease if I activate it? Of course, if luck is not reduced or unlimited, master will destroy the balance in the Battle of Ascension. So how to get luck? Randy asked. Luck will regenerate every 2 weeks. Shanna replied. 1 luck per 2 weeks, or master can regenerate luck in a special way. How? I cannot tell master. Master must find out for himself. Randy relieved. At least luck will regenerate 1 every 2 weeks. After Randy knows the function and how luck works, if he runs out of luck he does not know what to do when he cannot defeat beast or monster, like when he fights against demonic rabbit just now. Fortunately he has luck, otherwise demonic rabbit the one who will eat him, not he who eats the demonic rabbit. It's time to hunt again. Randy stood up and walked in the same direction to where he had fought with demonic rabbit before. He walks carefully now because he does not want the incident where the demonic rabbit suddenly appears behind without him realizing it. 15 minutes later Randy found demonic rabbit. Finally, he could try basic sword mastery, which he had raised to level 3, but when he was 10 meters away from the demonic rabbit he found that the demonic rabbit was asleep. Wow, lucky, Randy said in his heart. Then he approached the demonic rabbit carefully so as not to make a sound that would wake up the demonic rabbit. When he got to the spot where demonic rabbit fell asleep, Randy used a basic sword move, cleave to the demonic rabbit's neck. As a result of Randy's attack, demonic rabbit woke up and yelled in a strange voice in pain. Randy not giving the demonic rabbit a chance to counterattack and use his sword to stab at the demonic rabbit's head. After stabbed his sword into the demonic rabbit head, Randy retreated 3 meters from demonic rabbit. The demonic rabbit twitching on the ground for 30 seconds before it dies. This is the first time he has found a sleeping beast when he hunts. When he hunts with Michael and Witty he has never encountered demonic rabbit that falls asleep in the wild. I think today is my lucky day, Randy dancing with joy. Luck. Then Randy's movement froze for a moment because he remembered something, and he immediately checked Windows stats. Name, Randy. Christian title, none. Level, 2, 125 out of 200 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-stats, stats point, 0, strength, 12, vitality, 12, stamina, 12, agility, 32, spirit, 12, luck, 975 skills, skill point, 6 level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Randy's guess was right, luck stat was reduced by 5 when he checked window stats. Shanna, why is my luck reduced when I do not activate it? Randy immediately asked Shanna. Master, you forgot to deactivate it after killing the previous demonic rabbit as usual, Shanna replied Randy with a face without expression. Randy immediately tapped his forehead. Yeah, I forgot that he had to deactivate it after activating it. I thought it would deactivate by itself. Deactivate hidden stats. I plan to save luck for dangerous moments. Do not expect I use luck to kill demonic rabbit. What a waste. Master, in fact, you can use luck to strengthen yourself, Shanna said to Randy, who is regretting using luck to kill demonic rabbit. Randy was surprised. He was surprised not because of what Shanna said, but because Shanna took an initiative to speak to him. Usually, Shanna would not talk unless Randy asked, which is why Randy was surprised that Shanna took the initiative to speak to him. Randy felt there is something wrong. How do I use luck to make me strong? He asked Shanna. Master, you must raise my level to level 10 first before I can tell Master how to use luck to make Master strong, Shanna replied in a flat tone. Randy's intuition is right. Shanna asks to raise her level. How strong can I be by using luck? Randy asks Shanna, to make sure luck is not used in vain, because luck is the most valuable stat among other hidden stats that can save a life. It depends on how many lucks are used. The more lucks are used, the more power Master gets, Shanna replied. Fine, but I have to raise 10 levels first in order to raise your level to level 10 inches, because the skill points he has now only 6 left and needs 6 skill points to raise the Shanna level to level 3, and based on Randy's calculation in raising the skill level, requires 8 skill points to raise Shanna level to level 4 and 10 skill points to raise to level 5 and so on. Randy calculated the skill points he needed. He needed 104 skill points to raise Shanna level to level 10. Sigh, still long way to go. Then Randy picked up the demonic rabbit carcass and stored it in system storage and searched for another demonic rabbit. Not long after Randy searched, he found demonic rabbit, but not only he who found the demonic rabbit, but the demonic rabbit found Randy as well. One human and one beast staring at each other. Randy immediately pulls his sword out and prepares to fight against demonic rabbit. See, the prey took out his weapon. The demonic rabbit attacked immediately. When the demonic rabbit's claw reaches Randy, he uses a basic sword move, intercept. Swords and claws collided. Demonic rabbit was pushed back 2 meters and Randy pushed back 1 step. Actually, when demonic rabbit was pushed back 2 meters, Randy saw an opportunity to attack the demonic rabbit using basic sword move stab, but he hesitated for fear that his attack failed and demonic rabbit would counterattack, so he decided not to attack the demonic rabbit. Demonic rabbit attacked Randy again, and Randy just did the defense by fending off attack after attack from demonic rabbit. He always sees a chance to strike back after fending off an attack from demonic rabbit, but due to his hesitation, he decides not to attack. I cannot go on like this, otherwise, I will run out of stamina like before. I have to strike back, Randy decided in his heart. Demonic rabbit attacked Randy again. He used basic sword move, parry, to fend off the attack from demonic rabbit. After successfully deflecting the demonic rabbit attack, Randy stepped back 2 steps and then used basic sword move stab toward demonic rabbit's chest. Demonic rabbit was wounded in the chest. Though the wound was not too deep, Randy was delighted that his attack had succeeded. Wounded by his prey, demonic rabbit became angry and immediately attacked Randy again. Randy does not panic from the rapid attack of the demonic rabbit. He uses basic sword move sweep, his sword colliding with the demonic rabbit claw. Randy pushed back 5 steps and demonic rabbit flew back 4 meters. Seeing this, Randy immediately rushed towards the demonic rabbit and used basic sword move cleave toward the demonic rabbit head and accompanied by basic sword move flick. The demonic rabbit hovers against a tree and falls to the ground, twitching before it dies. Randy was surprised. He did not expect to kill rabbit demonic easily. Maybe it's because the basic sword mastery skill he raised to level 3 that he can kill demonic rabbit easily. Randy picked up the demonic rabbit's carcass and stored it in system storage before looking for another demonic rabbit. Soon he found demonic rabbit. Same as before, the demonic rabbit immediately attacked Randy, but he did not panic again as before. He used basic sword move Intercept. After successfully deflecting the attack from demonic rabbit, he directly uses the basic sword move Stab accompanied by basic sword move Sweep and Hacks to kill demonic rabbit. Wow, it's easy to kill demonic rabbit. Randy is excited after he successfully killed the demonic rabbit with ease. Then Randy looked for another demonic rabbit. Randy manages to kill demonic rabbit easily. After he killed 6 demonic rabbits, he levels up to level 3. The sky was getting dark. Randy finished his hunt and planned to go home. Chapter 8, Allocating Stats Points. On the way home, Randy asked Shanna, how do you think I should distribute the stats points I have? Depending on the master, if the master is just hunting alone, it's better to allocate 5 into strength and 5 into agility. Why? Is not it better if I allocate all stats point to the strength, then the beasts will be more easily killed by increasing my attack? Yes, master is right. If allocating all the stats points master have to strength, then the beasts will be easier to kill. But what if there is a beast that master can't kill that suddenly appear, like a wolf that killed both master's best friends? And now the master only hunting alone. If master makes a party, then the master can divide the task, as there will be a duty to defend the attack from beast and some are in charge of killing the beast. Who do defense allocate stats points to vitality, and who in charge to kills the beasts allocate stats points to the strength. But the master only hunting alone, so better allocate half the stats points that master get to agility. If the master meets a beast that master can't defeat, then the master can run away. Moreover, allocate stats points to agility is not a bad thing either, because if master is fast enough, master can avoid beast attacks without needing to deflect it. Shanna explained Randy in detail. Shanna's explanation makes sense. I'm hunting alone, so I can not just rely on attack power but also require to have a fast speed, so if something dangerous happened I can escape. Then I will allocate stats points according to what Shanna suggested. Randy immediately allocated the stats points he just got when he levels up. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, None. Level, 3, 5 out of 400 exp. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats, stats point, 0, strength, 18, vitality, 13, stamina, 13, agility, 38, spirit, 13, luck, 975 skills, skill point, 16. Level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Randy allocates his 5-point stats to strength and 5 to agility. I need 400 exp to level up to level 4, that means I have to kill 40 demonic rabbit to level up. Randy arrived at Jakarta just before sunset, then he went straight to Monument to teleport back to East City. When he arrived around the monument, there were many people who opened more stalls than this morning. Now is the time people are coming back from hunting, because at night comes, hunting will become increasingly dangerous with limited views and many higher level beasts also hunting at night, so people are more likely to hunt from the morning until before nightfall. So many people are selling animal parts like animal furs, animal paws, animal fangs, and even animal flesh can be sold, because certain meats can be made into delicacies if one has high level, basic cooking, skill. Randy's mother Almira studied the skills of basic cooking, and intends to open a restaurant in East City, so Randy does not intend to sell demonic rabbit meat because demonic rabbit meat can be given to his mother to cook. Since Almira is not hunting, so she gets 6 from every meal she cooked, and Almira has leveled to level 1. Because Randy did not sell or buy anything, so he went straight to the teleportation portal. As usual, Randy's eyes became dark for a moment, and when he could see again he was in East City. He returned to East City. The man wearing golden armor is in front of the teleportation site. When returning to East City, one must be checked back by the man who wore golden armor. Randy did not understand why when he comes back he must be checked again. After he finishes the check, Randy immediately goes to house number 2112. All the houses in residential have the same shape, material, and color, so Randy has to remember his home number. Upon arriving at the house, Randy remembered something and turned to Michael's house as he picked up 2 rabbit carcasses from system storage and knocked on Michael's door. Tock tock tock. Soon the door was open. The one who opened the door was Michael's mother, Helen. Oh Randy, Helen surprised. Why did he come again? But when she sees 2 rabbits in Randy's hands, Helen know why Randy came to her house. Hello Auntie Helen, I managed to kill 8 rabbits during hunting today, so I came to give these 2 rabbits for Auntie and Mika. Randy told Helen his purpose and immediately gave the 2 rabbits to Helen. Helen accepts it because she knows Randy still felt guilty over Michael's death. Maybe even now he wanted to replace Michael to bear responsibility for her family, so Helen can only accept the rabbit given by Randy until he really does not feel guilty anymore. Seeing the 2 carcasses demonic rabbit received by Mother Michael, he was quite happy and he immediately excused himself to go home. This is the second time Randy visits Michael's house and he did not see Michael's younger sister, Mika. When he got home, his father had returned home early than him and was sitting at the table drinking coffee and his mother in the kitchen cooking for dinner. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Randy shouted. Aizen looked at Randy and nodded his head. Different from Almira, she ran from the kitchen when she heard her son's voice. Almira all day was very worried. She was afraid something happened to Randy, so when she heard Randy's voice she immediately ran from the kitchen to welcome his son while checking his son's body whether there's injured or not. Seeing that her mother was so worried, Randy hugged her mother. It's okay Mom, I'm fine, Randy whispered to Almira as he hugged her. Almira nodded her head and as they parted from the hug, Almira saw 3 scratches on Randy's right hand and shoulder. Hey, what happened to your hands and shoulder? There's a wound in your hand and your shoulder. Still, you said you're okay? Almira said in an angry tone, but could be seen from her eyes that Almira was very worried when she saw the wound in Randy's right hand and shoulder. It's okay Mom, it's just a small wound, Randy assured his mother. No, you quickly wash up yourself, after that I will bandage your wound. Almira said in a serious tone and with a look that said you must obey my word. Randy can only obey what his mother said and go to his room to bathe. Seeing this, Aizen could only shake his head. Almira saw Aizen shake his head and immediately glared at him. Aizen froze as he was glared by his wife. His wife's gaze as if to say, you will sleep outside tonight. Dear, your cooking do not be left too long, the food will be burned, Aizen reminded Almira with a gentle tone. Then Almira remembered that she was cooking, then she ran back to the kitchen. Seeing Almira ran back to the kitchen, Aizen was relieved. 20 minutes later Randy came out of his room after bathing. His mother had served the dinner at the table. When Randy wanted to sit and eat, he was pulled by his mother to bandage the wound in his hand. After the wound is finished wrapped, Randy directly eat with his family. After finished eating, Aizen asked Randy, what about your hunt today? Almira also looked at Randy. Very smooth, although initially, I had trouble killing the demonic rabbit and getting injured in the hand and shoulder. After I raised the basic sword mastery skill level to level 3, I was able to kill the demonic rabbit easily, Randy replied confidently. Of course, Randy did not tell his parents that he nearly died when fighting demonic rabbit because he did not want his parents to worry, especially his mother. Aizen relieved, at least his son can hunt smoothly, but unlike Aizen, Almira is still worried about Randy. Seeing the worried in Almira gaze, Randy said to his mother, no need to worry Mom, I'll just hunt demonic rabbit this week and demonic Randy is pretty easy to kill. Randy tried to convince her mother not to worry about him. Almira knew she cannot convince Randy not to hunt, so she can only nod her head. At least her son will only hunt low-level beasts. Seeing his mother nodded her head, Randy stood up and said, okay, I'll sleep first, T's so tired today. Good night Dad, Mom. Randy walked to his room and immediately lay in bed to sleep. Randy asleep shortly after he lay in bed. Today he was exhausted because he was hunting alone and almost dying in a fight against demonic rabbit, so he fell asleep quickly after lying in bed. Chapter 9, Slaughtering Demonic Rabbit. The next morning at 5 a.m. Randy opened his eyes and woke up. Last night he slept early because he wanted to practice this morning. He was out of the house, the sun still not appeared, and he decided to run around the residential area before starting the sword practice. The wind a bit cold but refreshing and the streets are quiet because many people who have not woken up at this hour. There are some who do the same with him, practice in the morning. Residential area is very large, because this is where people from the Asia continent live. About 4.4 billion people live in the residential area, so it takes a long time if you want to surround the residential area, and Randy does not intend to circle all the residential area. He only ran about 40 minutes before he returned to his home. When he got in front of his house he did not go straight in. Randy took his sword from storage system and practicing his sword, he performed basic sword moves: stab, hack, parry, cleave, intercept, sweep and flick. Why did he do this practice? Because he thought by practicing basic sword moves it will make his movements not stiff and he can make a decisive move when fighting against beasts. Randy practicing basic sword move for 2 hours. At this time on the street many people who have been up and on the street began to boisterous. Randy finishes his practice and put his sword back into the system storage and goes inside the house. Inside house his father already woke up, enjoying his coffee and his mother cooking at the kitchen for breakfast. Seeing Randy entered the house, Aizen was a little surprised. "You're awake. I think you're still sleeping. I wake up early to practice," Randy answered his father as he walked to his room to wash up. Randy's body is full of sweat after practicing basic sword moves. Aizen nods his head. "That's better than locking up himself in the room," Aizen said in his heart. 10 minutes later Randy came out of his room with a fresh face. After doing the morning practice and take a bath, Randy felt his body become fresher. Then Randy sat in the opposite his father at the table. "Dad, how about a restaurant? How much to rent a shop?" Randy asked his father because their family had already made plans for the future. His mother would open the restaurant and his father would open the blacksmith. That's why Aizen chose the basic hammer mastery skill, because he planned to become a blacksmith. "You do not have to think about it. I'll take care of it." Aizen waved his hand at Randy. "It's okay, Dad. I'll just help as much as I can. You will take care of the rest," Randy replied to Aizen. Listening to his son's answer, Aizen was quite satisfied. He felt his son had grown up and started thinking about the family affair, which is usually always be spoiled by him and Almira. He smiled and nodded his head. "Later we ask your mother the price to rent a shop, because the one who asks the price to rent shop is your mother. What do you want to ask?" Suddenly Almira's voice was heard from behind Aizen. Aizen was shocked to hear Almira's sudden voice and looked at Almira, shaking his head. "We want to ask you about the price to rent shop." "Have you asked?" Aizen asked Almira. "I have asked, but the price to rent a shop in a strategic place is very expensive, as next to the Adventure Guild, it takes 1,000 gold a month and the cheapest 20 gold per month, but the place is far from the crowd and very small," Almira explained to Aizen. "How is the entertainment area, Mom?" Randy suddenly asked. No, in the entertainment area. I would not agree if I had to open a restaurant there. Better not open a restaurant than open there." Almira's voice immediately became loud when answering Randy's question. Aizen knew why Almira did not want to open a restaurant in the entertainment area, because she did not want Randy to hang out there. She is afraid that his son would get hooked on drinks at the bar or often goes to brothels. Aizen shook his head again, while Randy was puzzled as to why his mother did not want to open a restaurant in the entertainment area. There are 4 sections in Outer East City. In the east and west is the residential area where people live. In the north is the guild area where the Adventure Guild is located. There are also shops that have opened since they came to East City, such as weapon and armor shop, restaurants, blacksmith, potion shop and even auction house. And in the south is the entertainment area. There are bars, brothels and more, and there's inner city too, but nobody knows what inner city look like because nobody ever goes in. There is a very high wall separating between inner city and outer city. Randy thought the entertainment area was a pretty good place to open a restaurant, but he did not know why her mother refused. "What about the entrance in the guild area?" "It's a good place to open a restaurant in the guild area entrance." Aizen expressed his idea. "Although it's not as expensive as a place next to the Adventure Guild, it's still pretty expensive there. I've been asking. It's about 300 to 500 gold to rent a shop at the guild area entrance." Almira shook her head. She was disappointed because the rent price for a good place to open restaurant is quite expensive, and if she opened the restaurant at a cheap price place she was afraid nobody would stop by her restaurant. "I think it's good to open a restaurant at the entrance of the guild area. Don't worry about the rent fee, Mom. Give it to me and Dad to take care of it," Randy replied confidently at the sight of his mother's disappointment as he winked at his father. "But Mom, don't forget to invite Michael's family to work with you to open a restaurant." Almira does not know where Randy's confidence comes from, but Almira still nodded her head. "Do not worry, I will not only invite Michael's family but Twitty Mom too." Aizen also nodded his head. "Yeah, do not worry about the shop rent fee, leave it to me and Randy." After they finish discussing the shop to open the restaurant they eat their breakfast. After breakfast Randy and Aizen go and for a hunt. They plan to slaughter many beasts to make money to rent a shop to open a restaurant, one doing for his mother and the other doing this for his beloved wife, their spirit burning. Aizen and Randy walk together to the teleportation site and teleport together even though their teleportation destination is different. Randy's eyes became dark for a moment and when he opened it he was already in Monument Jakarta City. Randy rushed toward the outside city to slaughter the demonic rabbit. Before he went out of town, he wearing his equipment first like yesterday. When he already wore his equipment, he walked straight out of town to the forest where demonic rabbit wasn't shouting. "Demonic rabbit, I'm coming." When heard someone shouting, the people around have different responses. Somebody looked at Randy with a look of contempt and disdain. "Why do you feel proud when killing low-level beasts?" Some just shook their heads, most of which shook their heads were middle-aged young people. Randy does not care about the response of the people around him, he just kept going to the forest where demonic rabbit located. Randy manages to find demonic rabbit after he searched for 10 minutes, this time Randy who initiated the attack, He pulled his sword and ran up to Demonic Rabbit. Demonic Rabbit also did not sit still waiting for the attack from Randy. It also ran towards Randy to attack. Randy used basic sword move Flick, and as usual Demonic Rabbit used its claws to attack Randy, sword and claws clashing. After sword and claws clashed, Randy did not retreat a step while Demonic Rabbit flew back from Randy's attack. Randy did not waste this opportunity. He immediately approached the Demonic Rabbit and attacked using basic sword move Stab and Cleave before the Demonic Rabbit finally died. Randy is more focused on attacking the head of the Demonic Rabbit, not only because the head is a vital part of the Demonic Rabbit but to keep the fur of Demonic Rabbit from being damaged because the fur can be sold at a higher price if it is not damaged. Randy picked up the Demonic Rabbit carcass and stored it in system storage. There are 100 slots for level 1 system storage. Randy has used 4 slots for the spices that he always carries while hunting, 1 slot for Demonic Rabbit and 1 slot for the sword given by the system. Items such as fur, spices, and even Demonic Rabbit can be stacked in 1 slot with a maximum of 99 items, for equipment such as weapons and armor cannot be stacked. After putting down the Demonic Rabbit carcass in system storage, Randy continued hunting. Around 1 p.m., the sun is at its peak, but this did not stop Randy from hunting. Currently, he's battling with the 30th Demonic Rabbit since this morning. This is his 30th Demonic Rabbit. Randy ran very quickly toward the Demonic Rabbit and used a basic sword move Sweep toward the Demonic Rabbit neck along with basic sword move Stab toward the Demonic Rabbit eyes. Demonic Rabbit struggled briefly before it died. Randy picks up the Demonic Rabbit carcass and stores it in system storage. It's time to rest. Then he looked at the map to find the lake where he had rested yesterday. He walked to the lake and pulled out a Demonic Rabbit carcass to roasted it for lunch. After the meal, he searches for the nearest tree and lies down. I killed 30 Demonic Rabbits since this morning. It's very easy to kill Demonic Rabbit after raising the basic sword mastery level. Then he checked how much XP needed to level up. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, None. Level, 3, 305 out of 400 XP. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats. Stats point, 0, Strength, 18, Vitality, 13, Stamina, 13, Agility, 38, Spirit, 13, Luck, 975 Skills, Skill point, 16 Level 3, 0 out of 8, Basic Sword Mastery, Increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. 95 XP is required to level up. I will rest a half hour before continuing the hunt. I need to quickly level up to raise the Shana level to level 10 and use luck to make me strong and protect my closest people. Randy determination to protect his closest people became stronger as time went on. Chapter 10, Pharaoh the Manager Restaurant. First income. Half an hour later, Randy stood up and continued his hunt. He hunted until 5 p.m. The day was getting dark. He finished hunting and going home. Today he managed to kill 70 demonic rabbits and managed to level up to level 4. As Shanna suggests, Randy allocates his stats points 5 to strength and 5 to agility. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, None. Level, 4, 305 out of 800 XP. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats. Stats point, 0, Strength, 24, Vitality, 14, Stamina, 14, Agility, 44, Spirit, 14, Luck, 975 Skills, Skill point, 26 Level 3, 0 out of 8, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. He needed 500 XP to level up to level 5, which meant he needed to kill 50 demonic rabbits and need 80 skill points to raise the shadow level to level 10. Maybe it's better to hunt higher level beasts than demonic rabbits so I can level up fast, Randy thought. But a few moments later he shook his head and refused the idea of hunting high-level beasts. The shadow of a wolf that killed his best friend left traumatized in his heart, so Randy still had the fear of hunting deep in the forest. Better be strong first and I will kill the wolf that killed both my best friends. As he thinks his plans for the future, Randy do not realize he is already in front of the gates of Jakarta. He entered and immediately walked straight to the portal teleportation. When he got to East City he went straight home. He felt urgent and wanted to quickly level up, so he went straight home, dinner, and wanted to sleep as soon as possible so that the tomorrow came fast. But he did not forget to give the demonic rabbit's carcass to Auntie Helen. It's like his responsibility. When he got home this time his father had not come home. "Mom, I'm back this time." Almira's reaction was not like yesterday. She approached Randy slowly and examined his body. Seeing her son no injuries, Almira smiled and felt relieved. "You come back, take a bath, Mom will cook for dinner." Randy nodded his head and walked toward his room. 15 minutes later he came out of his room after he finished bathing. Not long after Randy came out of his room, his father returned from the hunt. "I'm back," shouted Aizen with high-spirited. Almira does not welcome Aizen as she welcomes Randy. "Why are you screaming? You're not a kid anymore," Almira shouted from the kitchen. Aizen froze, then shook his head. "Why do you treat your son and your husband differently?" He felt wronged. Then Aizen went straight to his room. Seeing this Randy grinned. Randy sat at the table waiting for her mother to finish cooking. 10 minutes later Aizen came out of his room and sat down in the usual spot, opposite from Randy. They both chatted about how they hunted while waiting for Almira to finish cooking. 20 minutes later Almira finished cooking and served her food at the table. Randy immediately ate his food and after finished eating, he went straight to sleep. The next morning, at 5 a.m. Randy woke up, he washed his face and went out of the house. When he outside the house, Randy was surprised. He sees his father warming up and Aizen looks at Randy with a grin. Like yesterday he ran around the residential area before he started his sword practice, but this time he was not alone. He ran with his father and also practicing sword with his father. 40 minutes to run and 2 hours to practice the sword. At 8 a.m. they both came home together with a smile and saw Almira was serving breakfast. Seeing this Almira smiling too, she felt the family atmosphere that was lost after the start of the Battle of Ascension, now back again. Aizen and Randy enter each room to wash away the sweat after the morning practice. 10 minutes later they came out of their rooms and sat down at the table, eating their breakfast. After they finished their breakfast, Randy and Aizen immediately stood up and did farewell to Almira to go hunting. Upon arriving in Jakarta, Randy went straight out of the city while wearing his equipment and started the slaughter demonic rabbit. Today Randy manages to kill 100 demonic rabbits and level up to level 5 and allocates his stats point as usual, to strength and agility. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, None. Level, 5, 505 out of 1600 XP. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats. Stats point, 0, Strength, 30, Vitality, 15, Stamina, 15, Agility, 50, Spirit, 15, Luck, 975 Skills, Skill point, 36. Level 3, 0 out of 8, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. He went straight home. As usual, Randy does not forget to give 2 carcasses of demonic rabbit to Auntie Helen. Within a week, Randy always do the same thing every day, get up at 5 a.m. and practice, go hunting at 9 a.m. and get home before nightfall, and the most surprising thing in a week is that Randy manages to kill 9,770 demonic rabbit and manage to level up to level 10. Initially Randy just hunted the demonic rabbit which is alone. As he leveled up he hunted the group demonic rabbit and even the last 2 days he attacked the nest of the demonic rabbit. Although he managed to kill a lot of demonic rabbits but did not dare to hunt higher level beasts than demonic rabbit. Today, as usual, Randy wakes up at 5 a.m., practicing sword in the morning and breakfast at 8 a.m. After breakfast, Randy went hunting, but today before hunting he will sell the demonic rabbit carcass that already filled his system storage. Randy knew from the East City Forum to sell the demonic rabbit to a restaurant that had been open since the start of the Battle of Ascension rather than selling to stall, because if it sold in the restaurant the price would be higher than sell stall opened by people on the street. This restaurant is in the guild area, right in front of Adventure Guild. Randy headed there. Within 15 minutes he got in front of the restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, there is a signboard East Restaurant written in gold. Randy entered the restaurant and was greeted by a pretty woman, with smooth white skin, long brown hair and large round eyes. "Hello, for how many people?" The woman greeted Randy with a smile. "Ah, hello, I did not come to eat but to sell beast's meat," Randy replied bashfully. Randy rarely hangs out with women, so he's a bit flustered when this pretty waitress greets him with a beautiful smile. "Ooh, so you want to sell beast's meat? Wait a minute, I will call the manager and you can discuss it with him." Looking at Randy flustered, this pretty waitress answered with a chuckle and turned back to call the restaurant manager. Not long after, the pretty waitress returned with a middle-aged man with a fat body, a thick mustache, half-bald hair on the front, and a small eye that looked shrewd. Randy knew that the fat middle-aged man who came with this pretty waitress was the restaurant manager. When arrived in front of Randy, the manager waved his hand to the waitress indicating to return to her position. The waitress bowed her head and returned to her position. "So what beast meat do you want to sell?" the restaurant manager immediately asked Randy. "Demonic rabbit," Randy immediately replied. The restaurant manager was silent for a moment as if thinking of something, then nodded his head. "How much do you have?" "Around 9,000 inches," Randy responded uncertainly because he did not count the number of demonic rabbits in system storage. The restaurant manager was surprised for a moment and paused again as if thinking about something again. Randy was amused by the attitude of the restaurant manager. "Follow me," the restaurant manager said suddenly. Randy followed the restaurant manager behind him. He was taken to the second floor and entered a room that turned out to be the manager room. "Please sit down," said the manager as he pointed toward the chair. Randy sat down and then the manager sat down opposite Randy. "Before we talk business, let me introduce myself first. My name is Pharaoh, manager of East Restaurant." Pharaoh introduced himself. Randy was surprised because in the East City Forum said that restaurant managers usually directly bought the beast's meat they sell without chit-chat or introduce himself. At first, Randy was surprised when the restaurant manager asked him to go to his room, but Randy thought it was because he was going to sell a lot of beast's meat, so the restaurant manager invited him into his room. Randy did not expect the restaurant manager to introduce himself. This is the first person who has been in East City since the beginning of Battle of Ascension introduced himself based on what Randy knew. Native who had lived in East City who first introduced himself, Pharaoh. Oh hello, my name is Randy, nice to meet you," Randy replied after awake from his shock. Pharaoh nodded his head. "Are you just going to sell demonic rabbit meats or with fangs, animal furs, and claws?" Pharaoh asked. "How much if I sell all the demonic rabbit parts?" Randy answers Pharaoh question with another question. Pharaoh paused for a moment as if thinking about the price for the entire demonic rabbit. 7 coppers, Pharaoh replied after a moment's silence. 10 coppers. Randy tries to raise the price of the demonic rabbit. "Deal," Pharaoh replied quickly. Randy is shocked when Pharaoh instantly agreed the price he offered, and Randy smiled, because if Randy sells in the street stalls the price for entire demonic rabbit is only 5 coppers, so Randy is quite happy to successfully sell demonic rabbit by 2-fold. Randy invited to the warehouse to put the demonic rabbit carcass he sold from his system storage, a total of 9,405 demonic rabbit, and Pharaoh immediately pay him 9 gold, 4 silver and 5 copper. Pharaoh accompanied Randy out of the restaurant with a smile on his face. When he gets outside the restaurant and saw Pharaoh's smiling face, Randy feels like he has been deceived, but he did not care about it. He directly goes hunting. Although what he earns is still far away to rent a shop at the entrance of the guild area, according to Randy this is a good start. When he got to Jakarta he stopped at the gate and looked his stats to see how much exp was needed to level up. Name, Randy Christian. Title, None. Level, 10, 47,605 out of 51,200 exp. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats, stats point, 0, strength, 60, vitality, 20, stamina, 20, agility, 80, spirit, 20, luck, 976 skills, skill point, 86 level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Chapter 11, Queen of Demonic Rabbit. After that Randy went into the forest to hunt demonic rabbit. If people know Randy who is level 10 hunting demonic rabbit, maybe everyone will laugh at him, but Randy does not care if he is laughed or not. His goal is to be strong to avenge both his best friends and protect his closest people. Lately demonic rabbit hard to find, therefore Randy attacked the nest of the demonic rabbit because there is no demonic rabbit roamed in the forest anymore. Although there is demonic rabbit roamed in the forest, it is very difficult to find. 2 hours after Randy entered the forest and searched the nest of demonic rabbit, and Randy could not find any demonic rabbit. Is all demonic rabbit dead because I was constantly hunted them? Sigh, I will search again. If today really cannot find any demonic rabbit, I will hunt another low-level beasts when the sun at its peak. Randy still has not managed to find a single demonic rabbit. Really? All the demonic rabbit dead? I thought the beast is limitless. Grilialialu, the sound from Randy's stomach. He hungry and he already sold all the demonic rabbit carcasses. There's only spice left in system storage and he has not managed to find a single demonic rabbit in these 3 hours. Randy had been around the outskirts of Jakarta, and could not find anything. He kept walking aimlessly. Suddenly Randy heard a movement from the back. He immediately alerted and looked back, his hands already on the sword handle getting ready if any beast attacked him. Behind him, Randy saw demonic Randy. The demonic rabbit carries tree branches in its mouth while running. It is unaware of Randy's existence. When he saw demonic rabbit, Randy's eyes shone. Food, the one word that comes to Randy's mind when he saw the demonic rabbit. He immediately chased in the direction of the demonic rabbit run. It only takes a few seconds before Randy catches demonic rabbit. When he wants to take out his sword to kill demonic rabbit, Randy thinks of something and cancel his intention to kill the running demonic rabbit. This is the first time Randy saw demonic rabbit running with a tree branch, and he think demonic rabbit will bring the tree branch to the demonic rabbit's nest. So he did not kill the demonic rabbit and just follow it. Randy guess was right, the demonic rabbit ran toward the nest. There was a cave with a height of 3 meters and a width of about 5 meters. The demonic rabbit ran toward the cave, not just one demonic rabbit carrying tree branches into the cave, but many demonic rabbit also carried tree branches into the cave. Randy hiding behind the bushes, he thought of plans to attack the demonic rabbit's nest. Seen from demonic rabbits coming in and out of the cave, this nest may have 100 demonic rabbit to 200 demonic rabbit, or maybe 300 demonic rabbit. So Randy must think of a well-planned plan. For that, he must know the number of demonic rabbits. After hiding for 30 minutes, Randy was frustrated. He could not count the number of demonic rabbits because the demonic rabbit kept coming in and out of the cave carrying tree branches, especially in hunger because he had not had lunch. That made Randy even more frustrated. Randy decided to retreat from his hideout and kill a demonic rabbit for his lunch. Randy retreated 200 meters from the demonic rabbit's nest and waited for the demonic rabbit to pass by to ambush it. 5 minutes later there was demonic rabbit passing in front of Randy. He immediately attacked it using basic sword move stab and cleave. Only in 2 attacks demonic rabbit dead instantly without any resistance. Randy immediately put the demonic rabbit into the storage system so that the demonic rabbit in the nest could not smell the blood from the demonic rabbit killed by Randy. Randy headed straight for his usual resting spot near the lake. Randy had been eating demonic rabbit for a week, but he did not feel fed up at all. While Randy had lunch, he also thought of plans to attack the demonic rabbit's nest. After finished eating, Randy's eyes shine. He already had plans to attack the demonic rabbit's nest. Hey, it turns out after full, my brain works better, Randy grinned. 10 minutes later Randy is at 100 meters from the demonic rabbit's nest. It's time to slaughtering demonic rabbit. Then there was demonic rabbit passing in front of Randy. He immediately attacked it. After demonic rabbit died, he immediately put the carcass in storage system. Yes, Randy's plan is to kill one by one the demonic rabbit which is coming out of its nest or returning to its nest. 3 hours later Randy had collected 287 demonic rabbit carcasses, which meant Randy had killed 287 demonic rabbits. Randy took a deep breath. Fortunately he did not immediately attack the demonic rabbit's nest, otherwise, he would be the carcass now instead of the demonic rabbit. Although Randy level is much higher than demonic rabbit, if the number of demonic rabbits is too many then he will be in danger. Now surely the number of demonic rabbit in the cave is not many anymore. I will attack to the nest directly now. Randy came to the cave where demonic rabbit put a tree branch. Actually, he wondered why demonic rabbit brought a tree branch into the cave. When Randy was in front of the cave there was a demonic rabbit coming out of the cave. Randy immediately backed 3 meters from demonic rabbit because he did not know how many demonic rabbits in the cave, so he retreated to be safe. If demonic rabbit inside the cave is still many he can run away. The demonic rabbit did not immediately attack Randy, but it yelled in a strange voice. Moments later, after demonic rabbit yelled, there were many demonic rabbits coming out of the cave. Randy counted it, 41 demonic rabbit. Randy was relieved because he could handle it easily. Previously Randy often attacked the demonic rabbit's nest, and the number of demonic rabbits in each nest about 30 to 70 demonic rabbit, so Randy was used to facing 41 demonic rabbit, not nervous. 20 minutes later, the 41st demonic rabbit finally died. 41 demonic rabbit carcasses were strewn around Randy. Randy puts his sword back in the sheath and wanted to take the carcass demonic rabbit to store it in system storage. As Randy took the last rabbit that is near the cave into the storage system, he saw a big shadow on the ground. As he looked toward the shadow, he see a 1.2 meters tall rabbit looking at Randy. On its body is black and white fur like zebra, and the fur on his head was black, and his red eyes stared at Randy with hostility and anger. The rabbit immediately attacked Randy with its claws. Randy immediately pulled his sword with both hands and blocked the rabbit's attack. Randy flew back as far as 5 meters due to the rabbit's attack. Good thing my response was fast enough and managed to block it if the attack hit my body. Randy shuddered as he imagined his body hit by the rabbit attack. Randy immediately stood again with the sword in his hand, his hands numbed after receiving the attack from the rabbit. Basic detection, Queen of Demonic Rabbit, grade, uncommon beast level. Stats? What the heck is this? Shanna, why cannot I see the level Queen of Demonic Rabbit? Randy was shocked when he could not see the Queen of Demonic Rabbit level and immediately asked Shanna. Master, your skill, basic detection, is only level 1, so you cannot detect the level of Queen of Demonic Rabbit, Shanna replied in a flat tone, even though Randy was facing a crisis. Hearing the answer from Shanna, Randy gets annoyed. Did not I save the skill points to raise your level? At least you gave me the solution to fighting the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Of course Randy did not say it out to Shanna and just say it in his heart. Randy becomes hesitant to fight the Queen of Demonic Rabbit or run away. When Randy is hesitantly thinking of fighting the Queen of Demonic Rabbit or escaping, the Queen of Demonic Rabbit rushed toward Randy and attacked him. Seeing this, Randy immediately dodged the attacks of the Queen of Demonic Rabbit by rolling to the right. Fortunately, the speed of Queen of Demonic Rabbit is the same as Demonic Rabbit, so Randy can dodge it, but the attack of the Queen of Demonic Rabbit is 5 times much stronger than Demonic Rabbit. No, I cannot run. I should not be a coward if I meet a strong beast and keep running away. When can I avenge Michael and Witty? Randy decided in his heart. Then he holds the silver sword firmly in his hand and prepares to fight against the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Randy's black eyes became firm and sharp. Chapter 12, Demonic Rabbit's Lair. With determination to avenge his 2 best friends, Randy ready to fight against the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Queen of Demonic Rabbit would be Randy's stepping stone to be strong and defeat the fear that is in his heart. Seeing its attack avoided by its enemy, the Queen of Demonic Rabbit became angry. Queen of Demonic Rabbit rushes toward Randy again and attacked him. When the Queen of Demonic Rabbit was in front of him, Randy stepped off to the right, calmly avoiding the attack the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, and using basic sword move stabbed toward the Queen of Demonic Rabbit's neck. When Randy's sword hit the Queen of Demonic Rabbit's neck, his pupil shrunk. That was because his sword only managed to penetrate the skin of Queen of Demonic Rabbit 1 to 2 centimeters deep. The Queen of Demonic Rabbit's defense is very strong. Randy estimated there are 2 factors why he could not penetrate the Queen of Demonstration Rabbit defense. First, because his sword attack is not strong enough, but the strength he has now is 60 strength. How could his attack not be strong enough to penetrate the Queen Demonic Rabbit defense? Second is a sword. The sword he used could not penetrate the defense of the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, but, Silver Sword, is a sword with uncommon grade. It is unlikely that this sword cannot penetrate the defense of the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Randy became confused, as he awake from his trance, the Queen of Demonic Rabbit already in front of him. Randy immediately raised his sword to block the attack from the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Randy flew 5 meters back and lay on the ground. When he wants to stand up, he sees the Queen of Demonic Rabbit rush towards him again. Randy immediately rolled to the right to avoid attacks from the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. After that, Randy stood up. I can only rely on my speed to kill the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, but how to break the Queen of Demonic Rabbit defense? Do I have to run away? No, I cannot run away. I must defeat the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Randy kept on figuring out how to defeat the Queen of Demonic Rabbit while avoiding attack after attack from the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Then Randy noticed there was blood on the neck of the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. It was the place of his first attack using basic sword move stab. After saw this, Randy's eyes shone. Yes, I just need to attack in the same place over and over again until Queen of Demonic Rabbit dies. Attack after attack, stab after stab is launched by Randy toward the neck of Queen of Demonic Rabbit. But after half an hour of fighting, the Queen of Demonic Rabbit still has not collapsed despite so much blood flowing from its neck. Randy started to run out of stamina. He must quickly kill the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, otherwise he will die. Queen of Demonic Rabbit also stopped and looked at Randy. It looks like the Queen of Demonic Rabbit is getting tired too. Here Randy made a bold decision. Burst Strength, Burst Agility, Randy yelled after activating both of these skills. Randy immediately rushed to the Queen of Demonic Queen. With plus 50% agility and plus 50% strength, Randy risking his life to kill the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Queen of Demonic Rabbit was shocked to see his enemy rushing towards itself with very fast speed. Within 7 seconds Randy is already on the left of the Queen of Demonic Rabbit and uses basic sword move stab to the wound on the Queen of Demonic Rabbit's neck. He has been attacking continuously. Randy's sword penetrated the Queen of Demonic Rabbit defense and he stabbed his sword until all his swords enter the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. Randy's attack does not stop here. He pulls out his sword and stabbed again for 4 times until all his swords entered into the Queen of Demonic Rabbit's neck, and then he released his hand from the sword handle and backs off 3 meters from the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. After stepping back 3 meters from the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, Randy's eyes darkened and he fell to the ground, unconscious. 1 hour later, Randy's eyes opened and he immediately woke up looking around him. He saw the Queen of Demonic Rabbit collapsed 5 meters from him. Randy was relieved, happy, and joyful. When he wanted to stand celebrating his success in killing the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, he fell again because his whole body was aching. Randy rested for half an hour before the pain in his body was reduced. Before Randy could stand back, but suddenly there was a notice from the battle system that made Randy shocked and eventually he fell again. Battle system, congratulations Randy Christian, because you have killed 10,000 Demonic Rabbit and obtained title, Demonic Rabbit's Lair. Battle system, congratulations Randy Christian, because you are the first one to get the title and you received a reward, +2 level. Wow! I get a title and reward. Randy's eyes and mouth are wide open because the reward he got shocked him. +2 level. Randy calmed down, took a breath and exhaled again, and he calmed down. But then he suddenly slapped himself. Biakow, that hurts. Hurts? So this is not a dream? Ha 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 ha. Then Randy laughed until he was satisfied. A moment later he stopped laughing. He got up and took the Queen of Demonic Rabbit's carcass and put it in storage system. Time to go home, Randy said with a smile from ear to ear. As he walked home, he checked the title he got. Demonic Rabbit's Lair, +1 to all stats. Randy is very satisfied, though only add +1 to all stats, but he got a +2 level reward after getting this title. Then he looks into his stat window to allocate the stats points he got after leveling up. Name, Randy Christian. Title, Demonic Rabbit's Lair, Level, 12, 50,975 out of 204,800 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-stats, stats point, 0, strength, 73, vitality, 23, stamina, 23, agility, 93, spirit, 23, luck, 976 skills, skill point, 106 level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 2, 0 out of 6, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Hehe, Shada, you will finally level up to level 10. I'll raise your level tomorrow because now I'm so tired, Randy said to Shanna with a smile that never disappeared from his face since he obtained the title. As usual, Shanna just kept silent without expression as when she was not asked or she felt no need to answer. Randy did not care, he hummed with a smile on his face as he walked home. 20 minutes later Randy arrives at residential area, East City. As usual, before Randy entered his home he gave 2 demonic rabbit carcass to Auntie Helen. When he entered the house, he shouted loudly, "Mom, Dad. I'm back." Her father, who was enjoying his coffee, was startled when he heard Randy shout aloud. Likewise, with Almira, she was also shocked and immediately ran from the kitchen. Their shock did not stop here. They were shocked again to see Randy smiling broadly on his face at the entrance with his very dirty clothes and hair that has turned into a bit brown because of a lot of dust in his hair. Almira immediately approached Randy to check whether there was a wound or not in Randy's body. After checking no injuries on Randy's body, Almira was relieved. "Why are you smiling like this? You got a girlfriend?" asked Almira when she saw her son smiling very broadly across his face. Randy's smile froze at his mother's question. "No, Mom, I do not get any girlfriend." "Alright, I want to take a bath first. I feel uncomfortable because it's dirty and sweat. Randy ran straight to his room. 20 minutes later Randy came out of his room. He had dinner with her father and mother while chatting. After dinner, Randy went straight to his room to sleep, because today he was very tired after fighting with the Queen of Demonic Rabbit. It could be said today was the most exhausting day for him since he started hunting. So as soon as he lay on his bed, Randy fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 13, Treasure Chest, Ascension Chest. The next morning, at 8 a.m. Randy, wake up. You'll go hunting today, right? Wake up and eat breakfast before you go. Almira shouted from outside Randy's room, knocking on his door. Randy opened his eyes lazily. Yesterday he was exhausted fighting against the Queen of Demonic Rabbit, so he slept very well and fell asleep until 8 a.m., not doing the usual morning practice he always did. Then he headed to the bathroom to wash up, after which he came out of the room. At the table had been served breakfast. Mom and Dad already sat at the table enjoying eating their breakfast. Randy joined his father and his mother eating breakfast together. In the middle of breakfast, Randy asked his father, "Dad, how much money have you got to open a restaurant?" Hearing Randy's question, Aizen put his spoon and answered Randy's question with a sigh. "I only managed to gather 21 gold and 55 silver this week." Randy also sighed after hearing his father's reply. "I only managed to get 9 gold during the hunt this week too. We still need very much money to open a restaurant at the entrance of the guild area." "That's okay, we gather the money slowly. My basic cooking level also still too low to open a restaurant, so the food I make is still mediocre, nothing special. You guys gather the money slowly and I will raise my basic cooking level." Almira comforting her son and husband. "Yeah, we just do it slowly." Randy and Aizen nodded their heads. "What about the place, Mom? Has anyone opened a restaurant or has someone rented a shop at the entrance of the guild area?" Randy asked his mother. "No." Almira shook her head. "But someone has opened a restaurant next to the Adventure Guild." "What?" Randy and Aizen were surprised. "The rent price next to Adventure Guild is the most expensive, 1,000 gold coin per month." "Yeah, you guys did not hear wrong. At the Adventure Guild, there's been a restaurant opened, and not just one restaurant but 2. At the right of Adventure Guild the name of the restaurant is Chinese cuisine and to the left of the restaurant name is Japanese food." Almira explained to his husband and son. "Oh, I've heard gossip about the conflict between China and Japan, a group from China led by the Long family and people from Japan led by the Tokugawa family. They compete to be the strongest in East City, so it's likely that the one opened this restaurant is the person from both sides." Aizen replied. "It's natural for them to be able to open a restaurant next to the Adventure Guild. They can gather 1,000 gold coins easily." The appearance of Almira's face does not change. Her appearance is like saying, "I already know this." Unlike the Almira, Randy is shocked when he hears this from his father because he knows nothing. Randy every day is always hunting alone and he only comes in contact with his mother, his father and Auntie Helen, and he also rarely sees East City Forum. He only sees East City Forum if there's something he needs or finds out something, so Randy does not know about the conflict between China and Japan. Then Randy shook his head. Wherever there was always competition. Prior to the Battle of Ascension, the big nations competed in economics, technology, and military. Now they are competing in strength. They change the subject of their conversation because they do not want to get involved in any conflict, they just want to live in peace and happiness. They have not aware that peace and happiness come from strength. After breakfast Aizen and Randy say goodbye to Almira and go hunting. Upon arriving in Jakarta, Randy immediately used his point skill to raise Shana level to level 10. Name, Randy. Christian title, Demonic Rabbit's Lair, level 12, 50,975 out of 204,800 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-stats, stats point, 0, strength, 73, vitality, 23, stamina, 23, agility, 93, spirit, 23, luck, 976 skills, skill point, 2 level 3, 0 out of 8, basic sword mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, basic detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, burst agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 10, 0 out of 30, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. After raised Shana level to level 10, Randy's remaining skill points are only 2 left. Shanna, I've raised your level to level 10. Now tell me how to use luck to make me strong. I hope you do not disappoint me, Randy immediately asked Shanna after he raised Shanna level to level 10. Don't worry, Master, I will not disappoint the Master. How can I possibly bear to disappoint Master? Cluck cluck cluck. Suddenly Shanna appeared in front of Randy's face with a smile and a chuckle. Randy was surprised. Shanna, who usually spoke in flat tone and face without expression, now she smiles and makes a small laugh. Why, you can smile and laugh? Randy asked Shanna. Of course, I was created based on human being, so the higher my level, the more I will be like human beings. I will become more intelligent, able to have emotions and other human characteristics, Shanna explained to Randy with her cute smile. Randy felt like pinching Shanna's cheeks when she smiled. Then Randy goes back to the main topic. So how to use luck to make me strong? Ah, Master, you are so impatient. Before I tell you another way to use luck, I want to tell you a secret that only I Helper knows, Shanna replied Randy with a mysterious smile. Oh, what's that? Randy became curious. A secret is known only to I Helper. Treasure chest. Shanna said proudly. There are all sorts of chests, common chests, bronze chests, silver chests, gold chests and the rarest legendary chest. Randy interrupts Shanna's explanation about the treasure chest. Wait, what does a treasure chest have to do with luck? Master, you do not cut my explanation, just listen to me finish my explanation. Shanna pouted unhappily because Randy cut off her conversation. Randy is helpless with this cute eye and nods his head. Alright, go on, and Shanna continued happily. The rarest legendary chest, but actually, the highest grade and the rarest chest is not legendary chest up here. Randy became interested again and could not bear asking. What's the higher grade and rarer than the legendary chest? Seeing Randy interested again, Shanna is proud and happy. Mythical chest is a higher grade chest than legendary chest, and Ascension chest is the rarest chest than legendary chest. Then what does the chest have to do with using luck to make me strong? Randy is confused by the explanation of Shanna. Of course there is a connection between luck and chest. Master will use luck to find the chest, Shanna replied with a laugh. Randy's eyes shone as Shanna said that he can use luck to search for the chest. Oh, I know, so I use luck to find a mythical chest? Randy imagines when he opens the mythical chest and gets the best equipment makes him drooling. But Shanna destroyed Randy's imagination with her cute smile. Master is half right, half wrong. Master is right, using luck looking for a chest, but not mythical chest but Ascension chest. There is only 100 Ascension chest in the world and 25 chests on every continent, so Master uses luck for looking for Ascension chest in Asia continent A. Why Ascension chest? Why not mythical chest? Is not mythical the highest grade chest among the other chests? Randy becomes confused again with Shanna explanation. Of course the Master can search for mythical chest if Master wants to, but can Master get mythical chest? Every mythical chest guarded by Saint Beast and Divine Beast. Shanna explained Randy confusion with her cute smile. Randy swallowed his saliva when he heard Shanna explanation. Saint Beast? Divine Beast? Even uncommon beast alone I was overwhelmed against it, let alone Saint Beast or Divine Beast. Maybe by sneezing I'll die. What about the Ascension chest? What kind of beast guarded Ascension chest? Randy asked Shanna nervously. See Randy become nervous, Shanna giggled. Don't worry Master, there is no beast guarding Ascension chest. Ascension chest can be said is a bonus chest for human for beginning battle of Ascension, so there is no beast guarding the Ascension chest, Randy relieved. So how do I use luck to find Ascension chest, and what can I get from opening Ascension chest? It's very easy. Master just need to activate hidden stats and thinking in the mind to searching location of the Ascension chest that is closest to Master, so the closest Ascension chest location will appear on the map. Shanna tells Randy how to use luck to find Ascension chest. I do not know what's inside Ascension chest, but Master does not have to worry because Master has luck. Then Randy activates luck and thinks in his mind to find the location the Ascension chest, after which he immediately looks at the map. There is a chest symbol appearing on Randy's map. This chest is in the south direction of Jakarta. Wow. It's not too far from here, Randy exclaimed. Then he immediately closed his mouth with his hand and looked around. Randy is relieved there is no one noticed him or heard his words, because this chest beside could make him strong but could also make him in danger if someone knows he can find the chest location with his hidden stats. Then he looked at the map again, about 10 to 20 kilometers away or maybe further to the south of Jakarta. He does not know the exact distance because he has never gone further than the outskirt of Jakarta. Randy immediately put on his equipment and took a deep breath. Then he walked out of Jakarta to where the Ascension chest was. Chapter 14, Jackpot. Potion Strength? Randy has been walking for half an hour, but he has not been out of Jakarta territory. He walked slowly and cautiously because he does not want to attract the beast attention. His mission this time is to get the Ascension chest and then he will go straight home. 15 minutes later there is a notice from the battle system. Battle system, you have entered Depok territory. Randy kept walking while sneaking to avoid the beast. After 3 hours of sneaking, Randy entered a new territory. Battle system, you have entered the Bogor territory. Then Randy looked back at the map. The distance from where he was to Ascension chest was not too far away. Randy decided to take a rest and have lunch. There are many carcasses of demonic rabbit in Randy's storage system. Randy took out a demonic rabbit and roasted it for lunch. After lunch, Randy continued his journey to the Ascension chest. Despite the scorching heat of the sun, Randy kept walking without complaining. On the way, Randy met many beasts, bears, lions, snakes and more. But he avoids the beasts carefully. 2 hours later Randy reached the mountain. In this mountain is where the Ascension chest is located. So Shanna, how do I find Ascension chest in this vast mountain? Randy asked Shanna. Master, why are you so stupid? You can zoom the map and you'll know where the Ascension chest is, answered Shanna. I can zoom in the map? Randy blurted out. Of course. Stupid master, Shanna is smarter than master. Shanna giggled. Randy shook his head and looked at the map and then zoomed into where the Ascension chest was. Once he knows where the Ascension chest is located, Randy immediately climbed to the mountain. Half an hour later Randy was in front of the cave. The entrance to this cave is very large, about 40 to 50 meters high and 20 to 25 meters wide. In the cave there is no light and so dark, Randy could not see anything from the outside. Gulped. Randy swallowed his saliva. The cave was very creepy. Shanna, really no one guarding the Ascension chest, right? Randy asked Shanna again to make sure that really there is no beast that guarding the Ascension chest. Of course, I will never lie to master, Shanna replied Randy with an innocent face. But why do I feel like someone is watching me from inside cave? Randy felt uncomfortable in front of this enormous cave. I do not know, Shanna replied. But Shanna does not lie to master about no one is guarding the Ascension chest. After got assurance from Shanna, Randy gathered his courage and walked into the cave. When Randy had just entered the cave, suddenly there was enormous pressure. Randy kneeled on the ground, his mind becomes blank, and his breathing becomes hurried because he is hard to breathe under the pressure. Master! Master! Shanna kept shouting as Randy kneeled on the ground. Then Randy awake and his blank mind returned again and Shanna yelled at Randy, Master, inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Randy immediately did what Shanna said, inhale and exhale, inhale and exhale. Eventually Randy could breathe again as before and then he stood up, though he still felt uncomfortable but better than before. Shanna, what was that? Didn't you say there's no beast guarding the Ascension chest? Randy asked Shanna nervously. The incident was very frightening. If there was no Shanna, Randy did not know what would be happen to him. Of course, there is no beast here. Master, if there is a beast here, you are dead for sure. When you kneeled on the ground earlier, Shanna explained to Randy. I do not know what caused that incident earlier. Makes sense. If there's a beast here, he's dead for sure when he kneeled on the ground earlier. Randy was relieved and also nervous. If not the beast caused that, then what? Randy reassembled his scattered courage as a result of the incident and walked into the inside of the cave. Inside cave is not as dark as Randy thinks. Then he saw a door as big as the cave entrance, half opened. Randy entered the door. When he got inside he was shocked. Inside, so many huge beast bones are scattered, the smallest about 5 meters in length. The more Randy walked in, the beast bone also become huger. Randy saw a giant bone, about 15 meters long. Then Randy saw the door again. Inside, he took a deep breath and walked into this door. When Randy enters this hall, Randy knows what beast bones are outside there. Dragon. Yes, the bone outside the hall was the bone of the dragon, because inside this hall Randy noticed a very big intact dragon bone with a length about 25 to 30 meters. Randy's heart was beating so fast, the sweat that kept coming out on his face, he was really very scared and nervous in here. When she saw Randy become scared and nervous, Shanna said to Randy to calm him down. It's okay, master, it's all dead. Hearing Shanna's words, Randy became a little calm. Yes, all the dragons here are dead and only bones left here. So why should I fear? Randy consoled himself in his heart. The hall is huge, Randy feels he is very small here. In addition to the bones of the dragon, there are other bones as well. The skeleton is like a human skeleton but has a larger size, about 3 to 3.5 meters. There is also a 2-meter high, but this skeleton has a wing bone. Randy did not know what these creatures were. They dared to attack the dragon's lair. Shanna, what creature is this? Randy asked Shanna out of curiosity. I think the skeleton that has 3 to 3.5 meters high is a demon race and the skeleton has wing is a devil race, Shanna replied seriously. Demon race? Devil race? Is there any race other than human? Randy blurted out. Of course, there are many other races besides humans, demons, And Devils, Shanna replied. Oh, what's that? Randy became curious about other races. At first, Randy was frightened and nervous as he entered this hall, but as he entered the inside of the hall, his fear and nervousness turned into curiosity. You have to find out for yourself, Master, do not be lazy, Shanna replied with a giggle. When Shanna answered like this, Randy knew that Shanna could not tell him because of level restriction, so Randy kept walking towards the end of the hall. In addition to the skeletons of demons and devils, also dragon bones, there are also weapons scattered on the floor. Perhaps this is the weapon used by demon and devil to fight against the dragon. I must bring this weapon home after I manage to get the Ascension chest. Although this weapon cannot be used anymore, I can rebuild a new weapon with material from this weapon. Weapons that can kill a dragon must be very good material, Randy said in his heart with a cunning smile on his face. When he reached the end of the hall, Randy's smile froze. There is a dragon at the end of the hall with a sleeping position. This dragon is very big. The size of its head is almost the same as the house that he lived. The body is black with stripes of various colors on its body. There are red, green, blue, yellow, gold, white, purple, silver and so on. If this dragon stands probably about 50 to 70 meters higher, Randy estimated, there are 2 black swords stuck in the dragon's body. And this is the dragon instead of the bone of the dragon, still has the flesh and it seems to be alive. Randy wanted to run away when he saw this dragon, but his legs did not move, he seemed to have no energy to escape. Suddenly the dragon's eyes opened and looked at Randy. Randy's body trembled a few seconds before it finally stopped. Randy's eyes became lifeless, his mind blanks and his vision darkened. 1 minute his vision is still dark, he cannot see anything. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. Finally, Randy's vision returned. He is still in the same place, but the dragon in front of Randy disappeared, leaving only 3 meters of bone and 2 black swords that embedded in the dragon's body. There is a chest next to the bone, its color constantly changing, green to yellow, yellow to orange, orange to red, red to purple, purple to blue, blue to white, white to silver, silver to gold, gold to black and back again to green and so on. Randy looked around, the dragon bones and the demon and devil skeletons disappeared, even the weapons scattered on the floor disappeared. Randy did not care any more about scattered weapons, all he could think of now was that he wanted to go home. This cave is very scary. First, there is a pressure that makes him hard to breathe and make his mind became blank. Secondly, he was glared by a dragon and his vision became dark and his mind became blank. It really scared him. Maybe later when he opened the Ascension chest he would be killed by the dragon? Imagining this, Randy's body shuddered. It's okay, Master, it was just a trap that the dragon left for demon and devil if they come here again, Shanna soothed Randy. Hey, this is the 3rd time you say it's okay, Master, maybe you'll say this again for the 4th time and the 5th time and so on, Randy retorted to Shanna. I guarantee this is the last time I say this to the Master, Shanna replied in solemn tone, even her face looked very serious. Really? Randy answered Shanna suspiciously. Hey, how can you doubt me, Shanna pouted unhappily. Okay, I'll trust you this time, Randy replied. Heard Randy answer, Shanna smiled. Then Randy walked toward the Ascension chest. When he reached a distance of 10 meters from the Ascension chest, Randy stopped. He took the stone from the ground and then threw it in the direction of the Ascension chest. Nothing happened. Seeing this, Randy was relieved, but he kept walking to the Ascension chest cautiously, while Shanna pouted unhappily at Randy for still doubting her. When he reached the front of the Ascension chest, Randy did not immediately open it, but he looked around him. No, nothing. Randy was really relieved. Randy was very nervous when he wanted to open Ascension chest. When he wanted to open the Ascension chest, he cancelled his intention. He took the bone next to the Ascension chest first. Bone of Chaos Dragon, grade, description, can be used for materials to create weapons and armor. Why there is no grade? Randy asked Shanna, but Shanna only replied with Humphrey. Randy was helpless. Then Randy took 2 black swords that were next to the dragon bone. When Randy grabbed both of these swords but no information came up, Randy was confused. When he wanted to ask Shanna why there is no sword, information appeared. Randy then remembered that Shanna is angry with him and will not get any answer from her even though he asked her. Randy shook his head, then he put the sword and dragon bone into the storage system and walked towards the Ascension chest and get ready to open it. When his hand was in the Ascension chest, he suddenly heard Shanna's voice saying, "Hey, stupid Master. Don't forget to activate your hidden stats before opening Ascension chest." When he heard what Shanna said, Randy smiled and apologized to Shanna. "Shanna, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for doubting you, so forgive me, okay?" Randy said in a gentle tone and sincere face. So Randy apologizing to her, Shanna immediately smiled brightly. "Well, this time I forgive you, But Master should not doubt Shanna again in the future. Shanna's face became serious when she said the last sentence. Alright, this is the last time, Randy replied seriously. Seeing this, Shanna was satisfied. Okay Master, quickly open Ascension chest. Randy nodded his head. Activate hidden stats. Then he opened the Ascension chest. When the Ascension chest was opened, there was a golden light shine so brightly made Randy could not see a while. Saw this, Randy's heart beating so fast. Randy's expectations become very high and cannot wait to see what she gets. When the golden light faded, Randy could see again. He looked directly at the Ascension chest he had opened. Inside the chest, there was a vial that containing red liquid. A vial containing a red liquid? Is not this potion strength? Potion strength has the same effect as burst strength, skill, but potion strength has no side effects such as burst strength, skill. The price of potion strength is 1 gold. Randy walked from Jakarta to came here for 6 more hours to get Ascension chest, and inside this cave, he almost lost his life 2 times. In the end, he just got potion strength. Randy did not know whether to cry or laugh. Then he remembered something. Randy immediately checked his window stats. When he saw his window stats, Randy's eyes become lifeless and his mind blanks again for the 3rd time. Chapter 15, Chaos Dragon Essence Blood. Randy fell silent and did not move a bit from the front of the opened Ascension chest, like a statue. A few moments later he sighed and sat on the floor. The hope and excitement that had once been so high now disappeared without a trace, leaving only disappointment and fatigue. Walk for 6 hours by avoiding beasts after beasts, experienced shock after shock in the cave, and in the end he only got potion strength, which is worth 1 gold and worth 100 gold for the best grade potion strength. Then Randy looked back at his stats window. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, Demonic Rabbit's Lair. Level, 12, 50,975 out of 204,800 exp. City, East City Guild. Non-territory, non-stats. Stats point, 0, Strength, 73, Vitality, 23, Stamina, 23, Agility, 93, Spirit, 23, Luck, 600 Skills, Skill point, 2 Level 3, 0 out of 8, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 10, 0 out of 30, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Initially, he still had 976 luck and now luck he had 600 left. He used 376 luck just to get potion strength. Randy did not know how much luck is used to find the location Ascension chest, and he also did not how much luck he used when opened Ascension chest. Maybe I used 350 luck to find the location Ascension chest and 26 when he opened Ascension chest? Nah, I do not care anymore, I just want to go home. Fuck that Ascension chest. Randy cursed in his heart. Seeing Randy condition like this, Shanna confused. Looks like he was very disappointed after opened Ascension chest. Why he disappointed? The items he got from inside Ascension are very good, even this vial is much better than the items that are in mythical chest according to Shanna. Why Master is so disappointed? Shanna could not hold her curiosity. In the end, she asked Randy. Master, what's with you? Why do you seem so disappointed? Hearing Shanna's question, Randy get annoyed. You still ask me why I'm disappointed? Didn't you see what is inside Ascension chest? I used a lot of luck just for this piece of trash. Do you think I should be happy? Randy's voice was so loud when she answered Shanna, he seemed to be unable to hold his emotion anymore. At first, Shanna was upset when Randy answered her in a loud voice. I'm asking nicely, why is he scolding me? Humphrey, stupid Master, Shanna said in her heart. Suddenly Shanna realizes why Randy is so upset and angry. That after heard Randy's last words, Shanna know why her master is so upset and angry. Master did not know what the vial was, or he did not recognize the vial and thinks it is a piece of trash. PFFFTT. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. At first, Shanna held her mouth with her hand so she did not laugh, but she could not hold it and explode with laughter. Seeing Shanna laugh out loud, Randy was mistaken. He thought Shanna laughed at him because he got potion strength from Ascension chest. Randy was angry, but he was helpless too. What can he do to I without a physical body? Insulting and abuse her? Finally, Randy could only sigh and shook his head. Little did he know that Shanna laughed not because Randy got potion strength but because of his ignorance. He did not check the vial. Instead, he thought it was a trash item. A few minutes later Shanna stopped laughing. If she had tears, she would have shed a lot of tears because of laughter. At first Randy was not thinking about this anymore, but when Shanna said that he was stupid, Randy became annoyed again. But when he wanted to scold Shanna, Randy felt there's something strange with Shanna's question. The item inside Ascension chest? Is not that potion strength? Randy answered Shanna with uncertainty. Heard Randy's answer, Shanna burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha. Potion strength? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Shanna laughs very loudly. Master thought it was potion strength. The difference is huge. An item that even Demon King or Devil Emperor drooling over when looking at this item, and her master thought it was potion strength. 10 minutes later Shanna stopped laughing and said to Randy, Master, you should check the item first, then you can freely feel disappointed after knowing what is inside the Ascension chest. Shanna waves her tiny hand to her master. Eh? It was not potion strength. Randy muttered. Then he took the vial containing the red liquid. Randy was stunned, then his eyes and mouth were wide open when he saw the vials in his hands. Shanna was also surprised to see detailed of this item. Chaos Dragon Essence Blood. Description: blood from the heart of Chaos Dragon. When you drink this blood, you will get Chaos Dragon bloodline. How is it, Master? Are you very disappointed to get potion strength? Shanna teased Randy. Randy's face turns red with great embarrassment. He thought this was potion strength, but it turns out this is Chaos Dragon Essence Blood. In addition to embarrassment, Randy is also felt relieved that what he got was Chaos Dragon Essence Blood instead of potion strength. Then Randy put the vial into storage system. He intended to drink it at home. Let's go home, Randy said, looking around to make sure there were no more items around him. As Randy looked at the corner of the hall, he saw a large orange egg 1 meter high. Shanna, what is that? Randy pointed his hand toward the orange egg. I do not know either. Let's check it, Master. Shanna replied Randy. She's also curious what it was. Randy approached the orange egg. Maybe this is a dragon egg. Randy guessed. If it really is a dragon egg, he will hatch it, then raise it and make it his mount. Randy imagining him flying in the sky riding a dragon and hunting down many beasts. Suddenly Shanna destroyed his dream of riding a dragon. Hey Master, do not daydream. Even though this is a dragon egg, surely the dragon inside this egg already dead. Look, all the dragons here are all dead and have turned into bones. How could this dragon egg could survive without any dragons guarding it? Randy sighed with regret. When Randy gets in front of this orange egg, he knocked this egg with his hand. Eh? It's not an egg, but an egg-shaped rock, Randy said after knocking it. Well, it seems like this could be a decoration for a restaurant when Mom opens a restaurant. Then Randy stored this stone into system storage. After that, he walked out the hall. Time to go home. When walking out of the cave, the bones outside the hall all disappeared and the weapons scattered on the floor also disappeared. When he got outside the cave, the outside was already dark. Randy did not know how long he was inside, and he did not check the time either in the battle system. Sigh, it looks like tonight I'm going to sleep in the wild. As Randy prepared to go to find a safe place for sleep, suddenly Shanna gave a suggestion to Randy. Master, why do not you sleep in this cave? This cave very safe, because this is a dragon's nest. Although all the dragons in here are dead beasts below divine or saint grade, will not dare enter this cave. Really? Now Randy did not believe blindly in Shanna anymore. It's real, Master, because there's a residual aura of the dragons. Dragon is a divine grade beast, so the beasts below divine grade will not dare enter into this cave, Shanna explained seriously. After heard Shanna's explanation, Randy nodded his head and he goes back into the cave. This time when he entered the cave, there was no more pressure that attacked him like the first time he entered. A few moments later he came out again, Randy looking for wood to roast his rabbit for dinner. Randy looked for wood and branch tree around the cave. 30 minutes later Randy finished his dinner. He thought of his mother. Maybe his mother is now very anxious because he has not come home yet. Randy also helpless. No cell phone, no communication tools, so he cannot tell his parents that he's okay. Then Randy took out a vial containing Chaos Dragon Essence Blood. He saw this blood carefully. It turns out that this blood is not red, but the color changes, from gold, red, blue, green, yellow, purple and so on. Shanna, I just need to drink it, right? After that, I will get the Chaos Dragon bloodline. Randy asked Shanna. He intend to drink this blood now? Yes, Master just needs to drink it, Shanna replied Randy. But when Shanna wants to explain more detail about bloodline, she saw Randy drinking the blood right away. The blood does not have any flavor. Randy did not feel any change after drinking the blood, but after 30 seconds later his whole body aching, like a needle was pierced all over his body. 1 minute later his body became numb and he felt like all the energy in his body was gone. Then Randy fell to the ground. Then suddenly he felt the pain all over his whole body. Randy twitched on the ground and soon he lost consciousness due to the pain. But before he fainted he heard Shanna mumbled, "Actually I wanted to tell Master the process of bloodline transformation so he can get ready, but he's very impatient and just drinking it like drinking plain water." Shanna mumbled as she watched Randy twitching on the ground. Chapter 16, Bloodline Transformation, Chaos Dragon Bloodline. Meanwhile in the residential area, house number 2112, Almira's face full of tears and beside her Aizen hugged Almira to calm her down. Suddenly Almira stood up and ran toward the door. Aizen immediately chased Almira. He managed to catch up to Almira before she made it out of the house. "Where are you going?" "It's late. I want to look for Randy," Almira answered Aizen while sobbing. Aizen sighed. "It's late. Where you want to find Randy? Even though you teleport out of East City, you are not necessarily teleported in the city of Randy is located then. Then what should I do?" "What should I do? This is my fault. My fault," Almira shouted while crying. "If only I had not planned to open the restaurant, Randy no need working very hard. And now he. Almira continued to cry and she kept blaming herself. She did not know what about Randy's situation and it was midnight. Randy had not been home yet, so Almira thought something had happened to Randy. Although Aizen did not know Randy's situation, the first thing he has to do is to calm Almira first before he think about how to find out about his son's situation and condition. "Hey, do not think Randy is dead. Maybe he's hunting too far from the city and cannot go home because it's too late, so he sleeps in the wild first before he comes home in the morning, because at night many high-level beasts are wandering around looking food, so he might be looking for a safe place in the wild to sleep and go home the next day." Aizen tried to convince Almira that Randy was fine. "You calm yourself first. Tomorrow morning I will go to the teleportation site to find out the people who teleported in Jakarta and asked if they saw Randy or not, and we'll wait for Randy at teleportation site too. Is it true?" After hearing the words of Aizen, Almira stopped crying and answered Aizen with her hoarse voice because she crying too long. "Most people do not hunt at night because at night many dangerous high-level beasts, so when they are too late to go back to the city they will find a safe place first to rest and will return to the city the next day. Maybe Randy is too late to go back to town and hide in a safe place until tomorrow and come home after morning comes." Aizen nodded his head to Almira. Although Aizen spoke like that, it is only to calm down Almira. He himself is very worried about his son, because people who do not return from hunting at nightfall, most likely that person has died while hunting. "Okay, I'll follow you tomorrow to the teleportation site." Then Almira went straight into his room. She wanted to sleep quickly and find out where her child is tomorrow. Aizen did not follow Almira to the room. He sat in his usual place where his son sat. Randy is his only child and he is very worried about Randy. Though he was very worried, he could not do anything. The city where he teleported is very far from the city where Randy teleported. He desperately wanted to teleport and head straight to the city where Randy teleported, but she knew it was a futile effort and he still had his wife at home. Aizen did not know what reckless acts she would do if he was not home. Aizen sat there without moving a bit, didn't know how long he sat, but his face changed like aging 10 years and some of his hair started to whiten. Aizen is like a statue sat there. At 7 a.m. Almira came out of his room. He saw Aizen sitting where Randy used to sit. Seeing the state of Aizen, Almira heart pained, but she also cannot comforting Aizen as well because they are worried about the same thing. "Let's go to the place of teleportation," Almira said to Aizen in a hoarse voice. Aizen nods his head and then they both go to the teleportation. Meanwhile in the cave where Randy is located, Randy had just stopped twitching on the ground after twitching all night. He felt the pain all over his body. Moments later Randy wakes up. He wants to stand up but he has no power at all. After 5 minutes Randy managed to get up. He was very hungry. Then he took the demonic rabbit out. He roasted the demonic rabbit and ate it. After finishing one demonic rabbit, Randy still felt very hungry. He immediately took out another demonic rabbit from system storage. But after he finishes the second demonic rabbit, he still felt hungry. Third demonic rabbit. Fourth demonic rabbit. The fifth demonic rabbit. Sixth demonic rabbit. Seventh. 13 demonic rabbit. After 13 demonic rabbits, Randy was finally satisfied. When he saw the bones of the demonic rabbit around him, Randy was surprised he ate a lot of demonic rabbits. Then Randy stood up and he wanted to go home soon because he knew that his parents are very worried about him because he didn't back last night. As he walked out of the cave, he felt something was missing. He kept walking. When he got out of the cave, he got notices from the battle system. Battle system, your bloodline has successfully transformed into Chaos Dragon bloodline. Battle system, you will get 60 stat points each level up. +8 strength, plus 8 stamina, plus 10 vitality, plus 6 agility, plus 8 spirit and 20 stat points freely allocated. Battle system, you will get 20 skill points each level up. Battle system, you get combat skill, Dragon Roar. Wow, Randy was shocked, then his expression changed into joy and excitement. Get 60 stat points and 20 skill points each level up. Previously he only got 15 stat points each level up, plus 1 all basic stat and 10 stat points freely allocated, and after he got Chaos Dragon Bloodline he will get 60 stat points. This is the same as 4 times level up before he got the Bloodline, and yet again he will also get 20 skill points each level up. It's equal with 2 times skill points he got before having a Bloodline. And again, he got combat skill, Dragon Roar. Randy immediately checked his stat window. Name, Randy Christian. Title, Demonic Rabbit's Lair. Level, 12, 50,975 out of 204,800 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-bloodline, Chaos Dragon Bloodline. Stats point, 120, Strength, 157, Vitality, 131, Stamina, 107, Agility, 165, Spirit, 107, Luck, 600. Skills, Skill point, 120. Level 3, 0 out of 8, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 10, 0 out of 30, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 8, Dragon Roar, Roar of the Dragon. Effect, inflicted dizziness in radius 20 meter. Randy smiled from ear to ear after he saw his stat window. Chapter 17, Beautiful yet unreasonable. On the way home, Randy still avoided beasts. Even though he got Dragon Chaos Bloodline and his stat increases 4 times, but he did not know how strong the beasts are in the Bogor territory, so he's still avoiding beasts on his way to home. Better safe than sorry. Battle system, you have entered Jakarta territory. It took 4 hours from the Bogor territory back to Jakarta territory, 1 hour faster when Randy went from Jakarta territory to Bogor territory. Maybe it's because of stat that increased after he got Bloodline. After arrived in Jakarta territory, Randy immediately ran to Jakarta city. He wanted to get home soon. But after a 3-minute run, Randy met a 3-meter tall humanoid beast. A beast? No, it is not beast. This creature has a height of 3 meters, has a human-like body, from the tiptoes to the head, the whole body covered with black fur like an ape, even the entire face covered with black fur, mouth, nose, and ears. Randy could only see its red eyes looking at him. Then he used the Basic Detection skill, but he did not get any information. Battle system, Basic Detection, failed. Saw this, Randy immediately used his new skill, Dragon Roar. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Randy's mouth, then he immediately turned around and fled. Randy opened the map to find the location of the lake where he used to rest. He planned to hide there. Hearing the dragon's roar, the creature was stunned for a moment, then it saw Randy ran away and immediately chased after him. After running for 30 minutes from that creature, Randy finally managed to escape from the pursuit of that creature. He was near the lake where he used to rest, but suddenly he heard sound bushes and sound of a step from behind him. Randy immediately hid in the bush not far from the lake, about 10 meters from the lake. Then he looked back to see the source of the sound. Randy saw a brown bear, walked away from where he was. Randy was relieved, he thought the voice was the sound of that creature chasing him. When he wanted to get out of the bushes he hid, Randy suddenly saw there was a spear flying to him very fast. Randy was startled, then he immediately raised his sword to fend the spear. Randy managed to deflect the direction of the spear, but the spear still managed to scratch his cheeks and ears. The spear passed Randy and stuck into the tree 5 meters behind him. Randy saw the spear, half the spear pierced the tree. Thank goodness my reaction was fast enough and managed to deflect the direction of the spear, otherwise, my head would be pierced by the spear. Imagining his head being pierced by a spear, Randy's body shivered and sweat ran down his body. When he wanted to see who thrown the spear, suddenly from Randy's left there was a spear which was being waved at his head, Randy using a sword with both hands fending off this attack. Clang, a sound of spear and sword clashing, no one is in disadvantage. After successfully defending the attack, Randy retreated 5 meters back to where the first spear pierced tree. Finally Randy saw who thrown the spear. He saw a woman wearing a silver armor, complete from the legs up to her upper body, just less helmet on her head. Her face is very beautiful. It can be said that this is the most beautiful woman Randy has ever seen so far, with long black hair, plump and cherry lips, clear eyes that are black like obsidian even though her eyes look a little cold, but it didn't reduce her charm, instead it gave her unique taste, and she was about 1.7 meters high. Then her lips moved. Say something. No wonder you dare do that. It turns out you have little ability. Although her voice is very cold, her voice is very charming and beautiful, intoxicating Randy. Upon hearing the word from the beautiful woman, Randy awake from his daze. Do what? Randy gets confused here. He just ran away from a strange yet strong creature that he could not detect and did nothing after that. Why did she attack him? I'm sorry, miss, maybe you misunderstood me? Randy said with a sincere face. I hate the most men who dare not to admit to what he did despite being caught. I'd better just kill this shameless man, the woman chuckled before becoming angry. She rushed toward Randy with very fast speed and flicked her spear at Randy. Randy was surprised at the speed of this beautiful woman. Luckily he got Chaos Dragon bloodline and his stat rose drastically, so he could keep up with her speed. Randy continued to defend and did not strike back. It's not because he did not want to strike back, but because he cannot strike back. Her spear technique so profound, and Randy only barely managed to block an attack from this woman. 10 minutes later Randy's body was covered with wounds, on the shoulders, in the hands, in the thigh, even the leather glove he in his hand was damaged by the attack from the spear. Enough! Shouted Randy suddenly. What? Do you want to admit it? Because you're afraid to die? The beautiful woman sneered at Randy. You witch! Randy cursed and became angry. Admit? What should I admit? I did nothing. Even this is the first time we meet. What should I admit? Although this woman is very beautiful, she very unreasonable. Only first met and he was told to admit something he did not know, even she did not explain anything to him. Sigh, it is true that no one is perfect in this world, all must have its own shortcomings. Randy said in his heart. What? Which? You are the one in the fault here. Instead of apologizing but you cursing me? I'll kill you, shameless man. The woman get angrier when she heard Randy called her witch. Randy immediately allocated all the stat points he had when he saw the woman wanted to attack him again. Total 120 stat points, 60 strength and 60 agility. This time Randy who took the initiative to attack, he rushed toward the woman. The woman was shocked after looking at Randy's speed, as Randy's speed was faster than before. When she awoke from his trance, Randy was already in front of her swinging his sword at her. The woman raised a spear with both hands to block the attack from Randy. When the sword and spear have clashed, the woman is shocked again, because not only the speed increased but also the strength. The woman flew back 10 feet and hit the tree before she fell to the ground. At first, the strength of Randy is indeed stronger than this beautiful woman, and added with a new 60 strength he allocated, so with the brute force alone the woman flew back from the Randy attack. Randy saw the woman stunned, looking at him. Moments later the woman stood up and said something more shocked and unreasonable. You choose now, marry me or we fight until one of us died. Randy was stunned by hearing her words. Can this woman be more unreasonable? First she wanted to kill him, second, he was told to admit thing he did not know and he did not do, and now she told me to choose to marry her or fight until one of us died. If this woman did not unreasonable like this, maybe Randy would immediately agree to marry her. Then Randy saw the woman went to took the spear she had thrown over and returned to Randy with her 2 spears on her back and same more unreasonably thing. Since you did not answer, then I will assume you agree to marry me. Let's meet with your parents to determine our wedding date. Chapter 18, Future Wife. Teleportation Site, East City. From 7 a.m. to noon today, Aizen and Almira kept asking people who would go to hunting or returned from hunting. They never stopped to ask even if they did not get any result. The sun is at its peak. Aizen and Almira had not eaten anything from the morning. Let's go home and have lunch first. After lunch we'll come back here. Aizen was very worried about his wife's condition, so he persuaded Almira to come home to rest and lunch before continuing again. But Almira shook her head vigorously. No, I'll stay here. You just go to lunch, Festi. I'll keep waiting here. Then Almira saw someone returning from the hunt. She rushed to ask and come back with a disappointed face. Seeing Almira did not want to back or lunch, Aizen helplessly and can only follow Almira. He did not dare leave Almira alone for fear Almira do something desperate. Meanwhile, in the room of one of the bars in the entertainment area, there are five people gathered here. The one in the center has no hair, bald, and small eyes. On the right of the bald man is a man about 27 to 29 years old with mohawk haircut like gang people before the Battle of Ascension, and next to the mohawk haircut is a middle-aged man with long hair and thin body. To the left of the bald man is a middle-aged man with short haircuts like an army, and next to him a man about 24 to 25 years old with a plain look and neat haircut just like a scholar. Then the bald man said, "We have a business today." He finally, "It's been more than a week we do not get any business," said the man with mohawk haircut with a chuckle. "So who's our target this time?" asked a middle-aged man with short hair. "We will go directly to the target location," replied the bald man. Then he stood up and walked to the door to get out of the room. When he wanted to open the door he paused for a moment and looked back. "As usual you will approach the target," the bald man said to the plain look and neat haircuts man. The man nodded his head and they walked out of the room. Aizen and Almira are still in front of the teleportation site, continuing to find out if anyone has seen their son. Then a man came to them. "Hello," greet the man. "Oh, hello," answered Aizen and Almira. "Is there something you need?" Aizen asked. "I heard from my friend that you are looking for your son who has not returned from hunting in Jakarta?" The man replied with questions with another question with an amiable smile on his face. "Yes, and you are?" Aizen answered with doubt. "Ah, sorry, how rude I am. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hendy. I am with my group providing services to search for missing people or people who have not returned from hunting by paying a certain fee, and my group is in Jakarta, so I offer you our services and maybe you need our services too, to find out where your son is, right?" The man introduced himself and explained his purpose. Hearing an explanation from Hendy, Almira's face becomes bright. Maybe this group can help her to find out where Randy was, Almira said in her heart. While Aizen looked to Hendy with suspicion. Aizen wanted to turn down the offer from this man, but before Aizen could refuse, Almira has already spoken to this man first. "Is it true? Your group can help me to find out where my son is?" Almira asked hopefully. "Of course, why do not we talk about your son's details there?" Hendy pointed toward the entrance of guild area. "There are also friends from my group at the entrance of guild area." Almira immediately followed the man. Aizen also followed the man. "Well, maybe this group can help look for Randy," Aizen said in his heart. Meanwhile, in front of Jakarta City, Randy entered Jakarta City through the west gate followed by a beautiful woman. "Finally, I'm back. I have to go home soon," Randy said in his heart. Then he looked to his left. Beautiful woman, unreasonable, and almost killed him, still following him. "Are you sure you want to come to my house?" Randy asked the woman with a weird face. This woman almost killed him. Now she wanted to marry him and meet his parents. "Of course, I'm going to marry you. Of course, I have to meet with my future in-laws," this woman answered in flat tone yet cold. Then they walked to the teleportation area side by side, many men looking toward them because of the beauty of this woman. There were some looking at Randy with envy and jealousy. "Well, it's okay, even though this woman is unreasonable, but she is so beautiful, so I can be proud to have a wife as beautiful as she is." Of course he did not say this out, otherwise this woman will try to kill him again. Randy made his way to the teleportation while being stared with envy and jealousy by the men they passed by. Soon they arrived at the teleportation site, National Monument, Manus. Randy immediately teleported, if not immediately to went home. Randy feared his parents thought he was dead. As usual, Randy's eyes darkened for a moment, and when he opened his eyes he was already in a teleportation site in East City. As they walked out of the teleportation, the woman said to Randy, "Did you see it while we were on our way to the teleportation site in Jakarta? Many people looked at you with envy and jealousy." It was weird to hear a sentence that should have been said in a cheerful tone, but she said it in a flat, cold tone. When Randy wants to refute her words, but he saw his parents at the entrance of the guild area. Randy stopped and narrowed his eyes. At the entrance of the guild area he saw two people with his back facing Randy and 5 people in front of these 2 people as if they were discussing something. Randy felt these 2 people are his parents. Not hearing a reply from Randy, the woman looked back and saw Randy stop walking and looking at the entrance to the guild area. Then she also looked toward Randy to see. "What's wrong?" the woman asked. "I seem to see my parents," Randy replied. "Oh, if those 2 are your parents, you'd better take the parents back home and tell your parents to stay away from those 5 Why?" Randy looked at the woman with a puzzled. "Because these 5 people have a bad reputation. They often commit fraud by impersonating a group that provides services to find missing people or people who do not return while hunting, but they just bring back the same damaged equipment that the missing person has and told the missing person's family that the person they are looking for was died," the woman explained to Randy. Then Randy immediately rushed to his parents. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Randy shouted. Hearing shout from familiar sound in their ears, Almira and Aizen's body trembled. Then they turned their bodies and saw Randy hurrying toward them. The face of these 5 people was disappointed because Randy was back. These 5 men are balding men, mohawk haircuts men, long-haired men, army haircuts, and educated men. Hendy. "Sir, it looks like you do not need our services anymore, then we will excuse you first," Hendy said to Aizen. "Oh, Yes, yes, Aizen replied carelessly. From the beginning he was suspicious of these people, now he was relieved that he did not need to use their services anymore because Randy was back. Finally, these 5 people left with a disappointed face. As they passed Randy's family, the beautiful woman who followed Randy approached his family and said, "It's a good thing you came back at the right time, otherwise your parents will be cheated by these 5 swindlers." Even though his voice was not too big, but these 5 people heard him. They are angry. Mohawk men wanted to scold the women who said they were swindler, though true they were swindler, but they also did not succeed cheating this time. But when he looking to the woman he is stunned, so beautiful. Then he cancelled his intention of scolding this woman. Cough cough, miss, it's not good to accuse people carelessly. We provide services to find missing people or people who do not return after hunting is not a swindler, said the Mohawk men with a smile. The 4 friends were also stunned when they saw this woman. After hearing the words the Mohawk men, his 4 friends also nodded their heads vigorously. He, really? Said this beautiful woman with a mock smile. But I often hear from people are telling stories about 5 swindlers, and these 5 men are made up of bald men, Mohawk men, army men, long-haired men and scholar men. Not just from people gossip but from the forum as well, and the 5 people features are the same as you guys. 5 men, Mohawk men, bald men, army men, long-haired men, and scholar men, said the beautiful woman while pointing her finger one by one to these 5 people. Hearing this, the face of the Mohawk man turned red, but then he became angry. With a loud voice he said, "Hey this lady, do not you recklessly accuse us. What if we cannot do business if people hear your accusations?" Right, what if we cannot do business anymore? You have to compensate us for your accusations. Yes, you have to compensate. Bald men, army men, and long-haired men chimed in. Then Handy said to this woman with his amiable smile, "This lady, what if you accompany us to drink as compensation?" This beautiful woman ignored these 5 swindlers and walked toward Randy family. Randy family also noticed this commotion when the 5 men started shouting, asked for compensation. Aizen was relieved to learn that all 5 of these men were swindlers and he did not use their services. "Hey Randy, is this your friend? Is she okay?" Almira was also aware of this commotion and said with concern with her hoarse voice, "It's okay mom, all we have to worry about is this swindler, not this woman," Randy assured his mother. Although Almira is confused with the words of her son, she still nodded her head. Ignored by this beautiful woman, the Mohawk men getting angrier. "Hey, you dare to ignore us? See, you came back with this kid. It looks like you are teleported to Jakarta and we are also teleported in Jakarta. If you win, man Mohawk want threatening this beautiful woman he saw around already starting to get crowded. He did not continue his threat and said with sinister smile, "We wait for you in East Bar. If you do not come there you will know the consequences when you hunt in Jakarta." The Mohawk man thought this beautiful woman would be scared when he said his last words before he left and will come to East Bar, but he saw this beautiful woman turning her back and say with a cold smile, "I'll wait for you in Jakarta." Hearing this answer, the fury of these 5 swindlers is at its limit. If killing or raping is not forbidden in East City, then they will this beautiful lady until they are satisfied and kill her afterward. Because many people try to kill Anne, but before they succeed in doing so, the people who tried to kill or got killed first by people who wore golden armor, so no one else dared to do that again afterward. They can only leave with anger and can only find this woman in Jakarta, and then they show how terrible they are to this woman. When the 5 swindlers leave, the woman is already in front of Randy's family. "Randy, who is this?" Almira asked Randy in a hoarse voice. "Mom, this is." Until here Randy fell silent. He forgot to ask the name of his future wife, so he did not know how to tell his mother, and it was impossible for him to say to his mother like this, "Mom, this is my future wife that I found while hunting." As Randy was confused about how to introduce this woman, she heard this woman introduce herself. "Hello, Andy, uncle. My name is Zenyi and I am Randy's future wife." Zenyi introduced herself to Randy's parents with her beautiful smile. "Oh, hello," Aizen and Almira replied to Zenyi's greeting, but moments later they were shocked. What, Randy's future wife? Chapter 19, 200 Lagan? At home number 2112. Aizen and his wife are back with Randy and also his future wife Zenyi. After arrived at the home, Almira went straight to the kitchen for cooking. At the table, Aizen sat in the usual place he sit. Randy also sat opposite him, where he used to sit, but this time is different from usual. There is a beautiful woman sitting next to Randy. The atmosphere at the dining table was awkward. Randy did not know what to say to his father, and his father also did not know what to say, as he was also very surprised when Zenyi said that she was Randy's future wife. Does not this mean his son is getting married soon? And he does not know anything about this. As for Zenyi, she sat next to Randy with a smile that never gone from her face. Her appearance was like a gentle daughter-in-law, very different when Randy first met her. Cough cough, Zenyi, how about your parents? Would not it be better to talk about the wedding date with your parents too? Aizen said to break this awkward atmosphere by taking the initiative to speak to Zenyi. Aizen asked like this because, on the way back from the teleportation site to the house, Zenyi said she stopped by their house to talk about her wedding date with Randy, so Aizen asked like this. Is not usually to discuss the wedding date is usually done by the two families? Sigh, uncle, my parents have died 4 years ago, Zenyi replied with a sad face. Oh sorry, uncle did not know that you knew your parents were dead, Aizen said apologetically. Okay, we'll talk about your wedding date after lunch then. Aizen kicked Randy's leg while blaming his son for not telling him that Zenyi's parents are dead, while Randy looks at his father with a puzzled face. 30 minutes later, Almira finished cooking. They eat in a strange atmosphere, which is usually Aizen and Randy who talk while eating. Now they do not say anything. While the usual Almira always listened to Aizen and her son spoke, now she who kept talking to Zenyi endlessly while eating. Although Zenyi only responded with a word or two, it does not make Almira stop talking to Zenyi. According to her, her daughter-in-law is still embarrassed because this was the first time she met with them. Then Almira became more enthusiasm to speak to Zenyi. Her future daughter-in-law would not feel shy anymore. They had lunch accompanied by Almira's never-ending voice. After eating, it is time to discuss the wedding date. So, have you decided when you'll get married? Almira started this topic by asking her son and her future daughter-in-law. Andy, we intend to get married tomorrow, Zenyi replied. Hearing this, Aizen and Almira are shocked. Even Randy also shocked. He thought, is this woman really intending to marry me? Aizen and Almira did not notice Randy's shocked face because they focused staring on Zenyi. Is not this too rushed? What about the preparation of the wedding party, have you prepared it? Almira asked. Because Randy is her only child, so when he married, Almira wanted to make a wedding party that will always memorable in her heart because she only has one child. Andy, we are not planning to make a wedding party. We just plan to invite people we know and have a meal together at East Restaurant to celebrate our marriage. If we are in the previous world, it may not be difficult to have a wedding party, but with the start of Battle of Ascension, isn't it better if we use the money for the wedding party for more important things? Zenyi explained his idea. Randy looked at Zenyi with a suspicious face. Is it possible that this woman knew his secret and planned this? Randy said in his heart. Hearing the explanation of her future daughter-in-law, Aizen was very satisfied. Maybe Randy lately has become more mature because of the influence of his girlfriend. As usual, Aizen nodded his head. Almira also fell silent when she heard the explanation from Zenyi. Saw Almira fell silent, Zenyi thought Almira disagreed with her idea, so she said again to convince Almira. Andy, although we cannot make out wedding party now, maybe in the future after our condition is stable we can have a wedding party. That's right, although we cannot celebrate the wedding now, we will celebrate the wedding in the future. Aizen immediately agreed with Zenyi's idea. Actually, Almira fell silent not because she disagreed with the idea of Zenyi, but because thinking of Zenyi's words earlier. Almira also thought if she's made wedding party for her son she did not have the money, so she fell silent. Heard Aizen words, Almira wake from her daze. Okay then, so we'll have a wedding party in the future and for now we just celebrate by eating together in East Restaurant. Almira approves the idea of her daughter-in-law. So now you guys go first to Adventure Guild to get your new Ascension card, eh? New Ascension card? Randy and Zenyi said in unison. You do not know? This is the same as on Earth before. You will register to get a wedding card and will get a new card like marriage certificate on Earth. That's what I mean by new Ascension card, Almira explained to Zenyi and Randy. Mom, how did you know this? Randy asked his mother. Just over 2 weeks since the Battle of Ascension began, most people still think about how they survive this new world. Is there someone already married? Otherwise, how could my mother know? Then Randy asked her mother. Of course I know. Our neighborhood already have 4 girls married and their mother told this to me, Almira replied. Then Randy looked at Zenyi. In Randy's face she was like asking, do we also have to register our marriage certificate? Zenyi just responded to Randy with her beautiful smile. Seeing Randy and Zenyi staring at each other, Almira misunderstood, thinking that they could not wait to get their marriage certificate, so she immediately told Randy and Zenyi to register their marriage certificate. Randy and Zenyi finally left to register their marriage certificate after being urged by Almira. Get out of the house. Randy and Zenyi walked toward Adventure Guild. After a few minutes, Randy finally could not help asking. Hey, do you really want to marry me? Zenyi looked at Randy and spoke in a cold tone. What? You do not want to marry me? I mean, we just met today and did not know each other and... Talking up here, Randy was interrupted by Zenyi. After what you did earlier, you want to run away from your responsibilities? Zenyi's tone becomes colder. Here Randy got confused. What exactly did he do? Did he hurt her when he was unconscious? That is impossible because from the moment he was on his way back he was very conscious and he was also being chased by strange creatures. Okay, We're getting married, but I do not want you to just play me with this marriage as well as my parents." Randy spoke in a serious tone. Zenyi just snorted at the words from Randy. They continue walking toward the Adventure Guild without speaking to each other. Although Randy does not know why Zenyi insisted to marry him, it seemed that Zenyi was serious about this marriage, and of course Randy also liked to get the very beautiful wife. Maybe if Michael and Whitty were alive they would be very jealous of him. It seems that my luck is so great. After being pursued by a strange creature he got a beautiful wife, but I feel like I've seen the name of Zenyi. I feel this name is very familiar, Randy said in his heart. Then Randy tries to remember this name, but still, he cannot remember where he saw this name. Maybe it was really lucky that he got a beautiful wife like her. Luck. They had reached the Adventure Guild. Zenyi went straight in and Randy stopped in front of the Adventure Guild because he remembered something. Randy immediately checked his stat window. Name, Randy. Christian. Title, Demonic Rabbit's Lair. Level, 12, 50,975 out of 204,800 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-bloodline, Chaos Dragon Bloodline. Stats point, 0, Strength, 217, Vitality, 131, Stamina, 107, Agility, 215, Spirit, 107, Luck, 400. Skills, Skill point, 120. Level 3, 0 out of 8, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using a skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 10, 0 out of 30, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 8, Dragon Roar, Roar of the Dragon. Effect, inflicted dizziness in radius 20 meter. Randy luck has gone 200, this meant. Chapter 20, First night. This meant was he used luck to get a beautiful wife? Shanna, why is my luck reduced by 200 and I didn't activate my hidden stats, why my 200 luck gone? Randy asked Shanna. Master, you forgot to deactivate your hidden stat after you opened Ascension chest, so your hidden stat is active since you departed from Bogor territory to Jakarta territory. Shanna explained to Randy. So it's true that I got this beautiful wife because of luck? Randy asked Shanna again. Maybe. Shanna replied with uncertainty. Then Randy sighed and deactivated his hidden stats. As he looked up at the entrance to the Adventure Guild and wanted to walk in the Adventure Guild, he saw Zenyi in front of the entrance of the Adventure Guild, glaring at him with her cold eyes. Randy knew she must have misunderstood, maybe she thought he did not want to marry her. After knowing he used 200 lux to get this beautiful wife, Randy did not hesitate anymore to marry Zenyi. Of course, he did not hesitate, because he knew the reason why Zenyi insisted on marrying him. It was because he had already spent 200 lux on this. Then Randy came to Zenyi with a smile and said, "Why do you look at me like that? Let's go inside to register our marriage certificate." When Randy wanted to hold Zenyi's hand to enter the Adventure Guild together, Zenyi avoided and went in first, and Randy heard Zenyi murmured, "Good thing he does not run. If he run I will stop hunting beasts temporary and will hunt him down." When Randy heard this, his body shuddered. Though he's got a bloodline in battle, it seemed like Zenyi is very experienced and she is very good at using her spear when fighting against him. Maybe if Zenyi really intended to hunt him. Randy did not want to imagine when he was hunted by Zenyi and rushed into the Adventure Guild. While inside, Randy saw Zenyi talking to the woman behind the counter who wore Adventure Guild uniform. Randy came to Zenyi and this woman. When he got to the side of Zenyi, he heard the woman wore the guild uniform talking to Zenyi. "Miss, to register the marriage ascension card, you and your husband must give your ascension card to us." Then Zenyi looked at Randy. He immediately gave his ascension card to Zenyi. Then Zenyi gave 2 ascension cards to the woman in the Adventure Guild uniform. "Well, you can take the marriage ascension card tomorrow along with your ascension card." The woman wore the Adventure Guild uniform spoke to Zenyi and Randy. Upon hearing this, Zenyi immediately went out of Adventure Guild, leaving Randy. Saw this, Randy shook his head and immediately chased after Zenyi. "Hey, where are we going?" Randy asked Zenyi when he managed to catch up. Zenyi does not answer Randy and keeps walking away, ignoring Randy. Randy is helpless with this woman, he just followed her. Zenyi was walked to his house. "You did not come back to your house?" Randy asked in puzzlement. "What, we're married? isn't it? Odd if I come back here? Zenyi said in a cold tone. It's not what I mean you did not pack up thing in your house before moving here? Randy explained. Zenyi snorted at Randy and entered the house. This woman is not only unreasonable but also easy to misunderstand, Randy said in his heart. Then he followed Zenyi into the house. When he was inside the house he saw Zenyi has turned back into a gentle daughter-in-law. She smiled and greeted his parents. Auntie uncle, we're back. Almira immediately welcomed Zenyi. What did you call us? You should call us dad and mom instead of auntie and uncle. You are married now, Almira rebuked Zenyi in a gentle tone. Dad, mom, Zenyi shyly called out. Then Almira nodded her head with satisfaction. She pulled Zenyi and said, what about the marriage certificate, have you registered it? Zenyi nodded her head shyly. Yeah, we just register our marriage certificate and tomorrow can be taken in Adventure Guild. Almira and Zenyi continued their conversation as they made their way to Almira's room, while Randy was still standing in front of the door to saw her mother talking to Zenyi. He felt like her mother had been taken away from him. Her mother no longer worried about his condition. Unlike this morning, even she did not ask how he passed the night in the wild. Randy walked into the kitchen and when he comes out he brought a glass of milk and sit down in the usual place he sat while his father is enjoying his coffee and reading the news on the forum sitting in the Randy opposite. 1 hour later Almira came out with Zenyi with a satisfied face and went straight to the kitchen to cook dinner, while Zenyi sat next to Randy. Suddenly Zenyi spoke to Randy. Dear, where is your room? I want to take a bath. Hearing this, Randy was shocked and he looked at Zenyi with his eyes and mouth wide open. Saw this, Zenyi immediately kicked Randy's leg. Randy awake, then he smiled at Zenyi and held her hand, pulled her to his room. But when he arrived at the room, Zenyi immediately pulled her hand and headed to the bathroom. 30 minutes later Randy and Zenyi left the room. They are like a couple who had just been bathed together, but Zenyi showered for 25 minutes and Randy was only given 5 minutes to bathe. As they came out, dinner was served at the table. Like this afternoon, Almira ate while talking to Zenyi non-stop while Aizen and Randy became listeners. After the meal, Almira immediately pulled Aizen to the room, leaving Zenyi and Randy. Here Randy does not know what to do. He felt awkward. He wanted to invite Zenyi to his room to sleep together, but he was afraid of being rejected. After 5 minutes of silence, Randy spoke. Tonight I will sleep outside, you can sleep in my room. Then Zenyi looked at Randy and said, stupid, eh? Then he also heard Shanna say, yeah, stupid master, with a giggle. Stupid? Though he meant well, she said he was stupid. When Randy wanted to refute Zenyi's words, his hand is pulled by Zenyi to his room. Then Randy's mind becomes wild, maybe she wants to do it with me? When they reached the room, Zenyi sat on the edge of the bed and said to Randy, sit down, there's something we need to talk about. Clearly Zenyi pointed her hand to the next she said indicated Randy to sit there. Randy sat down next to Zenyi and said, what do you want to talk about? Well, after listening to what your mother said about you earlier, actually I wanted to tell your mother the truth about our real relationship, but because of the warmth your mother gave me I selfishly decided to stay here, but if you disagree to marry me then I will leave. Because your mother seemed to love you very much and I do not want your mom to be sad because you are not happy to marry me and instead make the warm atmosphere in this family is broken. Zenyi spoke to Randy. Heard what Zenyi said, Randy is really confused. What does she mean by talk like this? Wait, what do you actually say? I do not understand at all. Randy is really confused. Well, let me explain why I want to marry you and do not cut me off. Zenyi said seriously. Randy nodded his head. Actually I'm married to you, just wanted to retaliate what you did this afternoon because you've been peeked me take a bath this afternoon in the lake. Up here Randy wanted to cut what Zenyi said, that he did not peek at her but he hid from a strange creature, but he saw Zenyi glaring at him with sharp eyes and Randy immediately closed his mouth. Zenyi continued. I have a fiancé. My family approved the proposal of the Long family to marry me to nephew from the head of Long family, Long Zeman. Although I disagree, my grandfather and my uncle threatened me with my mother if I did not agree with this proposal. Here Zenyi paused for a moment and looked at Randy. She saw Randy listening seriously to her words. Anything you want to ask? Asked Zenyi. Yes, Randy replied. Zenyi nodded her head, indicated to Randy he could ask. Did not you say your parents died 4 years ago? How could they threaten you with your mother? Randy asked Zenyi. Hearing Randy's question, Zenyi gawked. He did not realize the main point of my explanation. But she still answered Randy's question. I lied to you guys. At first I just wanted to retaliate because you've peeked at me when I took bath, but after getting the concern from your mother I instead wanted to have a mother like your mother. She was full of concern even though this was the first time we met, and she was so affectionate to me and I really longing having a warm family like this. Heard this Randy was very happy. Did not that mean Zenyi is really serious about marrying him? But here Randy is confused why she retaliated by marrying him. Is not this the same as giving him a gift rather than retaliate? But Randy did not care, which he think now is the first night as a couple with Zenyi. Does not that mean we can do what the couple did on the first night of marriage? Randy said excitedly as he looked at Zenyi's body. In the afternoon Randy could not see Zenyi's body clearly because she was wearing armor, but now she does not wear armor and he can clearly see Zenyi's body. Big breasts, maybe D-cup? A slender waist and a plump ass. Hearing Randy's words, Zenyi was shocked. What he think is about the first night of marriage and he does not think about what he will experience after marrying her even though she has explained it. Hey, are not you afraid of the Long family? Zenyi reminded Randy because he does not understand what she has explained. Long family? Why I should afraid of the Long family? Randy asked with a puzzled look. You do not know the Long family? Zenyi is surprised Randy does not know about Long family. The Long family is one of the founder family of 7 families who founded Dragon Dynasty Guild, and Dragon Dynasty Guild was the first guild established in East City. Long family also occupied the first position in level ranking, and a man in front of her is not afraid of the Long family, is not afraid but did not know about Long family, the most famous family in the East City. Saw Zenyi was surprised that he did not know about Long family. Randy was confused. Why he should know about a Long family? Saw Randy's confused face. Zenyi is completely helpless. You see level ranking now? Zenyi said to Randy. Randy got more confused when he heard Zenyi told him to check level ranking, but Randy still nodded his head and see level ranking. East City level ranking, 1. Long Taniu, level, 33, 2. Ryōto Kagawa, level, 32, 3. Tangren, level, 32, 4. Hidekiko, level, 32, 5. Yishiang, level, 31, 6. Zenyi, level, 31, 7. Mitsugieki, level, 31, 8. Wang Suyian, level, 31, 9. Seliker Yavas, level, 31, 10. Ahmed Saleh, level, 30, 11. Kai Taeyang, level, 30, 12. Zhang Hao, level, 30, 13. Long Xinia, level, 30, 14. Akil Altamer, level, 30, 15. Zhang, level, 30, 16. Akihiro Tanabe, level, 30, 17. Subas Banstola, level, 30, 18. Saito Hideyoshi, level, 30, 19. Yang Zenkang, level, 29, 20. Dongfang Ming, level, 29. Wow, it turns out you are ranked 6 in level ranking, exclaimed Randy. Heard this, Zenyi became speechless. Chapter 21, First Night, 2. Do you still not understand what I want to convey to you? Zenyi became irritated with Randy. Randy shook his head indicating he did not understand. You. Zenyi really wanted to be angry with this stupid guy in front of her. You see and mention the name that is ranked number 1 in level ranking, Zenyi told Randy. Long Danny. Randy replied. Now you look at the guild list and check who the founder of the Dragon Dynasty Guild, Zenyi ordered Randy. Here Randy is surprised. There is a new update from the battle system. Guild list. Just check it, do not ask. Zenyi became more irritated with Randy, even he did not know about the guild list. Then Randy looked to the guild list, already 2 guilds that are established, that is, Dragon Dynasty and Eternal Shogunate. Then Randy checked out the Dragon Dynasty. Dragon Dynasty, description, founded by Long family, Tang family, Yi family, Zhang family, Yang family, Dongfang family and Feng family. Did you check it out? Asked Zenyi in a loud voice. Randy nodded his head. Do you know who the head of the family is from the Long family now? Randy shook his head. Long Danyu is the head family of Long family. Long Zeman is the nephew of Long Danyu and I am the fiancé of Long Zeman. It meant you have married fiancé of Long Danyu nephew. Randy nodded his head. Do you know what status does Long Zeman have in the Long family? Randy shook his head. The successor of Long Danyu, who will replace Long Danyu as the family head of Long family, and you have married Long Zeman fiancé, me. Which meant you will be the enemy of Long family for marrying Long Zeman's fiancé. Not only the Long family, or even you will be the enemy of the Dragon Dynasty Guild. You understand what it meant to be the enemy of the Long family and Dragon Dynasty Guild? You and your family might be killed. Zenyi explained to Randy in detail. Randy became dumbfounded after heard Zenyi's explanation. Saw Randy dumbfounded, Zenyi stood up and said. Take it easy, I'll leave your family. I do not want your mother to grieve because something happened to you, and the warmth of your family will be ruined just because of my petty retaliation. When Zenyi wants to leave, suddenly her hand is held by Randy. Zenyi looked at Randy and said. What? Are you done with your explanation? Randy asked. Hearing this, Zenyi is confused, but she nodded her head. Well, now it's my turn to ask you, only one question. When you say that you want to stay with this family because of this warmth family, do you really say it from the bottom of your heart, or you say like just make me as a shield so you do not marry to Long Zeman? Randy spoke his question. Here Zenyi sighed. Of course I really longing to have a family like this. Zen's family is one of the most prestigious families in China, and the women born in Zen's family are used as marriage chips to expand business from Zen family, so we do not have the right there and can only follow the arrangement set by the Zen family. After the Battle of Ascension began, I thought I can be freed the shackle of the Zen family and live up to what I want when I get strong, but they threaten me with my mother even though I am strong and cannot do anything and can only follow the arrangements set by the Zen family. Are you stupid? This time it's Randy's turn to say that Zenyi is stupid. Zenyi is puzzled why Randy suddenly said that she is stupid. Seeing Zenyi's face confused, Randy asks Zenyi. They threaten you with your mother so that you will do what they want? Zenyi nodded her head. Do you know where we are? Randy asked Zenyi again. Zenyi nodded his head and replied. East City. So how does your family threaten you with your mother? By torturing your mother? Killing your mother? Or forcibly selling your mother to brothels? If they do this, the Zen family will be invaded and destroyed by those who wear the golden armor. As long as your mother is in East City, then the Zen family will not be able to do anything to your mother. Fool, afraid of empty threats, Randy mocked Zenyi. Now it's Zenyi's turn to be dumbfounded. Yes, as long as my mother is in East City, then Zen family cannot do anything to my mother. Zenyi finally realizes she's been terrified by the empty threat given by Zen's family. Seeing Zenyi stunned, Randy grinned and said. So now we can do what the married couple should do? But what about Long family? Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Long family? Zenyi reminded Randy of the Long family. You do not have to think, Long family, I can handle it. Randy did not know where his confidence came from and said something like this. Zenyi nodded her head. Okay, I want to sleep now. You sleep on the floor and I sleep on the bed. We're not going to do what a married couple should do? Randy was startled. He thought after he convinced Zenyi, he will soon graduate from his virginity. In your dream, Zenyi refused Randy outright, but she has become softer to Randy, not cold anymore like this afternoon. Finally, Zenyi slept in the bed and Randy slept on the floor. Randy, where did your strength come this afternoon when you fought me? You did not use burst strength and burst agility skills, but you can blow me back with just one attack, and you did not even get into the top 20 level ranking, so your stat is definitely smaller than me while your equipment is much worse than mine, Zenyi asked Randy when she was lying in bed and Randy lay on the floor. I'll tell you when you're officially become my wife, Randy answered Zenyi tsk. Stingy. Then Zenyi did not hear any more answer from Randy. Chapter 22, Buy New Equipment. The next morning at 5 a.m. Randy woke up. He saw Zenyi still sleeping. As usual, he went out to do morning practice until 8 a.m. When he entered the house, he saw his father enjoying his morning coffee and his mother chatted with Zenyi passionately. Sometimes Aizen chimed in a word or two. Randy felt like an abandoned child. Usually, when he entered the house, he is always greeted by a warm smile from his mother, though his father did not greet him like his mother. His father usually nodded at him. But now no one cares about him. Randy walked into his room to wash up his sweaty body, after which he went out to join breakfast. After breakfast, Randy prepared to go hunting. As he walked out with Zenyi, he saw his father still sitting on the table enjoying his still unfinished coffee. Hey Dad, are not you hunting today? Randy asked his father. Aizen shook his head. No, I want to rest for today. Meanwhile, Almira fumed when she heard Zenyi want to go hunting. You are a woman, you do not need to hunt, let the men hunt. Blah 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 blah. Almira continued to grumble in front of Randy and Zenyi for 10 minutes before being allowed to leave by Almira. When the Almira grumbled, Zenyi put on an earnest expression as if she listened to the Almira nagging seriously. When she arrived outside, Zenyi smiled beautifully. When Randy saw this smile, his heart was pounding so fast, but then a strange thought came to Randy's mind. Is this Zenyi M? Why did she smile when she was scolded by mother? Then Zenyi noticed Randy looking into her face in a daze, and then she saw Randy's face turn strange. Surely you think I am M, right? Because I smile when your mother scolded me? Zenyi guessed Randy's thought. Randy nodded his head but then immediately shook his head. Hey, you seemed afraid of me. Do not worry, for now my status is as your wife, so I will not do anything to you, Zenyi snorted to Randy. Then Zenyi smiled again and said. It's been a long time since I've sensed anyone worried about me like this. At home I've never felt this, so when your mother scolded me that it was so dangerous to hunt, I was so happy. Even your silent father give this to me. And then Zenyi pulls out the armor from the system storage. So I really longing to have a family like this. But unfortunately this is not my family, Zenyi sighed. Is not this already your family? Is not we married? It mean my family will be your family, Randy replied. No, we will cancel our marriage certificate and we will part up here. I do not want your family to be disturbed by Long family. You do not know that Long Zeman is a narrow-minded person. If he find out that you married me, maybe he will kill you, Zhen Yi said. She also wanted to stay with the Swarm family, but she also did not want this family warmth destroyed by her either. Do not worry about Long family, as long as my mom and dad are in East City, they will not be able to do anything, Randy replied confidently. He does not want the wife he's gotten with 200 luck just gone like that. He also felt weird. The first time he interacted with Zhen Yi, he did not really like her overbearing attitude, but since Zhen Yi came back home with him, he felt like he did not want to be away from her. Yeah, Long family will not be able to do anything to your father and mother during their time in East City, but what about you? Dragon Dynasty Guild is the first guild set up in East City, and also lots of people joined the Dragon Dynasty. Maybe there are a lot of member of the Dragon Dynasty in Jakarta. What if Long family then asked a member of Dragon Dynasty in Jakarta hunting you? Zhen Yi warned for Randy not to underestimate the power of the Long family. Here Randy chuckled and said, as long as the people in the top 20 are not hunting me, I will easily beat them. Do you not remember yesterday? Despite your level 31 fight against me who is level 12, but I still can fight well with you being ranked 6 in level ranking. That's because I did not. Until here Zhen Yi's words stopped and he looked at Randy with a shocked face. What did you just say? What level are you? How can you? Zhen Yi immediately grabbed Randy's shoulder and her voice grew louder as she spoke. Here Randy realized that he slipped out and immediately closed the mouth of Zhen Yi with his hand. Shhhhhh, do not make a fuss here. We talk about this elsewhere. Then Zhen Yi fell silent. Randy took his hand out from Zhen Yi's mouth and looked around. No one noticed them. Randy was relieved. Then he saw Zhen Yi glaring at him. Well then, we'll talk about this later in Jakarta. For now, I want to go to the guild area first to buy equipment. My glove is damaged from fighting with you yesterday. After saying this, Randy walked into the guild area followed by Zhen Yi. 15 minutes later Randy arrived at the East Weapon and Armor shop. As he entered the shop, Randy is greeted by a beautiful woman with big, round eyes, a chubby cheek and in her early 20s. Welcome to the East Weapon and Armor shop. What do you want to buy? Weapon or armor? Armor, Randy replied. Follow me, sir. Then the female attendant invited Randy into the room filled with armor. There is some armor that is hanging on the wall and more armor are placed on the shelf neatly. What armor do you need, sir? We have plenty here with common, uncommon, and rare grade set armor, a dozen of epic grade set armor, some ancient grade set armor and one set of armor with legendary grade. This female attendant asked Randy the grade of armor he wanted to buy. Please, the uncommon one, rare grade equipment, Randy and Zhen Yi responded in unison. Then Randy looked at Zhen Yi with a puzzled face and asked, you want to buy equipment too? Zhen Yi shook her head and replied. No, Randy was more confused. Then why are you asking for rare grade equipment? Zhen Yi replied nonchalantly. For you. Randy shook his head. He only has 9 gold after selling 9,000 more demonic rabbit carcasses and he could not afford to buy rare grade armor. Randy had already seen at the East City Forum for the price of armor at East Weapon and Armor shop. Common grade equipment 10 to 50 silver per piece, 50 to 100 silver per piece for uncommon grade equipment and 100 gold per piece for rare grade equipment. Because Randy not only wanted to change his gloves, but he also wanted to buy all equipment, glove, helmet, boot, and armor. If he buys a rare grade item, then the money he has is not enough. Uncommon, please. Randy still asked the female attendant to show him an uncommon grade equipment. Why are you so stubborn? Zhen Yi said to Randy in an annoyed tone. Randy ignored Zhen Yi and followed the female attendant. Randy was shown a lot of equipment with uncommon grade. Finally Randy chose Legion set. Legion helmet, grade, uncommon, increasing defense 5%, Legion gauntlet, grade, uncommon, increasing defense 3%, increasing attack speed 2%, Legion armor, grade, uncommon, increasing defense 5%, vitality +1, Legion great boots, grade, uncommon, increasing movement speed 3%, increasing defense 2%. Randy paid 4 gold to buy Legion set, 1 gold per piece. There is some cheaper set than Legion set, but the quality was also worse than Legion set. Randy went straight for his new equipment. His new equipment color was bronze. Then he came out of the shop with his new equipment. After leaving the East Weapon and Armor shop, Randy headed off to the blacksmith. He wanted to appraise the sword he found in the dragon's nest. Zhen Yi still following Randy. After coming out of the shop, Zhen Yi asked, "Where are you going now?" "Blacksmith," Randy replied. "You just bought new equipment. Why are you going to the blacksmith?" Zhen Yi is puzzled why Randy wanted to go to the blacksmith. But Zhen Yi did not get any response from Randy, who kept walking toward the blacksmith. A few moments later Randy arrived at East Blacksmith. This time he was not greeted by a female but a man. This man has a muscular body with bronze-colored skin and was around in his early 30s. "Welcome to Blacksmith East. What do you need, sir?" The man greeted with a smile and a hoarse voice. "Oh, hello. I want to appraise the sword that I found, Randy said his purpose. Appraisal. This man is confused with Randy's purpose. It was like this. Saw this man confused. Randy explained that he found 2 swords but there was no information whatsoever appeared when he checked it out, so he wanted to ask to appraise this 2 sword. When Randy asked Shanna about this, she replied that this 2 sword already broken and could not be used anymore, but the material used to make this sword is very good, so she suggested Randy bring this sword to get appraisal in the blacksmith and create a new sword from this 2 sword material that is still can be used. I understand, then follow me because only our master could do that. The muscular man invited Randy inside to meet his master. Then Randy and Zenyi entered the blacksmith. Inside the blacksmith was quite hot and Randy also saw many people made equipment. Randy did not know these people were people who came from the earth just like him or someone who was already in East City before the people from the earth came here. Then they reached in the front of the room. Randy asked to wait in front of the room for a while and the muscular man came into the room. Not long after, the muscular man came out and said, "Please come in." Randy and Zenyi entered the room. In the room Randy saw a white-haired old man. Even though his face is a lot wrinkled but his face is very clean, Randy estimated this man was in his 60s and he was drinking wine from the jug beside him. "Hello, I want to." Before Randy finished what he said he was cut off by the old man. "Take out your sword that you want to appraise and you must pay 1 gold per appraisal," this white-haired old man said. "What? 1 gold per appraisal? This was very expensive. This is same for price 1 piece equipment with uncommon grade," Randy blurted out. Heard the words of Randy, this white-haired old man is angry. "Expensive? You think getting an appraisal from legendary blacksmith with 1 gold is expensive? Then now the price per appraisal is 2 gold." Heard this, Randy's mouth twitched. But he cannot do anything, because the muscular man said was only this person who can do the appraisal. Randy took out the sword he got from the dragon's nest, a black sword with a length of 1.5 meters and a width of 3 to 4 centimeters. Randy gave this sword to the white-haired old man for appraisal. Originally a white-haired old man was indifferent to Randy and Zenyi, but after Randy took out this sword his face became serious and his eyes became sharp. He immediately took the sword that Randy gave. Chapter 23, Legendary Grade Weapon. A moment later the white-haired old man looked at Randy and said in a serious tone, "Where did you find this sword?" "I found this in the Bogor territory in a cave there." Randy did not know why this white-haired old man asked about this, but Randy still told him where he found this sword. This sword is made from a mixture of black orich alchem and black adamantium that can only be obtained from underworld and hell, and this sword was made of 80% black orich alchem and 20% black adamantium, but it is very regrettable that this sword is broken, and if you want to make a new weapon from material that can be used from this sword you can only make dagger because the material is not enough if you want to make a new sword. This white-haired man explained his appraisal. "What if there's one more?" Randy said as he pulled out a similar sword to that in the hand of a white-haired old man. When Randy took out this one, the old man immediately took the sword straight from Randy's hand. "A sword made of the same material, but you can only make a short sword with the addition of material from this sword. If you have another one similar to this sword I can make this sword back as before," the white-haired old man explained. Randy shook his head and said, "No, I do not have any other. I just found these 2 swords in the cave." The white-haired old man shook his head and murmured, "It's very unfortunate that if I had this material I might be able to make my 3rd legendary grade weapon, or maybe I could make my 1st mythical weapon." "Old man, what if it is added with this? Is this material enough to make a new sword?" Randy said as he pulled out the Bone of Chaos Dragon from the system storage. Then the white-haired old man looked at Randy. He saw Randy pulled out a 3-meter-long bone. Then he looked Randy with disdain. What was this bone? Did he think by adding any low-level beast bone can make a better weapon? This will only make top-grade materials such black orich alchem and black adamantium into waste if combined with this low-level beast bone. But the white-haired old man kept taking the bone which Randy pulled out to check what bone is this. After he took this bone, the face of this white-haired old man with his eyes and mouth wide open, he was shocked by this bone. You, this white-haired old man stammered as he spoke to Randy after he found out what this bone was. Then this white-haired old man took a breath and exhaled many times to calm himself. The young man in front of him is constantly giving shock after shock to him. When he was calm, he spoke in a solemn tone to Randy. "Young man, I can make you a new sword with all this material, but I ask for the payment is 1 meter from this bone." No, 10 centimeters is enough, just 10 centimeters. "How? Deal?" Randy paused for a moment and thought. While Zenyi is just silent from the beginning, did not say anything. Randy only has the remaining 5 gold left, maybe only with this, he could not pay to make a new sword even though he has a good material and the offer from this white-haired old man is very good. Although he took 10 centimeters from the dragon's bones, he still has 2.9 meters. Finally Randy accepted the offer of this white-haired old man. Okay, I agree, good. Leave all the materials here. 1 week you can't take your weapon in a week. The white-haired old man was very happy when Randy accepted his offer. 1 week? That's too long, old man. I will not be able to hunt without a sword, Randy complained to this old man. Of course it's very long. To cut this bone alone I need 2 days, and to melt it I take 2 days, and in the last 3 days, I will form your sword. The white-haired old man told Randy the rough process in created swords. Well, do not complain too much. You just have to buy a sword with an uncommon grade for you to use temporarily before the sword is finished. Now will we talk about what kind of sword do you want? The white-haired old man asked Randy what kind of sword he wanted to make. I want my sword not too big, wide with 3 to 4 centimeters like this black sword, and its length too. It's better if you can make my sword like a Japanese sword, katana. All this time Randy always rely on his speed when hunting, so he wanted a sword like he found in a dragon's nest. As for why he asked for the shape of his sword like a Japanese sword, katana. That's because he liked katana sword, so he asked for his sword shape to be made like a katana. Like this? The white-haired old man took out a sword similar to the katana with a length of 1 meter. Randy nodded his head and said, yes, like that, but I want it to be the same length as this black sword. Well, you can go now, I'll make your sword straight away. The white-haired old man told Randy and Zenyi out. He seemed to be impatient to make Randy's weapon. Before Randy came out of the room, he turned back and asked for his last request. Oh yeah, old man, can you cut the bone for me? Only 10 centimeters. I want to put it in the auction house. When this white-haired old man heard Randy wanted to sell these 10 centimeters bone, he wanted to scold this young man in the front of him, but after a while, he cancelled his intention to scold Randy and asked, you desperately need money. How if you exchange these 10 centimeters of this bone with this saber? The white-haired old man pulled out a 1 meter long saber and threw it at Randy. A Zora saber, grade, legendary, increasing attack 42% strength plus 40 equip effect, Wrath Burst, give 3% chance to deal double damage on attack. Randy was shocked after he saw the information that came up when he took out this saber out of its sheath. Then he looked at the white-haired old man in awe. Randy swallowed his saliva and said, old man, are you serious? You want to exchange this saber with 10 centimeters of bone? The white-haired old man shook his head. Of course not, 20 centimeters, how? Deal? Randy immediately replied, deal. He was afraid this white-haired old man would back on his words, so he answered without hesitation. Stupid young man, haha, with this bone I might be able to make a mythical grade weapon or even a divine grade weapon, the old white-haired man said in his heart. But even though the white-haired old man said that in his heart, he did not trick Randy by exchanged legendary grade weapons with 20 centimeters, Bone of Chaos Dragon, because it was a fair exchange, only if this was an exchange between blacksmith. Even though he exchanged 3 weapons with legendary grade with 20 centimeters of this bone, he will not want to exchange it, because this bone is a very difficult material to get. Even though for him who has become legendary blacksmith for 20 years this is the first time he got this material. Randy and Zenyi leave the blacksmiths. When arrived outside, Zenyi started talking again and launched barrage question to Randy. What bone was that? What weapon did you exchange with the 20 centimeters bone? Where did you get that bones and the black sword just now? Randy gets dizzy when he heard barrage question from Zenyi. Stop. Zenyi stopped asking and looked at Randy. Let's talk about this later, okay? Randy said to Zenyi. Then Randy walked to the auction house which located next to the East restaurant. Randy hesitated to sell this weapon at the auction house or not. This is a weapon with legendary grade, and maybe this is the first legendary grade weapon appeared in East City, or maybe not. Just when he bought the new equipment at East Weapon and Armor Shop, he was offered by the female attendant legendary set armor, so maybe there is also a weapon with legendary grade. But the old white-haired man exchanged this weapon with a 20 centimeters, Bone of Dragon Chaos, which meant the price of 20 centimeters, Bone of Dragon Chaos, is equal to 1 weapon with legendary grade, and the white-haired old man used the Bone of Chaos Dragon to make him a weapon. So maybe his weapon later is also a weapon with legendary grade as well. Thinking up here, Randy did not hesitate anymore to sell this weapon at the auction house. Hey, where are you going now? Seeing Randy walking again, Zenyi asked. The auction house, Randy replied. Chapter 24, Auction House. In front of the auction house, many people coming in and out. In addition to the street in front of the auction house is also very crowded because in front of the auction house is a Chinese cuisine restaurant opened by Dragon Dynasty. Here the Chinese people gathered, and next to the Chinese cuisine restaurant is where the Adventure Guild was located. While next to Adventure Guild is a Japanese food restaurant opened by Eternal Shogunate, here where members of Eternal Shogunate gathered, and right in front of Adventure Guild is East Restaurant, a restaurant that is opened before they people from the earth came to East City. So the street here are very crowded. Randy did not care about the competition or dispute between Dragon Dynasty and Eternal Shogunate, he just walked slowly toward the auction house. Arriving at auction house, Randy was greeted by a male attendant with a plain look. "Welcome to the East Auction House. What do you need, mister? Buy ticket to join in our auction or sell items?" Male attendant with a plain look greeted Randy. "Selling items," Randy answered. "And this lady?" the male attendant asked Zen Yi. "I'm with him," Zen Yi replied as she pointed her finger at Randy. The male attendant nodded his head and said with a smile, "Follow me, Mr. and Mistress, we will appraise your item before we auction it." Randy and Zen Yi followed the male attendant. They were taken to a room, and after arrived inside room, Randy and Zen Yi were invited to sit on the couch to waiting for the appraisal from auction house. Not long afterward, a skinny middle-aged man entered room where Randy's and Zen Yi was. He immediately sat in front of Randy and Zen Yi. Without chit-chat or greeting, he immediately said, "Please show me the items you want to auction." Randy immediately took a Zora saber from his system storage and gave to the man who was in front of him. When he pulled out the saber out from its sheath, he was shocked. His hand shook slightly, then looked at Randy and asked, "Are you sure you want to auction this saber?" Randy nodded his head. "If I may know, where did you get this saber and why would you want to auction it?" a skinny middle-aged man asked Randy. Not long after this question came out of the mouth of this skinny middle-aged man, he immediately said again in an apologetic tone, "Oh, I'm sorry, I should not ask this question." Cough cough. "Okay, if you want to auction this saber, where from auction house will take 10% of this saber transaction." "Oh no, we will only take 5% because this saber will be the main item for auction next week." "All right," Randy answered briefly. "Okay, this is a VIP card for our auction house. With this you can use private room number 7 in our auction next week and you can bring 3 people with you," the skinny middle-aged man said with a smile while giving a card that written VIP 7 inches to Randy. Randy took the card and said goodbye to the skinny middle-aged man before he came out of the room with Zen Yi. After Randy came out of the room, the skinny middle-aged man called the male attendant with plain look and instructed him. "Tell the manager, the main item for the auction next week is legendary grade weapon, and tell him to immediately spread this news across East City included in Inner City." The male attendant with plain look nodded his head, and when he wanted to open the door of the room to go out and tell what the skinny middle-aged man to the auction house manager, he heard the skinny middle-aged man said again, "Oh, one more. Tell the manager the private room number 7 already given to the person who auctioned this legendary grade weapon for auction next week." Zen Yi is very curious about the grade of weapon that Randy auctioned until the appraisal of the auction house gives Randy a VIP card for a private room, but when she asked Randy, he just answered, "Next week you'll know when they arrive outside the auction house." Zen Yi asked, "Where are you going now?" Randy saw the sun was at its peak. "We should take our marriage Ascension card and Ascension card today. If not, we will not be able to use teleportation without Ascension cards, so now we're going to Adventure Guild," heard Randy's answer. Zen Yi also remembered that her Ascension card was still in the Adventure Guild because they registered their marriage certificate yesterday. "Oh right, we will also cancel our marriage certificate, eh? Why? Are not you the one who suddenly said you wanted to marry me yesterday? Why you want to cancel it now?" Randy looked at Zen Yi with a serious face. "Do you still not understand why I married you?" Zen Yi asked with a serious face. "Okay, let's talk about this later after we get our marriage certificate." Randy waved his hand at Zen Yi and he walked to the Adventure Guild. Zen Yi does not know why now it seemed that now Randy did not want to cancel their marriage certificate, whereas at the beginning he did not seem to wanted to marry her. Zen Yi followed Randy to Adventure Guild. When they both entered inside the Adventure Guild, they headed straight for the counter where they registered their marriage certificate yesterday. The attendant at the counter is the same woman as yesterday when they registered their marriage certificate. "Hello, we want to take our marriage Ascension card and Ascension card," Randy said to female attendant at the counter. "What is your name?" the female attendant behind the counter asked Randy with a smile. "Randy Christian and Zen Yi." Randy replied. "All right, please wait for a moment," the female attendant replied and turned back into the room behind her. Likely their marriage certificate and Ascension card were in those room. Shortly after, the female attendant came out of the room and in her hand she carried 3 cards, one card bigger than the other and seemed to be their marriage certificate. "This is your marriage Ascension card and your Ascension card." The female attendant gave the card in her hand to Randy. "Thank you," Randy said with a smile and gave Zen Yi's Ascension card to Zen Yi next to him. Then they went out of Adventure Guild. "Now where are we going?" Zen Yi asked again. "East Restaurant, we'll have lunch before going hunting," Randy replied. They both walked towards East Restaurant, which is right in front of the Adventure Guild. When they entered the restaurant they are greeted by a male waiter. "Hello, welcome to East Restaurant, do you want to eat in a hall or in a private room?" When Randy wanted to answer hall, he heard Zen Yi answered first. "Private room, all right, please follow me," the waiter said. They followed the waiter to the second floor of the restaurant. Arrived on the second floor of the restaurant, they were delivered to a private room. Upon arrived in private room, they immediately ordered food before the waiter came out, leaving them alone in the private room. Now let's talk seriously. Why do not you want to cancel our marriage certificate? Zenyi started the conversation first. You always decide what you want without thinking. What should I said when you go and when my parents ask where is Zenyi? How do I answer it? You came to my house and said you were my future wife, then you registered our marriage certificate and now suddenly you want to cancel it. How do I explain this to my parents? Randy replied with a serious face and solemn tone. But I only used you as a shield to cause a dispute between you and Longzeman because you have been peeked at me while I was bathing in the lake yesterday, Zenyi snorted to Randy. Then what about my parents? Randy said, listen to me, we cancel this marriage certificate also for your own good and your parents. If Longzeman know this, maybe you will be hunted down by a member of Dragon Dynasty, and if anything happened to you, your mother will be sad. I do not want to harm your family, especially your mother. Zenyi shook her head sighing. With you canceling this marriage certificate, can you guarantee Longzeman will not hunt me? Look at this. Randy shown their marriage certificate. There is a marriage record, also stated that Randy is the first husband of Zenyi and Zenyi is the first wife of Randy. If they are divorced, then the Adventure Guild will made one more marriage certificate for one of them, so when they remarry again for the second time, then their future husband or wife will know that their partner has been married before. Randy also strange when looked at this marriage Ascension card, why there is a marriage record. Zenyi also saw their marriage certificate shown by Randy. So what are we going to do now? Zenyi asked guiltily. I have two plans, Randy answered. Zenyi, oh, what's that? Chapter 25, I like you first. We are still married and join Eternal Shogunate, they will definitely accept you to join them, ranked 6th in level ranking. We can take refuge under the protection of Eternal Shogunate and there will be no problem when Dragon Dynasty hunt me down, because it is impossible Eternal Shogunate letting its members be hunted down by members of Dragon Dynasty. Randy explained his first idea. Impossible, Eternal Shogunate will not accept me joining them because I had killed Eternal Shogunate member more than 10 people. Zenyi rejected Randy's first idea. The second plan? Randy was shocked to hear that Zenyi had killed a member of the Eternal Shogunate. It is a human life, not a beast, and Zenyi had killed more than 10 people. You killed a member of Eternal Shogunate? And more than 10 people? Randy asked nervously. Yes, I killed them because they were the one who wanted to kill me first. Initially they wanted to recruit me into their members because I was ranked top 10 in level ranking, but I refused and they immediately hunted me the next day, so I killed them, Zenyi explained, so that she is not suspected for a maniac killer by Randy. Do not discuss this, now tell your second plan. Randy secretly swallowed his saliva. Thank goodness Zenyi retaliated him with plan to make him as a shield when he was suspected peeping Zenyi while she took bathe in the lake, though it maybe had the same result. At least he is alive now and not killed like a member of Eternal Shogunate. Ahem, the second idea is a little crazy. We will still be married, but we will make our own guild that could contend with Dragon Dynasty. So we need not be afraid of Dragon Dynasty in the future. Randy told the second plan he thought. Not just a little crazy, but it was totally insane. Do you know the force of Dragon Dynasty had? Dragon Dynasty was founded by the Chinese for Chinese people to join there. Even I heard they would make another guild, China, for people without fighting power joining in, like chef, blacksmith, tailor, etc. just from the members. We've lost. They have 1 billion more people and you wanted to make a guild that could contend with Dragon Dynasty? It's not just a little crazy, but it was totally insane. Zenyi became annoyed when she heard the second idea from Randy. Well, we will follow my plan that I will not marry Longzeman, so he will not know that I married you. Zenyi proposed her idea, but she saw Randy shook his head. That annoyed her. Why are you shook your head? With is this all problem are solved? What about your mother? I thought even we are staying in East City is still not safe, especially your mother. Randy replied, what do you mean? Zenyi frowned. Suppose you refuse to marry Longzeman, your grandparents and uncles can still threaten you even if your mother stayed in East City. What if your grandfather and uncle locked up your mother without giving your mother food? What if they forced your mother to teleport out of East City? Randy replied. Heard Randy's explanation, Zenyi fell silent. A few moments later Randy said. It seems my second plan that suit for us, that is to create our own guild to contend Dragon Dynasty or Longzeman. But are you sure you can make a guild that contend against Dragon Dynasty? From the number of members we've lost, so how do we contend with Dragon Dynasty? Zenyi refutes Randy. We contend with Dragon Dynasty with quality over quantity. With my strength, I will be able to defeat Long Taniu later when I have caught up the level. You already know with just my level 12, my stat was higher than you are, which level 31, how if I have the same level with you or Long Taniu? Randy explained to Zenyi with a smile. And Randy still has not told all his strength to Zenyi, like hidden stat he has, luck. He will look for another Ascension chest and maybe he will find another bloodline and it can be used to strengthen his guild. Besides, he also did not want the lucky accidentally used to be wasted because he did not marry Zenyi, and also he felt strange. He had just interacted with Zenyi one day and he was so reluctant to part with Zenyi. Hey, contended with quality over quantity against Dragon Dynasty, you are so funny. Even we are going to create a guild. For now, we only have 2 people, you and me. Even though you can defeat Long Tanyu, but what about the others? Can 2 people defeat guild with 1 billion members? Zenyi snorted at Randy. Randy shook his head while making a tch sound from his mouth. I thought you were smart enough, but you were stupid you. Zenyi wanted to flare up when Randy ridiculed her, but Randy spoke first. Who said we will fight all Chinese or all people from Dragon Dynasty, even though Dragon Dynasty is a guild founded by Long family? But not only Long family who founded Dragon Dynasty, there are 6 other families and it is unlikely that everyone in Dragon Dynasty is in the Long family's order, and certainly in the Dragon Dynasty there is also a competition among the 7 families to have the highest authority in Dragon Dynasty, right? Right, so what? It has nothing to do with us? Zenyi refuted Randy. Of course it has to do with us, so first we have to correct who will become our enemy, and the one who will become our enemy is Long family, not Dragon Dynasty. Then we will make the scale become small. It was people from Long family in Jakarta because we cannot fight with family Long in East City, so automatically who will fight with us are people from Long family in Jakarta, because, in my opinion, no one has dared to cross the ocean to came to Jakarta for now, so our enemy is only people from Long family in Jakarta. We'll set up a guild and recruit people only who are in Jakarta, and I am sure for now we will be safe. As for the future, let us think again in the future, Randy explained with a smile. Zenyi narrowed her eyes and threw a bomb at Randy. What about the money to set up a guild? To set up a guild we have to pay 5 million gold to Adventure Guild to get guild establishment permission, and how about guild headquarter in East City? I heard Dragon Dynasty bought a building in Inner City as their headquarters for core members and 1 more in the entertainment area, and the cost to buy the building was 10 million for the Inner City and 1 million in the entertainment area. Heard this, Randy was shocked. He thought only need to gather members and then he could establish a guild through battle system without need any procedure. Inside the room became silent and Randy felt awkward. He thought his plan was perfect for solving the problem for now. But then there was the sound of the door opening and the waitress coming in and serving the food they ordered. After the waitress came out, the room fell silent again. Finally Randy said, "Cough cough, let's eat first and we'll talk about it later after we finish the lunch." But Zenyi moved her hand to stop Randy from eating and asked, "One more question, why in our second plan we are still married? Is not it even though we are divorced we can still run your second plan? Have you started to like me and therefore you constantly refuse to part with me? Let's continue this after lunch, just continue this after lunch," Randy replied nervously. Zenyi did not keep forcing Randy to answer, but she looking at Randy with a suspicious look. They ate in a quiet atmosphere until they finished eating, then Randy pulled the rope to call the waiter to clear their table. Not long after the waitress came and cleaned their table. Randy ordered dessert, fruit and a drink. They remained silent until the female waitress came in, delivered Randy's order, and until the waitress came out, yet none of them started talking. Cough cough, When Randy wanted to talk he is stopped by Zenyi. "Before we start thinking about what we're going to do in the future we better make sure one thing first," Zenyi said in a serious tone. "Oh, what's that?" Randy was curious about what Zenyi wanted to make sure. "Our relationship," Zenyi replied. "You mean? I mean, how do you feel about me? Do you really like me or not?" Zenyi asked. "Is not this question too blunt?" Randy said in his heart. I. Randy confused what to say to Zenyi. "Why are you so hard to answer this simple question?" Zenyi said. Randy took a breath and let out a breath, then he said, "Yes, I like you." Randy nervously waiting for an answer from Zenyi, while Zenyi just looked at Randy with a face without expression. A few moments later Zenyi asked, "Do you seriously like me?" Randy nodded his head vigorously. "Really serious? Not for the sake of your mother or your parents and the like?" Zenyi asked again. Randy nodded his head vigorously. Chapter 26, Discussion. "Alright," Zenyi responded briefly. Alright? So what does that mean? Does that mean she agreed?" Randy was puzzled by Zenyi's answer as she replied nonchalantly. Saw Randy's confused, nervous, and slightly lost face, Zenyi smiled and also a little relief in her heart that Randy really seriously liked her. Saw Zenyi smiling, Randy was dazzled. Her smile really intoxicated him, she like a goddess in Randy's eyes. "Well, I also have a good impression on you." "Well, despite the good impression I got was from your mother who told you from childhood until now. So for now, we will still have married status but we will not do anything except." Zenyi paused a moment here before continued her answer to Randy. You can make me fall in love with you. Oh, one more, there is a time limit. If in a year there is no progress in our relationship, we should tell the truth to your parents about our relationship, Zenyi continued. Randy pondered for a moment, before finally, he said. Well, we do like this for now then. Randy got up and wanted to go out. He thought they've finished eating, talking and time to went back, but Zenyi held Randy's hand when he wanted to walk out. Randy looked at Zenyi with a question mark. We have not finished talking yet, there is still much we need to talk about. Solution to face long family, about your stat and more, Zenyi said to Randy. Randy tapped his head because he was so nervous while waiting for a reply from Zenyi he forgot that there is still something they need to talk about again. Randy sat back down. About creating a guild, maybe we can do that plan. With my fame, maybe we can recruit a lot of people to deal with people from Long Family in Jakarta, although this is not a long-term solution, but in 1 or 2 years Long Family will not disturb us. Zenyi approved of Randy's second plan even though they needed a lot of money to set up the guild. And about the money. Before Zenyi finished what she wanted to say, she was cut off by Randy. No need to worry about money. Next week the money for guild establishment permit will be resolved by me, Randy said confidently. How did you get that much money in a week? Zenyi asked Randy in doubt. As far as Zenyi is concerned, Randy did not have much money. When he bought the new equipment he chose equipment with uncommon grade and was unable to buy rare grade equipment because he did not have enough money, but now he said with confidence that he could get 5 million gold in 1 week. Of course, Zenyi is doubting Randy. Zenyi did not believe and doubting him that he can get 5 million gold in a week, Randy said proudly. Do not you know I auctioned the weapon given by a white-haired old man in the auction house? With that weapon, I believe 5 million gold did, not a problem, or maybe I will get more than 5 million gold. The weapon gave by a white-haired old man? Zenyi remembered Randy exchanging 20 centimeters bone with the weapon, but Zenyi still doubting Randy. What grade weapon can be sold for up to 5 million gold more? Maybe, that weapon. Randy nodded his head. Zenyi looked at Randy with a look of disbelief. He had just auctioned legendary grade weapon. Was the man in front of her so stupid? He auctioned weapon with legendary grade without a second thought. Currently, there is only one weapon with a legendary grade in East City, which is a spear bought by Ryao Tokugawa in East Weapon and Armor Shop for 6 million gold. Are you stupid? You got a legendary weapon grade and you auctioned it without a second thought. Do you know that there is only one legendary grade weapon in East City? Why did you auction it? Zenyi scolded Randy. He auctioned legendary grade weapons where many people want to buy it but could not even though they have the money to buy legendary grade weapon because only legendary blacksmith can create legendary grade weapon and in East City, there is no legendary blacksmith. Randy though Zenyi will be glad when he solved the money issue to set up the guild, but he did not expect to get scolding instead praise from Zenyi for auctioning legendary grade weapon. I auctioned the weapon to get money to open a restaurant for my mom, Randy answered Zenyi honestly and cautiously, afraid that he will be scolded again. Zenyi took a breath and exhaled many times to calm herself. Zenyi inhaled and exhaled many times to calm down. Randy explained why he's auctioning the weapon. I auctioned the weapon because there is no one among could use the weapon. You use a spear, I use a sword and my father uses a hammer. Although I didn't auction the weapon there is no one among us can use it. Anyway the white-haired old man is exchanging 20 centimeters bone with legendary grade weapon and he will be made me weapon using the bone. Maybe I will get legendary grade weapon as well. Randy explained why he auctioned legendary grade weapon. Zenyi sighed. Randy's explanation makes sense and she cannot refute it, but still, she felt annoyed. Okay, we do not need to discuss this again. Now explain what bone it was? Why is that white-haired old man willing to trade legendary grade weapon with just 20 centimeters of bone? Zenyi started her interrogation of Randy. Bone of Chaos Dragon, Randy answered honestly. Dragon bones? Zenyi surprised. Randy got dragon bone which meant he has managed to kill a dragon? You killed a dragon? Randy shook his head and replied. Of course not, I found the bone beside the 2 black swords that I handed over to the white-haired old man. Randy still remembered when he is stared by a dragon and his mind becomes blank and his gaze darkens for a few minutes, his body trembled and say. You should not dream to kill a dragon, maybe with a glare from a dragon you will die. Why? Zenyi is curious. It seemed Randy was so afraid of the dragon. Randy explained his incident in the cave and he also told how his mind became blank twice and almost died when he entered the cave. Zenyi looked pensive when listened to the story from Randy. How did you get to Bogor territory? Beasts in Bogor territory are high level around level 25 to 35 while you only level 12 inches. Zenyi confused why Randy can be in Bogor territory. Randy did not know how to answer her. Randy had to explain his hidden stats if he explained how he was in Bogor territory, but he has not trusted Zenyi 100% yet, so he did not want to explain about his hidden stats. So Randy did not answer. Zenyi did not force him to answer and throw new questions. What about your high stat despite your low level? Randy was silent again and did not answer the question from Zenyi. Looks like you cannot tell me either. Do you still not trust me? Zenyi asked without expression. Heard Zenyi's question, Randy smiled bitterly and nodded his head. In the room the atmosphere became quiet again, no one spoke between them. Moments later, Randy took a breath and said, "Yes, I still cannot trust you 100%, we just met yesterday and I do not know anything about you yet, so I still feel insecure to tell all my secrets to you, even though I like you." Randy felt honesty is one of the most important things in a relationship, so Randy told the truth to Zenyi even though it will make his impression become bad before Zenyi. After Randy finished speaking, the private room was quiet again. Zenyi still sat looking at Randy without expression, while Randy becomes nervous. Then Zenyi smiled, her smile made the atmosphere inside the room blooming and Randy was dazzled when saw the smile on Zenyi's face and became confused too why she smiled. "Looks like you're really serious about me. Alright, it looks like we do not need to wait for time limit 1 year," Zenyi said to Randy. Heard this, Randy became nervous and clenched his fists. A moment later then his feeling turned to disappointment and a little lust after understood what Zenyi meant. Based on what Zenyi had said before, if their relationship had not progressed in a year then they would have a part, and now Zenyi said that there is no need to wait for the time limit, which means they will be part now without waiting for a year. Though he felt a little regret even though time is repeated he will keep saying the same thing because according to him honesty is one of the most important things in the relationship. Moments later he heard Zenyi said, "Okay, we should go home now, it's 5 p.m. now. Tonight we are going to have a big meal to celebrate our wedding, so we should go home early." Zenyi stood up and walked out of the room. While Randy is slightly lost there looking at Zenyi walked out of the room. He really did not understand what the words Zenyi meant. Did not they parted up here? Why did she come back to his home and celebrate their marriage? Randy sat there confused. Chapter 27, officially house number 2112. In the end, Randy followed Zenyi back home, though he did not understand what Zenyi meant. It seems they will not be parted up for a while. After arrived home, Zenyi greeted by anxious Almira. Almira was very worried about Zenyi who went hunting, so once they got home, Almira rushed from the kitchen to Zenyi who had just entered the house. "Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Almira asked in a worried tone and checked Zenyi's body whether there were any injuries or not after hunting. Saw Almira who was so anxious about her condition, Zenyi felt very warm and very happy because there's someone worried about her. Zenyi smiled happily and said, "I'm okay mom, besides." Before Zenyi finished her words she was interrupted by Randy who entered the house after her. "You do not have to worry mom, your dearest daughter-in-law did not go hunt today, we're just going around in the guild area from morning till late afternoon." Randy chimed in with a sour tone. He felt jealous of Zenyi and forget the confusion of Zenyi's words before they leave East Restaurant. Normally his mother welcomed him like this, but as Zenyi came to this house he feels his mother is more attentive to Zenyi than him. It seemed that he understands the feeling of his father when ignored by his mother. Randy ran away straight into his room when he sees her mother wanted to scold him. After saw her son ran away to the room when she wanted to scold him, Almira's attention returned to Zenyi. She pulled Zenyi to sit down and gave her a snack she had made in the afternoon and started to chat again, like asked where she went with Randy today, what she ate for lunch, etc. While Randy in his room lay in bed, though he felt jealous of Zenyi because his mother's attention was divided, but in his heart feel happy because it seemed like Zenyi will not part with him, but he still does not understand the last words of Zenyi before they leave from East Restaurant. Randy lie down while contemplating the words of Zenyi in the bed, but suddenly he smelled the fragrant scent on his bed. It seemed like this is the fragrance of Zenyi's body. She only once slept on his bed but for some reason could leave a fragrant scent in his bed. Thinking about Zenyi, Randy also thought about their relationship. Would their relationship really will run smoothly? Although he did not know what feeling he has for Zenyi after interacting with her one day, he wanted to stay with her and was very reluctant to part with Zenyi. He's like bewitched by Zenyi and could not bear to part with her. Although his relationship with Zenyi can run smoothly, still there are obstacles that he must face, Long Zeman and Long family. No way Long Zeman just let him grab his fiancé even though this engagement was not agreed by Zenyi but by Zen family on behalf of Zenyi. Based on what Zenyi said, Long Zeman is narrow-minded, seeking for a revenge from a small grievance, let alone this is not a small grievance, it's about his fiancé that was grabbed by him. Although there is a small possibility that the Long family will not care about this, but Long Zeman will definitely take revenge on him. He told Zenyi not to care about Long family confidently, but he did not know where the confidence came from so he could talk like that. Until now he has not been able to avenge his two best friends to the wolves who killed them. He who has not been able to kill a wolf, a beast, and now he is trying to challenge Long family who is much stronger than a wolf. Though he has a plan to solve the problem for a while. He did not know if his plan will go smoothly, but he does not regret this. Looks like he has to rearrange his plan. First is not to set up a guild, but he has to kill the wolf that killed his 2 friends to eliminate the trauma and reduce the guilt that is in his heart. Then he must be strong to protect his closest. Now he has Chaos Dragon bloodline. All he needed to be strong is to level up and gain experience in fighting. Now he is only level 12. The difference so far compared to Long Danyu, who ranked first in level ranking, and his experience in fighting that he has still little, because all this time he just fought against demonic rabbit, low-level beasts. Tomorrow he has to find the wolf that killed his 2 best friends. If he could not find the wolf, or the wolf is dead because someone else already killed it, then he will hunt all the wolves in Jakarta territory, or he will kill all the wolves he finds in the future. He did not have a clue where to find the wolves who killed his 2 best friends, but when his 2 best friends were killed, the wolf appeared at 1 kilometer from the area where he hunted demonic rabbit, place where they hunted black wildcat. Tomorrow it looks like he's going to hunt black wildcat, and maybe the wolf will show up there again. After he contemplating while smelled the fragrance of Zenyi's body for 15 minutes in his bed, he went from bed to bathroom to wash up, and he also felt hungry too, eager to eat dinner and sleep so that the tomorrow came fast. After 5 minutes of bathing, Randy came out of his room. Outside he saw his mother still chatting with Zenyi. Seeing this, Randy speechless. Why does it seem their chat is endless? And Randy also could not bear to complain to his mother, "Mom, why do not you cook? I'm starving, when will we have dinner?" Hearing complaints from Randy, Almira stopped chatting with Zenyi and answered, "Randy, isn't tonight we will eat at East restaurant to celebrate your wedding?" "Of course, I am not cooking tonight," heard answer from his mother. Randy remembered tonight they will go to East restaurant to celebrate his marriage with Zenyi. But after a while he got a good idea when he heard the answer from his mother. He wanted to understand the meaning the words of Zenyi before they left East restaurant. Zenyi said there is no need to wait the time limit, which meant she will tell his mother about the truth of their relationship. But what Zenyi did was different with what she said in East restaurant. She did not seem to say anything about the truth of their relationship to his mother, so Randy wanted to test the decision of Zenyi. "Zenyi has not told you yet, Mom?" Randy asked. His mother told me what? Here Almira is confused with Randy's question and she looked at Zenyi. Zenyi also does not understand Randy's question and she looked at Randy with a puzzled face. It seemed that Zenyi did not tell her mother about the truth of their relationship, Randy said in his heart when he saw his mother did not understand his question. "Told you about what we discussed this afternoon," Randy replied. Then he looked at Zenyi and asked her to make sure of his assumption. "You have not told Mom yet?" Zenyi is increasingly confused by the meaning of the question from Randy. This afternoon they are talking about a solution to overcome threat Long family if Long Zeman learned about their marriage. Did he intend to tell this to his mother? Zenyi thought, does Randy did not want to continue their relationship? Is not he say that he likes me? She also has said no need to wait for a year, which meant that she has accepted Randy and take this marriage seriously. It seemed he is not serious when he said that he liked me, Zenyi said in her heart with disappointment. She thought she would get a family and a place full of warmth. Zenyi shook her head at Randy with a low mood. Saw Zenyi shook her head, Randy was able to ensure that their relationship continued. He felt relieved and happy after confirming his assumption that Zenyi would not part with her. Seeing Randy and Zenyi not speaking, Almira could not bear to ask, "What do you want to tell me?" Aizen also listened to their conversation seriously. It seemed there is something that his daughter-in-law and his son wanted to tell, and this seemed like a serious matter. "Oh, Zenyi has not told you yet. Next week I will get enough money for us to open the restaurant, so better we postpone the wedding celebration until next week. We will hold restaurant's opening celebration as well," Randy explained to Almira, and Aizen after managed to ensure that Zenyi will not part with him. Zenyi looked at Randy with a strange look, because he did not discuss this at all when they were at East restaurant. He just told her that he was auctioning legendary grade weapon to open a restaurant and did not say anything about the postponement of the wedding celebration. Unlike Zenyi, Aizen and Almira's reaction was shocked by what Randy said. "Where do you get the money to rent a building to open a restaurant?" Aizen immediately asked Randy. Almira also looked at Randy. She also wanted to know where her son got the money to rent a building to open a restaurant. Randy actually wanted to keep this secret from his mom and dad, but he still told the truth to his parents. So Randy told how he exchanged rare material for blacksmith with legendary grade weapon and auctioned it at the auction house. Heard this, Aizen and Almira felt relieved because Randy got the money in a legit way, not from illegal ways. Aizen and Almira did not understand much about the legendary grade weapon. Their focus was where their son earned the money to open a restaurant. As long as their son earned money in a legit way, they were relieved. Aizen and Almira plan in this battle of Ascension was just wanted to survive, not to compete to be the strongest or so on. The important thing was they could live in peace and happiness. Aizen and Almira are quite satisfied, but Aizen still worried about Randy even though he did not know about price of legendary grade weapon, but he knew that legendary grade weapon was much better than the weapon he gave to Randy, but Randy auctioned it off and did not use it so he could help open a restaurant for his mother. Would not better for you to use the legendary grade weapon to hunt rather than auction it? Aizen asked in a worried tone, as Aizen was also hunting so he understood how important weapon in hunting. While Almira did not felt worried like Aizen, because she did not hunt so she did not understand about weapon grade, which is why she felt is happy and felt proud because her son could help her to open a restaurant rather than worried. It's okay Dad, even though I did not auction that weapon I still could not use it because it's not a sword but saber, so I could not use it even though I'm not auctioned it, Randy answered his father with a smile. Then Randy looked at Almira who was happy and proud, said in a complaining tone. Mom, when you will start cooking? I'm so hungry. Heard complaint from her son, Almira went straight to the kitchen to cook. Because she was happy, Almira did not grumble even though her son complained to her. Zenyi stood up from her seat and said, I will help. Zenyi walked to the kitchen following Almira. 40 minutes later Zenyi and Almira finished cooking. They dined in a warm atmosphere while discussing the restaurant like how are the decorations for their restaurant, name for the restaurant and so on. They kept chatting for 2 hours before they entered their rooms. When Randy and Zenyi entered the room, Zenyi kept staring at Randy. Randy felt uncomfortable being stared by Zenyi and could not bear to ask. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something you want to ask? Zenyi kept staring at Randy with a deep gaze like she wanted to read what was in his mind. Randy felt more uncomfortable being stared by Zenyi like this. A few moments later Zenyi opened her mouth and said, What's the meant of your question? You did not tell me anything about the postponement of the wedding celebration while we were at East Restaurant, but why did you ask that question in front of your mother? Randy did not know how to answer Zenyi. Impossible that he answered to Zenyi was to test their relationship, but it seemed that Zenyi will not stop staring at him if he did not answer, but he also could not lie to Zenyi because based on his principle that was honesty is one of the most important foundations in relationship. In the end, he told Zenyi the truth. I think honesty is one of the most important foundations in relationships so I will tell you, but before that please do not get angry or misunderstood. Zenyi did not respond to the words from Randy but she kept staring at Randy. I asked like that to confirm the meaning of your words before we leave the East Restaurant. You said that there is no need to wait for the time limit anymore, so I think you will tell the truth about our relationship to my mom, but your action was different by what you said so I was confused and decided asked like that to make sure my assumption. Randy continued his explanation nervously. Saw Zenyi still staring at him, Randy get more nervous. But a few moments later Zenyi laughed. Now it was Randy's turn to staring at Zenyi. This is the first time he saw Zenyi laughing. Randy was dazed when saw Zenyi laughing, so Randy dazed as he stared at her. Zenyi stopped laughing and said, Cough cough, why do not you ask me directly? How can I ask this person to ask directly? Of course Randy did not say this out. Seeing Randy did not answer and just standing nervously, Zenyi asked again. Have you got the answer? Randy nodded his head and said. It seems we're going to continue our relationship for a while. Zenyi shook her head and said. Looks like you really do not understand what I'm saying. So my assumption was wrong that we will continue our relationship for the time being? Randy said in a low mood when he saw Zenyi shaking his head. Of course you are wrong, I will take this marriage seriously not just temporarily, Zenyi said with a smile. Heard the answer from Zenyi, Randy was shocked. But after being shocked his face turned to delight. So? We'll have officially become a couple now? Randy asked nervously. Zenyi nodded her head. So? Now we can also do what should be done what the husband and wife do? Heard this Zenyi was initially surprised and her face turned red, but she still nodded his head. Saw Zenyi nodded her head, Randy approached Zenyi slowly nervously. As he in front of Zenyi he put his lips on Zenyi's lips, they kissed passionately even though their movements are a bit stiff because this is their first kiss. It was not long before Randy and Zenyi's clothes were thrown on the floor. Chapter 28, Black Wildcat. Next day at 7 a.m. Randy opened his eyes when he wanted to get up. He felt heavy that make him unable to get up. He saw Zenyi leaning against his body and sleeping soundly and smiling. Randy would have thought that last night was a dream if when he woke up did not see Zenyi in his arms. Remembering about last night and saw Zenyi naked body, Randy became spirited again. Then he saw Zenyi opened her eyes and looked at his face. Zenyi narrowed her eyes and said, No more, this is my first time and down there still sore. Maybe Zenyi said like this because she knew what Randy wanted to do. Randy smiled awkwardly, then he rose from his bed because Zenyi was awake so he woke up without fear of waking up Zenyi. Then he kissed Zenyi's forehead and said, Alright, I'll wash up, you can continue your sleep. Then Randy walked to the bathroom. 10 minutes later Randy came out of the bathroom. He saw Zenyi still sleeping in bed when he goes out of the room. He did not see his father and his mother in the kitchen, seemed to be preparing breakfast. Randy sat where he used to sit to wait for his mother to finish preparing breakfast. 20 minutes later her mother came out of the kitchen as she brought breakfast and served it on the table. Almira saw Randy already sitting at the table but she did not see Zenyi. Is Zenyi not awake yet? Almira asked Randy as she served the breakfast on the table. Randy nodded his head and said, "She's still asleep." Not long after Aizen entered the house from the outside. It looks like he just finished his morning exercise. He only saw Randy and Almira on the table. Then he asked Randy, "Is Zenyi still sleeping?" Randy nodded his head again and ate his breakfast, while Aizen entered his room. 10 minutes later Zenyi comes out of the room, but the way she walked was weird. Saw this Almira immediately became worried and approached Zenyi and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why the way you walk so strange?" Heard question from Almira, Zenyi's face flushed. When she was asked like this, she remembered about last night. They do it intensively so that's why she's walk like this. When Zenyi sat down, she kicked Randy's leg and glared at him with full of blame. Randy could only smile awkwardly because last night was the first time for him so he did it intensely. Saw this, Almira came to know why the way Zenyi walked was strange. Her face immediately smiled from ear to ear. Not long after Aizen came out of the room, they had breakfast in a warm atmosphere. After breakfast, Randy went straight to hunt. While Zenyi is not allowed to hunt by Almira for reasons of her strange way while walking, if she went hunting Almira was afraid she would be hurt or something dangerous happen because she could not walk properly, so Almira forbade Zenyi to go hunting and tomorrow if it is back to normal then she is allowed to go hunting. Zenyi could only glare at Randy with full of blame but inside her heart was different from the one she showed on her face. In her heart she was very happy because got full of concern by Almira. Meanwhile, at the monument in Jakarta where people used to teleport, there are 5 people waiting there. They are bald men, mohawk men, army men, long-haired men, and Hindi scholar men. Yes, they are 5 swindlers who tried to deceive Randy's parents but failed because Randy managed to get home before they could successfully deceive Randy's parents. Hey, what if they did not hunt again today? Are we going to keep waiting for them here? Army men said. Of course we have to wait for them, especially the woman. She must know that we are not just a mob, she could be ignored, Mohawk said with full of malice. Yes, we will wait for them here until they come and tell them with our fists that we are not the only people they could be ignored, bald men chimed in. While long-haired men and Hindi scholar men stood next to bald in silence. 15 minutes later Randy appeared on the monument, wore his new equipment, Legion set and silver sword, at his waist. So Randy appeared. They were initially excited but after so Randy wore his new equipment Legion set, they felt intimidated by Randy's confidence that emanated from his face. In their eyes Randy looked pretty strong and if they have to fight with Randy, even though they are superior in numbers but it seems to beat Randy maybe they should sacrifice 1 or 2 people from their side to defeat Randy, so they become hesitant whether they will act or not. How? Are we going to act now? Long-haired men said nervously after so Randy. Mohawk men and bald men also became hesitant. Seeing this Hindi scholar men said. It seems that the woman who mocked us the day after yesterday did not go with him to hunt. We better wait again until she hunting with him so we can hold her as hostage and we can easily defeat that man without any of us being injured. Heard this, bald men, Mohawk men, army men and long-haired nodded their heads which indicated agree with what Hindi scholar men said. They also remembered that Randy could survive in the wild at night and though Randy is strong because he could survive in the wild at night so they felt wiser doing what Hindi scholar men said. Hindi being called scholar men was not without reason, they say in their hearts. Little did they know that they decided not to take action now is a big mistake, because Zenyi is ranked 6th in level ranking and has rich experience in fight, unlike Randy even though he has a bigger stat than Zenyi but he only ever hunt demonic rabbit, so Randy is experienced in fight is pretty shallow and Randy also never killed so even though Randy defeated them maybe he will not kill them, unlike Zenyi, she will kill anyone who intended to kill her. Randy does not realize that he is being watched by 5 swindlers who almost tricked his parents. He went straight out of the city to hunt. Today he planned to hunt Black Wildcat while waiting for the wolf who killed his 2 best friends appeared and avenged Michael and Witty. He walked for 20 minutes to get to the Black Wildcat area. Upon arrived at the Black Wildcat Randy area he heard Shanna said, "Master, better you level up your basic sword mastery skill first so you can hunt more efficiently and you can also use your remaining skill points to level up your skill level, basic detection." Heard this, Randy remembered that he had 120 skill points after succeeding in transformation bloodline and he had not used them yet. Then Randy leveled up skill level, basic sword mastery, to level 10 and only remaining 22 skill points left. Then he used all remaining skill points to leveled up, basic detection, skill level and successfully leveled up, basic detection, to level 4 with the remaining points skill and only the remaining 4 skill points left. Then he checked the stat window. Name, Randy Christian. Title, Demonic Rabbit Slayer, Level, 12, 50,975 out of 204,800 exp. City, East City Guild, non-territory, non-bloodline, Chaos Dragon Bloodline stats, stats point, 0, Strength, 217, Vitality, 131, Stamina, 107, Agility, 215, Spirit, 107, Luck, 400 Skills, Skill point, 4 level 10, 0 out of 30, Basic Sword Mastery, increase proficiency in using a sword, level can be increased using skill points. Level 4, 0 out of 10, Basic Detection, detects the level of the beast and monster and stats, level can be increased using the skill point. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Strength, increase 50% strength for 1 minute, level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, strength will decrease 50% for 20 minutes. Level 1, 0 out of 4, Burst Agility, increase 50% agility for 1 minute, level can be increased using the skill point. Side effects, after the skill finished, agility will decrease by 50% for 20 minutes. Level 10, 0 out of 30, Eye Helper, helps and guides during Battle of Ascension, level can be raised using skill points. Level 1, 0 out of 8, Dragon Roar, Roar of the Dragon. Effect, inflicted dizziness in radius 20 meters. He needed 150,000 more exp to level up. After checked his stat window, he went to look for Black Wildcat. A few moments later he found a Black Wildcat who was roaming alone. He used the skills, Basic Detection, to check the level of Black Wildcat. When he hunt together with Michael and Hueco, Black Wildcat was level 3. Then appeared information about Black Wildcat in his eyes. Black Wildcat, grade, common beast level, 5 stat, strength, 20, vitality, 18, stamina, 18, agility, 39, spirit, 8. This is the first time Randy has managed to see the stat of a beast, perhaps because he has raised the skill level of Basic Detection, so he can see the stat from Black Wildcat. Chapter 29, New Friends. The sun is at its peak somewhere in the forest. A man holds a sword with blood and is in surrounding many scattered carcasses beasts. In front of him there are 5 beasts that are still alive. This beast has black fur and red eyes, has a size slightly bigger than a hyena on Earth, has a nimble movement. This beast is Black Wildcat, but in front of this man, Black Wildcat unable to escape or fight back with their nimble movement, they were slaughtered mercilessly. This man is Randy. From morning till now he's killed a lot of Black Wildcat, and this is the 3rd nest of Black Wildcat that he found. Initially Randy thought hunting this beast would be more difficult than hunting demonic rabbit, but it turned out he only needed 1 attack to kill Black Wildcat. Therefore, he decided to directly attack the nest of the Black Wildcat rather than looking for the wandering one. Then Randy looks at the live cat in front of him. These 5 cats seem wanted to avenge their kin, but they are also afraid of approaching Randy, but Randy does not care what the cat thought. He rushed to attack these 5 cats. Randy's movement is so fast for this cat to react. Within 5 seconds 3 of Black Wildcat was dead from Randy's attack. Seeing 3 of them die, 2 other cats intended to escape, but impossible for Randy to let them escape. With the total agility he has now, he's easy to catch up with Black Wildcat, who is trying to escape, and kill them in 1 hit. After killing all Black Wildcats, Randy started collecting the carcasses and storing it in storage system. In storage system stored 117 Black Wildcat carcasses, which he managed to kill from morning until this afternoon. Randy was not too familiar with the environment in the Black Wildcat area, so he decided to return to the lake where he used to eat lunch or rest after hunting. It takes 10 minutes for Randy to reach the lake. Upon arriving at the lake, Randy pulled out the demonic rabbit carcass for lunch. It's been 3 days this carcass is in storage system, but this carcass did not rot. Maybe this is one of the functions of system storage, Randy muttered. For some reason he never got bored or even fed up with demonic rabbit meat. He had been eating rabbit meat for over 2 weeks, he just was a bit bored of eating roasted meat. Maybe I'll bring some ingredients and spices to make soup from tomorrow, Randy muttered. As the rabbit's flesh is beginning to cook, suddenly Randy hears sound of bush and footsteps behind him. He immediately let go of the stick he used to roasted the rabbit meat and took his sword on the ground right next to him and pulled out his sword out of the sheath, preparing for the fight. The sound of the bushes and the sound of the footsteps did not stop, as if the unknown creature was walking toward where he was. Randy is getting ready to use Basic Detection skills. If Basic Detection failed, then he will use Burst Agility and run away. The sound of the step closer, Randy's heartbeat become faster. Something unknown is more terrible than something unknown, Randy said in his heart. Moments later the creature appeared. After seeing the creature appeared, Randy was relieved. The creature is human, 1 man and 1 woman. The man has a simple face with short brown hair, but he has sharp blue eyes. When the man saw Randy take out his sword and in a position ready to fight, he became alert and took out his sword from his sheath at his waist. "Who are you?" that man said wearily. After a while the man spoke. Randy heard the voice of the woman behind the man muttering, "Is this the man Yashiduru ordered to hunt us down?" Although the woman's voice is small, but Randy can still hear it. Randy thought they misunderstand him, so he puts his sword back into the sheath. "It's okay, do not get me wrong. I heard footsteps, so I guess you guys are beasts and therefore I'm in a position ready to fight," Randy explained with a friendly smile. Though Randy had explained with a friendly smile, this man and woman did not reduce their vigilance of Randy. Randy only smiles wryly when he saw the two guys still alert, even though he's explained it, but he can understand why they stay alert. There is no way they will loosen the vigilance to the stranger who just took out his sword that almost fought with them. Randy ignored these two people who are still wary of him. He picked up the nearly cooked rabbit meat that he had thrown on the ground when he heard footsteps behind him just now. Randy cleansed the meat that fell to the ground before he roasted it again. Randy roasted the rabbit meat by facing these two strangers. The two strangers were still looking at Randy cautiously. They were separated by a distance of about 15 meters. Actually, they walked in this direction after smelled the grilled rabbit meat. After they smelled the fragrant scent from the meat, they approached the source of the smell and intended to ask for the meat for their lunch as well, but they did not expect to meet with Randy, who in position ready to fight, which is why they are so wary of Randy. But after they saw Randy roast the meat, they came to know the origin of the smell of the meat they smelled. The aroma of the meat comes from the man in front of them. They loosened their vigilance a little. Then the man approaches Randy and said politely, "Hello, do you still have meat that like the one you roast now? If you still have it, can you give us some, or I can also pay for it?" Randy finally understood why they were heading to where he was, because they smelled the scent of the meat he had roasted. Indeed, the aroma of demonic rabbit meat is very fragrant and it tastes very good too. The meat is soft and not greasy. Then Randy pulled out 2 demonic rabbit carcass from storage system and handed it to the man in front of him. "You do not have to pay, I have a lot of this meat," Randy said as he gave the demonic rabbit carcass. "Oh, this is the spices if you want to roast it, and you can clean the meat in the lake behind us," Randy explained to the man in front of him by giving him the spice he used to roast his meat. "Thank you." Then the man called the woman who was with him and walked to the lake to clean the meat. While Randy's meat was cooked and he was eating his meat while watching the 2 strangers cleaning the rabbit meat. "Looks like they are lovers," Randy said in his heart after seeing the movements of these 2 men. Their faces look very happy, laughing while cleaning the meat demonic rabbit. Then they came back to where Randy was carrying the clean demonic rabbit meat. "Thank you for the meat and spices," the man said, then he introduced himself and the woman with him. "My name is Kojiro Sasaki and this is my girlfriend Asuka Ogasawara." Randy's guess was right, that they were both lovers. "Oh hello, my name is Randy Christian," Randy introduced himself. "If I may know, what meat is this?" "This is the first time I have smelled such a fragrant scent of meat," Asuka Ogasawara asked Randy. Kojiro Sasaki also looks at Randy, he also curious. "Oh, this is the meat of the demonic rabbit," Randy told them. "Demonic rabbit? The level 1 beasts that often roamed in this area? But it seems there is no demonic rabbit wandering around here again." Asuka surprised when Randy said that this is the meat of the demonic rabbit, because usually the higher level of the beast the more delicious the meat, based on what they know. They also ate demonic rabbit meat, but they did not remember that the demonic rabbit meat could produce such fragrance scent. When he heard Asuka's words, Randy just smiled and did not tell them that he had killed all the demonic rabbit in this area. After that they did not talk anymore. Randy finished his lunch and is lying under a tree while Asuka and Kojiro eat their freshly cooked meat. After Randy lies down for 15 minutes, he finally decided to continue to hunt again. Usually, he will take nap about 30 minutes, but because there is a couple who always intimate in front of him, he decided to go hunting again. Though now he's married now, but he didn't through the dating process, so he did not know what it's like to be dating. Randy could not bear to see Asuka and Kojiro who are intimate, so he decides to go. "Okay, I'll continue the hunt, I will go first, Asuka." Kojiro Randy said goodbye, waving his hand. Asuka? Kojiro?" Asuka and Kojiro feel awkward when they are called by their first names. In Japan, they are usually called by the surname if they just know each other. If they are family or close friends, then they could call each other by the first name, because Asuka and Kojiro feel awkward or feel weird when they are called by their first name by Randy. Seeing the response from Asuka and Kojiro, Randy is confused. "Am I wrongly called their names?" Randy said in his heart. Why? Did I get your name wrong?" Randy asked in puzzlement. Hearing questions from Randy, Asuka and Kojiro are realize that Randy is not Japanese. "Oh, that's okay, it's just weird when you call with our first name," Kojiro replied. Randy is more confused, why they feel weird when he called them by their first names. Seeing Randy getting confused, Asuka explained to Randy. Usually we Japanese people call by surname if we just know each other, so we feel weird and awkward when you call us by our first names." Hearing this, Randy understood. Then he said, "Okay, so I'll call with your surname from now on? Sasaki and Ogasawara." "Oh, it's okay, you can call us by our first name, even though we just know each other, but we already regard you as our friend," Kojiro said with a smile. Hearing this, Randy gets a little annoyed. They were felt weird when he called their first name. Now when he called them by surname, they said that it's okay to call them by their first name. Of course Randy did not say this to Kojiro and Asuka, and also after saw the expressions of Kojiro and Asuka, they seemed sincere when they said regarded him as their friend. "Well, since you guys have regarded me as your friend, I'll give this to you guys," Randy said with a smile, and then he took out 10 demonic rabbit carcasses from system storage and gave it to Kojiro and Asuka. After this, Randy directly continues his hunting.